Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage as the Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle testifies before the House Oversight Committee. They are investigating the assassination attempt on former President Trump a couple weekends ago, and they are looking into possible security failures, and they are going to be questioning Secret Service Director Cheetle. So we are going to bring you live coverage of it. Look, full committee hearing, oversight of the U.S. Secret Service and the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump. So that's coming up in 51 minutes. We'll have live video for you. Live video coming up. And we're going to be talking about it before it starts. We're going to take some of your comments on the air. And then we're going to let you watch the live video of the committee hearing. That's what we're going to do. So appreciate you being here. And let's talk about it. I'm going to show you this right now, actually. Let's show you this. There you go. Director Cheatle testifying before the House Oversight Committee. Hey, a quick thank you to our moderators who are here. Sabrina is here. Thanks, Sabrina, for being here on YouTube. RJ is here. Thanks so much, RJ, for being here. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. I also want to thank our Twitch moderators. Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star, and Papa Bear are all there. Thank you. Let me thank our Facebook moderators, too. One moment here. Charlotte Webb is moderating. Thank you, Charlotte. Okay, so let's take some comments from you guys. Well, before I take some comments, let me just read this. This is a press release from the House Oversight Committee, which is led by Republican James Comer. So this is the James Comer statement on Director Cheatle testifying before the House Oversight Committee today. House Committee on Oversight and Accountability Chairman James Comer issued the following statement after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle confirmed she will testify at the committee's hearing titled Oversight of the U.S. Secret Service and the Attempted Assassination of President Donald J. Trump. That is, the hearing is about the Secret Service and the assassination attempt. The hearing will conduct oversight of the U.S. Secret Service to gather information from Director Kimberly Cheatle following the assassination attempt of President Donald J. Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania. Now remember, the Secret Service, which was in charge of the security there, they have yet to make to give a press conference. There's been no news conference. I think Kimberly Cheatle might have done like one interview, or I don't know if she did more than one, but it was like I think she might have done an interview with ABC News, but there's never been like no news conference or press conference from the Secret Service. They've never appeared at a news conference or press conference about this. They haven't even done a thing where they just do like, hey, we're going to address the media now and not take questions. They haven't even done that. But today, the Secret Service Director will be answering questions from the House Oversight Committee. So James Comer, the head of the Oversight Committee, said, Americans demand answers from Director Kimberly Cheatle about the Secret Service's historic security failures that led to the attempted assassination of President Trump, former President Trump, murder of an innocent victim, and harm to others in the crowd. We look forward to Director Cheatle's testimony on Monday, July 22nd, to deliver the transparency and accountability that Americans deserve, said Chairman Comer. There you go. Telstar says typical government arrogance. So let's take some comments from you on this. How do you think this is going to go? What are your thoughts on this? You can write to me on X @Lookner. I want to read some comments from you. But we're going to bring you all the live video here. Our viewer Trauma Mama says, I'm expecting lots of tap dancing around questions. I can't, like saying, I can't speak on that due to current investigations repeatedly. So will she directly answer questions or not? Good question. Our viewer Knox Corvus thinks she'll deflect. Spacey says the last 2 weeks have been packed full of wild stuff. Jeffrey C., our viewer, says, how many times will she say it's an ongoing investigation I can't answer? Captain Poopy Pants says, I still can't believe the slanted roof excuse. So I believe that was some statement. Did she make the statement claiming that there was no one on the roof of the building where the shooter was because it was slanted? I have to look it up. Yes, so I am looking at a New York Post article from 6 days ago that says Secret Service boss blames sloped roof for not putting sniper team on building used by the shooter. She told ABC News that building in particular has a sloped roof as its highest point, and so there's a safety factor that would be considered there that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And she said the decision was made to secure the building from inside. I'd love to get she did do an interview with ABC. I wonder if I can get a transcript of that interview. Yeah, so I have an article from ABC News. They interviewed her. And the headline of that article on ABC News is Trump rally, Secret Service Director says Trump rally shooting unacceptable. The buck stops with me. That was posted on July 16th. I'll mention something about that. She said it's something that shouldn't happen again. Now, why the Secret Service Director gave an interview to ABC News when they never did a press conference on this. They never answered questions publicly. They never even did like a public appearance where they said, we're going to read a statement to you, but you can't ask questions. But she did an interview with ABC News is confusing to me. Michael Garcia thinks she won't know anything. Danette says, no, it shouldn't happen again, duh. Menyo says, what about the Secret Service agent that shot the guy? He was on a sloped roof. There were Secret Service agents on sloped roofs there, on a sloped roof behind Trump. Ginger Spicy thinks she should definitely step down and certain others need some sort of retraining as it ain't cutting it. Jesse's girl says she could plead the fifth on every answer. I don't know if that's true because it's an interesting question. So if she's not at risk of getting charged with a crime, can she plead the fifth? Is Facebook not working? Are we not working on Facebook? The YouTube stream is working. The Twitch stream is working. I can't watch on Facebook. Is Facebook just down? Facebook stinks. Facebook has so many problems. I can't even watch the Facebook stream. It has so many problems. Now I can watch it. My Facebook stream isn't even working. Facebook audience, can you see the stream? All right, I guess they can see it. Now it's working for me. It's so bad. So many things wrong with it. Okay, people are seeing us on Facebook. Fine, good to know. Jane says it's working. Marie says it's working. Thanks to our subscribers on Facebook, including people like Marie Minicello, Jane Summers, Margaret Riley, Eve Richards, and others. Leanne Ticknor as well. Okay, so let me read some more comments from you guys. Fagan says the building the shooter was on was less sloped than the other two that had snipers. Carol O'Neill says Secret Service is probably just understaffed. Bringo says resign immediately. Gonzalez says safety first, but not safety first for Trump. "41 minutes. We're going to have live video for you of the testimony. Live video coming up. 41 minutes. Rob P. says we shouldn't pass judgment without all the facts. History Underfoot says, I think it was a communications breakdown. Why is there a pentagram next to her picture? Because it's the Secret Service logo. That's why. Hold on. Look, that's what it is. It says U.S. Secret Service. That's the logo. It's from you can go to their Twitter feed and see it. Pentagram. You mean a star? I don't know. Is that technically a pentagram? I don't even know. I have to Google what a pentagram technically is. This is a pentagram. I don't know if I'm not going to get into what the technical definition of pentagram is and whether it qualifies. I'm not. This is. I don't have the energy. Hey, thanks to Baby Blue Sky, who thinks it's the easiest and fastest resignation decision ever. She failed at her only job, protection to life. Thanks, Baby Blue Sky, for your support. I mean, I know this is a House committee hearing, but I almost feel like this is the press conference they never did, right? Because like this is the first time she's going to answer questions in public, except for that interview in ABC. I don't really think counts. This is going to be the first time where she goes and answers questions from a bunch of people at once. And it's in real time. It's not like packaged and then put on TV. So I kind of consider this like the press conference from the Secret Service we never had. That's how I look at this. D. Morris says one of the two most important people in the country, complete and utter incompetence. But clearly, I mean, in James Comer's statement, James Comer is the Republican. He's the head of the House Oversight Committee. He clearly thinks there's been failures. He literally says, Americans demand answers from Director Kimberly Cheatle about the Secret Service's historic security failures that led to the attempted assassination of former President Trump, murder of an innocent victim, and harm to others in the crowd. We look forward to Director Cheatle's testimony today to deliver the transparency and accountability that Americans deserve. Stop it with the two shooters nonsense. No, there were not two shooters. Please, no, none of that nonsense in the chat. Take it somewhere else. Take it somewhere else. Eggy says if there were no failures, the attempt would not have got so far. AK says there were definitely failures we need to address so it doesn't happen again. Sports Baby thinks she should get fired. Hey, let's go over, most of you probably know this, but let's go over like where stuff happened, okay? Hang on a second here. Let's go over where stuff, what exactly happened. Hey, thanks to our new member, Shafir Udin. Thanks, Shafir. And also Mick. Mick says, I posted evidence of second shooter, you're exposed. No, I'm not. I don't care. There were not 2 shooters. Nope, I don't want to see video evidence. I don't want to see anything. There were not 2 shooters. No. I don't want to see it. Don't send it to me. I'm not going to look at it. I'm not even going to look at it. You're just wasting your time if you start sending me evidence of 2 shooters. I'm not looking at it. Save yourself the effort and the time. But thank you for your support, Mick from Australia. All right, now. Let's go and look at this map here. Let's pull up this map. Oopsie. That's not what I want to do. Let's do this. I'm going to show you guys the map of where it happened. Butler Farm Show. Here. I got it. Now what I need to do is put this here. Oops. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so this is Butler Farm Show, Butler, Pennsylvania. And here is what happened. Just to go over this again. So we're all on the same page. So the rally took place in front of these buildings here. That's where the stage was, right here. And then the shooter was on top of this building here. And I believe the shooter was, so this is like a slow, so the shooter was shooting like 450 feet from, I got to get let me get my little pen thing out with the arrow on it so I can draw the arrow for you. Just so we're all on the same page about what you might have forgotten or never seen the maps. Let me draw my little arrow thing. Okay, where's my arrow? There's my arrow. There it is. There it is. So shooter shooting basically from there to there. And about 450 feet away, that shooter was I have to go reread the articles, but there's definitely a report that the shooter was spotted at least a half hour before, and I think possibly more than that. I think somebody actually initially had eyes on the shooter in roughly an hour before, and then they saw the shooter again, and there was concern about the shooter, but. And then the shooter was on the roof for several minutes before shooting, and people were trying to alert law enforcement about it. I'm guessing they might cover all this in detail in the hearing. I got to go back over the articles and see what the exact timeline was. There's kind of reporting that's snuck out, that's I think leaked out. But I'll try to go back and try to find. Let me see here. Let me do this. Let me do this. You know what might have it? Wikipedia, I bet, has some stuff in there. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, so the shooting happened, going over the Wikipedia article about it. and it says the shooting happened at 6:11 p.m. Okay, 6:11 p.m. And it also says in the Wikipedia article that prior to 5:45 p.m., it's about a half hour before, according to WPXI, a police officer saw Crooks on the ground and reported him with a photograph as a suspicious person. That's 26 minutes before the shooting. An officer searched for Crooks but did not find him. Multiple law enforcement officers identified Crooks and believed that he might have been acting suspiciously near the event's magnetometers. They expressed their suspicions over the radio, and their radio communications were available to the Secret Service. At 5:45 p.m., a member of the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit Tactical Team saw Crooks on a roof. At 5:45 p.m., saw him on a roof, notified other security services, and photographed Crooks. The officer saw him scoping out the rooftop of the building and carrying a golf rangefinder. Secret Service officers spotted Crooks on the rooftop roughly 20 minutes before the shooting, says Wikipedia. Several bystanders also witnessed a man on the roof carrying a rifle and alerted the police about him nearly a minute and a half before shots were fired at Trump. Wikipedia also talks about a report that said, hoisted by another officer, a Butler Township police officer attempted to climb the roof of the building in search of the reported man. Crooks spotted the officer while the officer's hands were clinging to the edge of the roof and aimed his rifle at the officer, at which point the officer let go, falling 8 feet to the ground and severely injuring his ankle. Crooks undertook the assassination attempt immediately following the confrontation with the officer. So, all that paragraph from the Wikipedia article is based on like different reports that have come out, but I believe those reports are all like from leaks where somebody from law enforcement talks to a reporter, but that's not, I don't think that's an official timeline. That's just stuff has been leaking out. So those details have been reported, I believe, by various media outlets. By the way, our viewer Pesky Citizen says, YouTube didn't notify me. You should all sign up for the Discord notifications because those are the best ones. We have a free notification system, free, and it works great, and that's the most reliable, and you just got to sign up once. The mods will post the link to it in the chat. We do it through Discord, but sign up for the Discord notifications. Those are the best ones. Also, if you subscribe on YouTube, you need to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. There's a little bell and you need to click it and then choose all notifications. But sign up, no matter where you watch us, sign up for the Discord notifications. Those are the best ones. Lord X says, Discord notifications have been very consistent. Okay, so... Oh, and thanks to Mick for your support from Australia. Thanks to Janet Burnett, by the way. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, who says the biggest failure to be was when in doubt, get Trump off the stage. Thanks also Too Cool for your support, who says seems like it's going to be a relentless few days. So, again, the shooter was on this roof over here, firing at the stage, which was here, and about 450 feet away. And for some reason, so this was outside of the gates of the rally, but still, it was. I've heard various experts say this was like definitely a location that should have been secured. And DB Multimedia Productions says, how do you know if everything is leaks? Because if you read the articles and they say law enforcement sources tell us or sources tell us and it's not officially reported, well, that means it's a leak, right? If they didn't get the information from an official announcement, but they have information, somebody's leaking that information. All right, hang on a second here. There we go. Okay, good. All right, let me take some more comments from you guys. Hang on. You're going to hear from the Secret Service Director in 28 minutes. 28 minutes, guys. 28 minutes. All right, I want to take comments from you. I got to take some of your comments here. Hey, we should do a poll question too. I'll do that in a second. A Star says the owner of the weapon is a father that is devastated and called authorities when he noticed his kid was missing. So I do believe that the father did call authorities when he noticed his kid was missing. I believe that's been reported. I believe it's been reported that he was the owner of the weapon, the father. I wouldn't be surprised if the father is devastated. I haven't read that, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Wikipedia says it was his father's rifle. Let me read some more comments from you guys. By the way, when I showed that graphic, I wasn't pointing to the exact spot on the roof. I don't have the exact spot on the roof here. I was just showing you the roof that the shooter was on. Do we have any info on the weapon used? I'm just looking at the Wikipedia article because they've looked at a bunch of different sources. So according to them, and again, I believe they're going off of reports that they have seen, but this isn't official. Yeah, they're quoting different articles. So according to an article that they've seen at Wikipedia, you can go to if you go to the Wikipedia article, it's attempted assassination of Donald Trump, and they will link to different articles where they'll say like something about the incident, and then they'll link to an article. So according to the article or articles they saw, they said it was a DPMS Panther Arms produced AR-15 style rifle with 16-inch barrel, and they give some more details about it there. I'll actually post a link to the Wikipedia article. I think it's helpful. Here, so if you want to look at it yourself, I'll post a link to this. But it says attempted assassination of Donald Trump. So it's sort of it looks like a nice summary of various reports that have come out. Okay, 24 minutes until the testimony starts. Matt S. says, why are you using Wikipedia as a source? They literally, it's not that Wikipedia, this article, it's not like John Wikipedia. It's not like the man John Wikipedia is writing an article based on his personal thoughts. You got to use your head, guys, all right? We got to put our thinking caps on. Let's put our thinking caps on for a second, all right? Now think about it. Look at the article. Look at the article. Now, you see these things? These are called footnotes, where the numbers are. And look at all the references. They literally tell you where they're getting the stuff. There's hundreds of links down here. So when they say something, it's not John Wikipedia saying it off the top of his head. They literally tell you where they're getting. There's over 280 references. So you can go there, and they're basically compiling information from different sources and telling you exactly where they got the sources. So if you have a problem with something in their article, you probably have an article. You should go to the original source. Now, come on, guys. Let's put it. Just because it's early doesn't mean we can't have our thinking caps on. Can literally go there, and they have over 280 footnotes. Practically every sentence, they tell you where they got the information. Look at all the footnotes. It's very well cited, very well sourced. Man. Gee whiz. Now that's different. The person who wrote the comment said in school they told us not to use Wikipedia as a source. Well, that's a whole different idea. If you were writing a school paper, you might, instead of the Wikipedia article, what you could do is you could use the Wikipedia article to find different sources and then quote the original source, because Wikipedia tells you what the original source is. Anyways. Hold on a second here. All right, so in 21 minutes, we're going to have live coverage of the of the House Oversight Committee hearing, where they're looking into the Secret Service conduct at the rally where Trump was shot. And the Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle is going to be testifying, and they are going to ask her questions, as far as I'm aware. Thank you to Xander Hatmaker for your support. Xander says, Secret Service, let it happen. Nothing adds up. Well, maybe you'll get some answers from Kimberly Cheatle during this hearing. Thanks to, I remember that guy from Oregon, by the way. SC Lady says, I do think because of all the different agencies involved that there may have been mistakenly thought another agency's sniper was on the roof. Bad communication, in my opinion. And thanks to Northwatch. Northwatch, I'll express it a different way. Northwatch thinks they're not going to be pleased with her. Oh, I want to ask you guys a poll question. My poll question is, do you think, how can I ask this in a short way? Oh, by the way, Maryland Governor Wes Moore endorsed Kamala Harris. A couple more endorsements this morning from people who were seen as possible alternates to Kamala Harris. Just really quick, Governor Andy Beshear of Kentucky and Governor Wes Moore of Maryland have both endorsed Kamala Harris. So it really does look like she's going to be the nominee, because everybody, like most of the other potential competitive candidates who could have run against her, most of them have already endorsed her. So we're not covering that right now, but I just want to update you on that. Okay. Roxy Doxy says, I hope she's fired and jailed. Oh, so yes, somebody earlier had asked, will she plead the fifth? So I'd forgotten to answer the question. I don't know if so. Pleading the fifth is when you don't answer a question because you're concerned about incriminating yourself. But I don't know if she faces any potential charges. So if you're not going to face potential charges, can you plead the fifth? That's what I don't know. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if she doesn't want to say something because it'll embarrass her, and maybe lead to her getting fired, that might be different than saying something where you could get charged with something. So I'm not a legal expert, but you can't just go up there, I don't think, and say, I plead the fifth, when really all you're doing is avoiding saying something that makes yourself look bad. There's specific, I believe if you're doing house testimony, you would have to, it has to be that you don't want to answer a question for a specific reason involving possibly legal exposure. But I'm not sure about this. It's a good question. Huji Fuji says anything that might get her in legal trouble, she could plead the fifth. But I don't know if this is a question of her getting in legal trouble. R.A. Clark says she would be a scapegoat either way. It's the system that's to blame. Thank you to our members Marshmallow and Virgo22, by the way, on YouTube. She will read an opening statement. I did hear that. Okay. Hold on a second. Hey, let me say a quick thanks to 16 minutes left till the testimony. 16 minutes left. 16 minutes. I want to read some more comments. Oh, I was going to do a poll question. Oh, what poll question should I do? How about this? Will the Secret Service Director reveal significant new info? How's that? Will the Secret Service Director reveal significant new info in today's hearing? That is my poll question for you. I'm going to ask it on Twitch and YouTube. That is my poll question to you. We'll see what you have to say as we wait for this to start. Oh, and thanks, Boomer Wow. I appreciate that. Boomer Wow says whistleblowers from Secret Service have already come forward, so there's a greater than 0% chance she leaves in cuffs today. First of all, I'm not aware that she faces any legal jeopardy. I'm not aware of it, but I don't know for sure. I'm not even, I don't believe I've heard of whistleblowers, although I don't know if any of the sources, you know what, Boober Wow might be talking about. I'd have to go back and read all these articles. A bunch of articles have come out saying law enforcement sources tell X, Y, or Z. X tells X, Y, or Z. So maybe some of those sources are Secret Service sources. I don't know. I haven't read all the articles and I don't recall what I've read specifically. Hey, thank you so much, Boomer Wow. I really appreciate that. So let me look at our poll results here. Wow. Our YouTube audience is not optimistic for significant new information coming out. Let me show you what our YouTube audience says in response to this poll question. Will the Secret Service Director reveal significant new info? We have, oops, you'll see it in a second. You'll see it in a second. Our YouTube viewers say 81% no. The Secret Service Director will, 81% of them say the Secret Service Director will not reveal significant new info. And as for our Twitch viewers, they're pretty similar. They're similarly pessimistic. Now I got to do this. Hold on. You can't see what I'm looking at now. You will be able to. There you go. Twitch, they say 77% no. So you guys are not optimistic about hearing significant new info from the Secret Service Director. I got to press play on this thing. Hold on a second here. Ooh, hey, we got a graphic. We got a graphic. We got a graphic. That's good. We got a graphic. Anyway, that got messed up. Hold on. Why did that? Oh, the poll always just... Why does the poll disappear on Twitch? Anyways, thank you for voting, everyone. Thanks for voting. Hey, look, we got a graphic. We got a graphic. Breaking news, we got a graphic. That's pretty neat. Stephen Elder says they will ask, what is a bullet? She will say, it depends on the context. Yeah, you know, I have no idea what to expect, but it will be interesting to see how open she is in her answers and how many times she says, like some of our viewers were saying, "Oh, we're investigating. I don't know that yet," or something. You know, there was that video that came out at the Republican convention, which I'm sure a number of you have seen, which was several Republican senators were like basically yelling at her and like kind of chasing her around the convention, trying to get her to answer questions. So I guess my point is, I do think that if she doesn't answer questions, I think there will be a number of politicians who want to visibly express frustration as a sign that they are looking into it to their constituents. And I don't think it's going to be it's not going to be just the Republican ones either. I think you could see a lot of angry Congress people. What's Up says it's going to be the I can't comment on an ongoing investigation. Anna says, "Oh yes, I saw her being chased. It was awful." Danette says they are very mad. El Capitan says this is going to be such a circus. Infernal Machine says, isn't that their job? Madman Productions says the anger should be bipartisan. These guys protect Democrats too. AWOL, our viewers, says this whole thing was a debacle. The fact that she didn't quit or get fired seems insane. From all we know, the Secret Service knew they should have let Trump on stage until Guy found. So one issue I think that AWOL brings up is this question of, so there's also reporting suggesting, and again, it's not, the details aren't clear, but there's reporting claiming that I believe they had informed the Trump team of some sort of threat, but they also let him go on anyway. At one point, I believe I read a report that said that, but I don't exactly remember where that was. So there's going to be this question of my point is, why did they let him go on the stage if there was a threat? Certainly, there was this guy who had been seen, the shooter had been seen about a half an hour before the shooting, according to one report that's out there, and reportedly an officer had taken a picture of him and was concerned about him. He did have a rangefinder with him. So I think one line of questioning is certainly going to be like, what was the threat? If there was this threat floating around, why was he allowed to be on stage? Why don't you just delay him coming on stage? I think that'll be something. Also, there's this question of like, I've seen some reporting suggesting that this building was like assigned to local law enforcement or something like that. But, you know, a question of like, well, did you adequately make sure local law enforcement was taking care of the building? Should you have assigned it to local law enforcement if that's what happened? You know, those kind of questions. U-Haul says buck passing, of course. And I'm sorry, there's been a bunch of articles that came out on this and reporting, and I didn't go over it all this morning. So I'm not Mr. Up to date on this person said this in this article, but then this person said this in this article. I do know that these are general topics that have been brought up in different reports in areas of possible concern. So that's why I'm mentioning them. But I am not the authority on what report said what and who said what in response to whom. Light Engine says, what about reports? Most security detail were not Secret Service and local were on a different channel. I haven't heard the local were on a different channel, but certainly I've heard that, you know, there were local law enforcement who were being used for some of the security. But as to what they should be used for and the supervision of them and all that. These are good questions as to what actually happened and what should be happening. I think these various topics that we're talking about, I would certainly expect there to be questions about this in this hearing. And just to repeat, I'm going to read you guys. The House Committee came out with a press release a few days ago about this hearing. And what they said is, the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, issued the following statement after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle confirmed she will testify at today's hearing titled Oversight of the U.S. Secret Service and the Attempted Assassination of former President Donald J. Trump. The hearing will conduct oversight of the U.S. Secret Service to gather information from Director Kimberly Cheatle following the assassination attempt of former President Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania. The purpose of this hearing is to gather information from the Secret Service Director. That's the purpose of the hearing. James Comer, the chairman of the committee, said, Americans demand answers from Director Kimberly Cheatle about the Secret Service's historic security failures that led to the attempted assassination of President Trump, murder of an innocent victim, and harm to others in the crowd. We look forward to Director Cheatle's testimony on Monday, July 22nd, to deliver the transparency and accountability that Americans deserve. So literally the purpose of this hearing is to gather information from Director Cheatle about the assassination attempt and possible security failures. So if she doesn't answer, if she is not giving information, then the hearing isn't really doing what it's supposed to do. The goal here is to get information.
And I sincerely appreciate the...
Hold on. What is that? What is it? Why am I hearing noise from the broadcast? There's no video. That was weird. There was noise from the broadcast. Oh, people, so I can tell you this. Oh, hold on. I have a different, guys, I have another view of it I can use. I have another view here. I have a second view. Hold on. I can show you it. I can show you it right now from Reuters. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. There it is. That's it. That's the hearing. We got it. We got it. They just started to walk in, as one of our viewers said. So this is live. Let me put the live. There. We got the video. We got the video. So I have two videos of this. You know what, guys, I'm going to disappear for just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hang on a moment. Hey, thanks for your patience. I'm going to put my headphones in. The video might pause for a second. Hopefully nothing goes wrong here. Let's try this. Let's try this. Here we go. It might pause. Everything might pause for a second. Give it a second here. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Testing, testing. You can hear me. Now, why can't I hear anything? I think they shut... They have the audio on still? Let's see. I'm hearing some audio through there. Why am I not hearing it in my headphones? It says it's on. Let me test something out here. You're going to hear my voice for a second, just because I want to make sure my headphones are working. So apologies, you're going to hear my voice double again. Let me test something out here. You're going to hear my voice. That's weird. Why am I not hearing that through there? I want to make sure you guys are going to get sound. What is happening? Testing, testing. All right, if I play this for a second, just because I want to make sure my headphones are working. Are you guys hearing the sound from this, from the video? Because I'm not hearing it in my headphones, and I have no idea why. Let me try something again. Oh, hold on. I bet I know why. Let's see if this works. Maybe it's Yeah, you guys say you're hearing the sound from the hearing. Why am I not hearing it? So weird. All right, let me try something here. Now it paused. Now it paused. Okay, that's good. All right, it's going to pause for a second. Hang on a second. Everything's going to pause for a second. We should be good. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second. Give it a second here. I'm going to leave it like this. Oh, now I'm hearing it. Now I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it now. I'm hearing it now. I'm hearing it now. Okay. Let me get the clock off. Let me fix the headline. Let me fix the headline here, okay? Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I'm fixing the headline. Why is this like this? Why is it always like this? Okay. There we go. We got the headline fixed. All right, when this starts, I'm going to disappear, and then guys, after the hearing, I'll take your comments on the air. Hey, thanks to Steve Maves. Steve Maves said first-time donator. Hey, thank you so much, Steve Maves. That is very kind of you. I really appreciate your support, Steve Maves, and thanks for the nice note. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Really appreciate all of our moderators. We have Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us over there on X. Thank you so much. On Twitch, we have moderating Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Idaho Star. I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. The hearing is just today. I don't know how long it'll be, though. Charlotte Webb is moderating on Facebook. Thank you. Carms, thank you, Carms, for moderating on YouTube. Thank you. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships and LGM for you. All right, they're about to start here. They're about to start. I have two different feeds of it, so I'll just get you the best feed. I might switch back and forth. I might switch the feed depending on which looks and sounds better. But so we'll start with this. This is the Reuters feed, and I also have another feed too, the government feed. So I'll come once it starts. I'm going to disappear, and then I'll come back after, and we can talk about it. Thanks to our member Marks as well. This is the House Oversight Committee. There she is, Kimberly Cheatle. There she is. There she is, Kimberly Cheatle.
This hearing of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability will come to order. I want to welcome everyone here today, and I know we also want to welcome Speaker Johnson, who is also in attendance today. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. But first, without objection, Representative Mills of Florida and Representative Miller of Ohio are waived onto the committee for the purpose of questioning the witness at today's hearing. Without objection to order. Good morning. Today's hearing is for the American people who are seeking answers about the attempted assassination of President Trump. A little over a week ago, Americans watched in horror as a shooter attempted to assassinate President Donald J. Trump at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The gunman nearly succeeded. The bullet that struck President Trump's head was less than an inch from taking his life. President Trump survived, but one rallygoer, Corey Comparator, tragically did not. Two others. Horrifying moment in American history. The horror was exceeded only by the bravery of the law enforcement agents who threw themselves in harm's way when shots were fired. The bravery of a crowd unwavering in its refusal to panic, and the bravery of a bloody President Trump refusing to run. While we give overwhelming thanks to the individual Secret Service agents who did their jobs under immense pressure, this tragedy was preventable. The Secret Service's protective mission is to protect U.S. and visiting world leaders and safeguard U.S. elections through protection of candidates and nominees. The Secret Service has a zero-fail mission, but it failed on July 13th and in the days leading up to the rally. The Secret Service has thousands of employees and a significant budget, but it has now become the face of incompetence. The committee has a long track record of providing oversight of the Secret Service. Our predecessors, both Jason Chaffetz and Elijah Cummings, among others, worked together to issue warnings and recommendations to address obvious shortcomings in the agency's makeup and operations. Unfortunately, those warnings and recommendations have gone unheeded. A former president and current candidate for president was shot in the head by a sniper within 500 feet of the podium. This is unacceptable, and we are concerned the Secret Service lacks the proper management to keep protectees safe from bad actors. Americans demand answers, but they have not been getting them from the Secret Service. We are instead learning about new facts about the events surrounding the attempted assassination every day from whistleblowers and leaks. Americans demand accountability, but no one is yet to be fired for this historic failure. Today's witness, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle, is here under subpoena to answer questions about how the agency failed President Trump and the victims who attended the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is my firm belief, Director Cheatle, that you should resign. However, in complete defiance, Director Cheatle has maintained she will not tender her resignation. Therefore, she will answer questions today from members of this committee seeking to provide clarity to the American people about how these events were allowed to transpire. We will ask these questions because the Secret Service and its parent agency, the Department of Homeland Security, have been unwilling to provide answers to the American people. DHS has sought to push this hearing to a different time. Secret Service has suggested the hearing occur without media presence, and both agencies have provided only shallow explanations to Congress about what happened on July 13th. Indeed, DHS and Secret Service's lack of communication with the Oversight Committee required me to issue a subpoena compelling Director Cheatle to attend today, and still DHS requested more time to prepare. It shouldn't take this much time or preparation, Director Cheatle, to tell the truth and to be transparent with the American people. I am thankful to the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for joining me in insisting that Director Cheatle appear today. God knows the ranking member and I disagree on many things, but that does not matter today. The safety of Secret Service protectees is not based on their political affiliation, and the bottom line is that under Director Cheatle's leadership, we question whether anyone is safe. Not President Biden, not the First Lady, not the White House, and certainly not the presidential candidates. The July 13th assassination attempt is one of the darkest days in American political history. It represents the ugliest parts of what American politics has become: hatred of each other and a dangerous turn to extremism. Before we are Republicans or Democrats, we are Americans. If we place our political affiliations above our duty and love of country, we cannot maintain a country. We must ensure our republic is strong, and our republic cannot be strong when our leadership, our elections, our institutions, and our candidates are threatened by extremism and violence. Today, Director Cheatle will answer questions about why she deserves to continue to play a critical role in preserving this country's safety and, at the very least, what led to the catastrophic, deadly events on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, I do not believe Director Cheatle deserves to maintain her position as head of the Secret Service, but members of the American people will make their own decisions based on her answers today. I urge Director Cheatle to be transparent and forthcoming in her testimony today. Americans deserve no less. We have a duty to find out how this happened and to ensure it never happens again. I now yield to Ranking Member Raskin for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Chairman Comer. Elijah Cummings, whose beautiful visage looks down upon us, taught us that the way to find common ground in a crisis is to look for the higher ground. And last week, Chairman Comer and I came together to reach for that higher ground. We made a joint statement condemning the mass shooting and assassination attempt against former President Trump as a grave assault on our democracy. As we wrote, we are united in condemning all political violence. I join the good chairman in expressing condolences to the family of Corey Comparatori and in sending healing wishes to the wounded victims also of this atrocious act of violence. Some are calling it a miracle that former President Trump escaped this AR-15 attack, unlike so many thousands of our fellow citizens who have been killed or seriously wounded in other AR-15 shootings. Whether this miracle is of divine providence or of an adventitious nature will be up to each of us to ponder, but our job in Congress is not simply to marvel at miracles or count on good luck, but to act as public policy legislators to do whatever we can to prevent future political violence, attempted assassinations, and mass shootings. The chairman and I are thus determined to get to the bottom of the stunning security failures that enabled this 20-year-old lone gunman who borrowed his father's AR-15 to perpetrate a mass shooting and assassination attempt at an event protected by the Secret Service as well as state and local police. We'll ask hard questions of Director Cheatle today in order to identify and understand the shocking security failures that occurred and to help transform the operations of the Secret Service to prevent anything like this from happening again. But we can't let ourselves off the hook either, dear colleagues. What happened in Butler, Pennsylvania was a double failure: the failure by the Secret Service to properly protect former President Trump and the failure of Congress to properly protect our people from criminal gun violence. We must therefore also ask hard questions about whether our laws are making it too easy for potential assassins to obtain firearms generally and the AR-15 specifically. Mr. Comparatore, former President Trump, and the other rally attendees wounded in Butler are now members of a club no one wants to belong to, the thousands of people who have fallen victim to mass shootings. Last year, we had 655 mass shootings in America, defined as 4 or more people being shot or killed in a single event, not including the shooter. 712 people died and nearly 2,700 people were wounded in these attacks in 2023. Mass shootings are commonplace. They happen at political rallies and constituent meetings, in our elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, in churches, synagogues, and mosques, in movie theaters and parades, in nightclubs and grocery stores, in concerts, and on street corners. Here are the worst mass shootings in the last 11 or 12 years. The list is a grim reminder of the horrific damage and death wrought by assault weapons and the AR-15 in particular that have taken the lives of our children, parents, colleagues, and neighbors. This is a very partial list. Mass shootings have become so frequent that we don't even hear about them anymore. Since the mass shooting in Butler, there have already been at least 10 additional mass shootings in America, 2 of which took place the same day that former President Trump was targeted. One of the mass shootings on that violent Saturday, July 13th, happened at 11 p.m. at a nightclub in Birmingham, Alabama, where 4 people were shot dead and 10 others wounded. This means, amazingly, that the Butler attack was not even the deadliest mass shooting to happen in America on that day. A weapon that can be used to commit a mass shooting at an event under the full protection of the Secret Service, together with dozens of state and local police, is obviously an intolerable threat to the rest of us who do not receive such protection and obviously does not belong in our communities. It's time to pass universal background checks and build on this administration's work to ensure that we permanently close the loopholes in the Brady law for gun show purchases, online purchases, and private sales to prevent those weapons from getting into the hands of people we know to be a threat to others. What happened in Butler shows why even closing these loopholes, however, will not keep assault weapons out of the hands of potential assassins and mass murderers. Under federal law, and in the vast majority of states, even young people not old enough to buy a beer legally can legally purchase and own the AR-15 and carry it in public. The shooter in Butler used his father's AR-15. We have to find the courage and resolve to pass a ban on the AR-15 and other assault weapons. A ban has broad support. Even the New York Post loudly endorsed such a ban in 2019. We have passed an assault weapons ban before. Republicans and Democrats together passed it in 1994. Alas, in 2004, we allowed the ban to expire. We know this weapons ban worked. One study found that in the decade that followed the ban's lapse, mass shootings went back up 183%, and deaths from mass shootings went up 239%. But even as we change the Secret Service and act to ban weapons of war like the AR-15, we still will have fallen short of our duty if we fail to denounce every instance of politically motivated violence in whatever form it takes. Republicans and Democrats, again, have come together to denounce this assassination attempt, just as we did the violent attempts on the lives of our colleagues, Representative Stephen Scalise and Representative Gabby Giffords, and on Paul Pelosi, the husband of Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was attacked and brutalized in his home. And in the immediate aftermath of the January 6th mass violence waged against Congress and the Vice President and the constitutional transfer of power, Democrats and Republicans alike, including Senator McConnell, Chairman Comer, and other colleagues, all denounced this violent assault on our democracy that wounded approximately 140 officers from the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department. And I commend them for acting to denounce that attack, just as Democrats moved swiftly to denounce the attack on Congressman Scalise. Political scientists tell us that authoritarian attacks on democratic institutions begin with political parties refusing to disavow or openly embracing political violence. We have to reject that on a strong bipartisan basis, as Chairman Comer and I have done, even as we ensure our Secret Service is up to its vital task of protecting presidents and candidates, and as we work to ensure that America, the streets of our country, are free from the violence of weapons of war. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back to you.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Today we are joined by Kimberly Cheatle, who was sworn into office on September 17, 2022 as the Director of the United States Secret Service. Prior to her appointment, Director Cheatle was Senior Director of Global Security at PepsiCo. Before her role at Pepsi, she served 27 years in the Secret Service. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witness will please stand and raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. Thank you. We certainly appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. We normally limit testimony to opening statement to 5 minutes, but take all the time that you need. Obviously, the rules that we will abide by, when you're finished with your statement, we will then turn to questions. Each member will have 5 minutes. And just a note to the members, I'm going to strictly adhere to the 5 minutes. Once 5 minutes is up, I will hit the gavel. If the director is in the process of answering a question, we'll certainly let her finish her answers, and then we will move on. We're going to have about 100% attendance here today, plus a few additional add-ons. So this will be a very lengthy hearing, and we want to make sure every member gets their 5 minutes uninterrupted to be able to ask these important questions in this very bipartisan hearing today. I now recognize Director Cheatle for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kimberly Cheatle, and I am the Director of the United States Secret Service. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today. The assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump on July 13th is the most significant operational failure of the Secret Service in decades, and I am keeping him and his family in my thoughts. I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to the family of Corey Comparator, a former fire chief and a hero who was killed in this senseless shooting. I would also like to acknowledge those who were injured in Butler, David Dutch and James Copenhagen, and I wish them a speedy recovery. I would be remiss if I did not also extend my condolences on the passing of your colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee was always engaged in the oversight of the Secret Service, and her passing is a great loss to this body. The Secret Service's solemn mission is to protect our nation's leaders. On July 13th, we failed. As a director of the United States Secret Service, I take full responsibility for any security lapse of our agency. We are fully cooperating with ongoing investigations. We must learn what happened, and I will move heaven and earth to ensure that an incident like July 13th does not happen again. Let me state unequivocally, nothing I have said should be interpreted to place blame for this failure on our federal, state, or local law enforcement partners who supported the Secret Service in Butler. We could not do our job without them. We rely on the relationships built over years of working together to secure events and conduct investigations. Our agents, officers, and support personnel understand that every day we are expected to sacrifice our lives to execute a no-fail mission. As witnessed on July 13th, our special agents shielded former President Trump with their own bodies on stage while shots were being fired. Selflessly willing to make the ultimate sacrifice without hesitation, I am proud beyond words of the actions taken by the former president's detail, the counter-sniper team who neutralized the gunman, and the tactical team who was prepared to act. I will be transparent as possible when I speak with you, understanding, though, at times that I may be limited in providing a thorough response in this open setting due to associated risks with sharing highly sensitive protective methodologies. I do not want to inadvertently provide you today with inaccurate information. Since January 1st, 2024, the Secret Service has successfully secured over 7,500 sites. Every protective advance comes with its own set of challenges and requires a customized mitigation strategy, including specific assets. Security plans are multi-layered, providing 360 degrees of protection. These layers include personnel, technical, and tactical assets, which are a force multiplier for our protective posture. During every advance, we attempt to strike a balance between enabling the protectee to be visible and our protective requirements to be secure. I know this because I have spent 29 years in this agency. I came up through the ranks. I've secured events for every president since President Clinton, supervised on Vice President Cheney's detail, led our training center, oversaw all of the investigations and protective visits in the state of Georgia, supervised on Vice President Biden's detail, and the agency's entire protective mission during the Trump administration. The comprehensive advance process involves collaborative planning between our Secret Service, the protectee's staff, local law enforcement partners, and the level of security provided for the former president increased well before the campaign and has been steadily increasing as threats evolve. The security plan included a full assessment of the Butler Farm showgrounds to identify security vulnerabilities and craft a security plan for the protectee, attendees, and the public. Immediately following the assassination attempt, I directed the activation of my crisis center. I assembled my executive team to begin surging more protective resources to the former president and to ensure the wellness of our people post-incident, all while securing an active crime scene. I immediately ordered a reevaluation of the Republican National Convention security plan, and I increased the security posture in the National Capital Region for all permanent protectees and sites. At the same time, I initiated a mission assurance investigation within our agency. I have instructed my team that all necessary resources will be dedicated to investigating these matters. We will not rest until we have explored every option, and we will leave no stone unturned. But I want to be clear, I am not waiting for these investigations to be completed prior to making changes. Over the past 2 weeks, we successfully led the planning and execution of the 75th NATO Summit and the Republican National Convention. Over the next few months, we will implement security plans for the Democratic National Convention, the United Nations General Assembly, and have already begun planning and coordinating the 2025 inauguration. It is now more important than ever for the men and women of the Secret Service to remain resilient and to focus on what is necessary to carry out our critical mission. Our agency needs to be adequately resourced in order to serve our current mission requirements and anticipate future requirements. The Secret Service currently protects 36 individuals on a daily basis, as well as world leaders who visit the United States, like Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who arrived in Washington, D.C. today. The coming years will bring an unprecedented heavy protection tempo. I have no doubt that the processes that I have implemented during my tenure as director, in addition to my nearly 30 years of experience in this agency, have positioned the Secret Service to be stronger. Our mission is not political. It is literally a matter of life and death, and the tragic events on July 13th remind us of that. I have full confidence in the men and women of the Secret Service. They are worthy of our support in executing our protective mission. I will now answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director Cheetle. We'll now begin our 5 minutes questions, and I will begin. Just for the record, the Secret Service has an annual budget of around $3.1 billion, and I believe around 8,000 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there were many security failures on the day of the attempted assassination and leading up to that day. Let's start with the building that the shooter used to shoot President Trump from. At any point Saturday, did the Secret Service have an agent on top of that roof?
Sir, I'm sure, as you can imagine, that we are just 9 days out from this incident, and there's still an ongoing investigation. And so I want to make sure that any information that we are providing to you is factual.
You can't, okay. Why did the Secret Service not, can you answer why the Secret Service didn't place a single agent on the roof?
We are still looking into the advanced process and the decisions that were made.
Okay. Wasn't that building within the perimeter that should be secured? Do we agree with that?
The building was outside of the perimeter on the day of the visit. But again, that is one of the things that during the investigation we want to take a look at and determine whether or not other decisions should have been made.
One of the things that you said, I believe in an interview, that there wasn't an agent on the roof because it was a sloped roof. Is that normal, and do you fear that that immediately creates an opportunity for future would-be assassins to look for a slanted roof? I mean, this is a huge question that every American has. Why wasn't a Secret Service agent on the roof? And there have been reports that agents were supposed to be on the roof, but it was hot that day and they didn't want to be on the roof. Can you answer any of those questions, Director?
So I appreciate you asking me that question, Chairman. I should have been more clear in my answer when I spoke about where we placed personnel in that interview. What I can tell you is that there was a plan in place to provide overwatch, and we are still looking into responsibilities and who was going to provide overwatch. But the Secret Service in general, not speaking specifically to this incident, when we are providing overwatch, whether that be through counter snipers or other technology, prefer to have sterile rooftops.
Did the Secret Service use any drones for surveillance that day?
So again, I'm not going to get into specifics of that day in itself, but there are times during a security plan that the Secret Service does deploy an asset like a drone.
There were reports that the shooter used a drone just a few hours before the rally start time. Is that accurate?
I have heard those same reports, and again, am waiting for the final report.
Do you know, if you can't answer the question, that's your answer. But can you answer this? Do you know, I'm not asking yes or no, but do you know if the shooter used a drone before the shooting?
That information has been passed to us from the FBI.
How many Secret Service agents were assigned to President Trump on the day of the rally?
Again, I'm not going to get into the specifics of the numbers of personnel that we had there, but we feel that there was a sufficient number of agents assigned.
There are reports that several agents assigned to the rally on July 13th were temporary agents, agents not normally assigned to President Trump. Is that accurate?
What I can tell you is that the agents that were assigned to former President Trump are Secret Service agents that provide close protection to him, and that was what was actual on that day.
How many temporary agents were there that day?
Quite frequently, sir, during campaign events, the Secret Service utilizes agents from HSI or the Department of Homeland Security.
You don't know how many?
Supplement
you can't answer?
our plan.
Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise movements over the past days, weeks, and months?
So, again,
we need to have confidence that if the FBI is leading this investigation, that they're leading a credible investigation, because there's some of us sitting up here today that don't have a lot of confidence in the FBI. So I will repeat the question. Have the investigators reconstructed the shooter's precise moments over the past days, weeks, and months?
I understand your question, Chairman, and I share your concerns about wanting to make sure that we have factual information. The FBI is conducting a criminal investigation. The Secret Service is conducting an internal investigation. There are a number of OIG investigations, and there is the external investigation that the President
Last question for me. Before July 13th, had the Trump detail requested additional resources?
What I can tell you is that for the event on July 13th, the details that were the assets that were requested for that day were given.
Okay. My time has expired. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been reported that before former President Trump got up on the stage at around 6 p.m. on Saturday, July 13th, that the local police had identified and even photographed a man who was acting suspiciously. And this man, who turned out to be the gunman, had been flagged as a potential threat. Is that accurate?
What I can say is that the individual was identified as suspicious.
So he was known to be suspicious before former President Trump took the stage.
That is the information I have received.
Why was he allowed to take the stage with a suspicious person having been identified in the crowd?
So I appreciate the question, and I'd like to make 2 points. If the detail had been past information that there was a threat, the detail would never have brought the former president out onto stage. That is what we do, and that is who we are. We are charged with protecting all of our protectees.
So you distinguish between someone who is suspicious and someone who's threatening, is that right?
I do. There are a number of times at protective events where suspicious people are identified, and those individuals have to be investigated and determined what is it that identifies that person as suspicious.
So did you deny a request for additional resources that had been made by the Trump campaign?
There were no assets denied for that event in Butler on the 13th.
I see. So you're saying there were requests made for additional assistance for other specific events rather than for the campaign as a whole. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, you seem to say that there were not additional resources requested for that event. And forgive me for being unfamiliar with this. Is it requested event by event, or is it requested just in general for the campaign?
So if I can explain the advance process, when an event or a venue is identified by, in this case, campaign staff, then the campaign staff works together with Secret Service agents who go out and conduct an advance. Generally, that is a 5-day time period where those discussions are had about what the perimeter is going to look like, what the size of the event is, what the venue is, and then from there, there is a request made to mitigate potential risk and threat. And I'm saying that on that day, the requests that were pushed forward were granted.
So the Secret Service did not know that the gunman actually had a weapon before President Trump was allowed to get up on the stage?
To the best of our knowledge and the facts that we have at this point, that is correct.
So can you answer this question, which I think is on the mind of most Americans thinking about this? How can a 20-year-old with his father's AR-15 assault weapon climb onto a roof with a direct 150-yard line of sight to the speaker's podium without the Secret Service or local police stopping him?
So again, sir, I will say we are 9 days out from this event, and I would like to know those answers as well, which is why we are going through these investigations to be able to determine that fully. Okay.
It's been reported that the shooter was not carrying a driver's license or any form of identification. They had no idea who he was, but then he was quickly identified, I think within 30 minutes, by using the serial number on the AR-15 under a tracing system that is now controversial. Some people say we should get rid of it. Some people want to keep it. But is that right, that the serial number was the key information which led to the identification of the shooter?
That is my understanding, sir, yes.
Okay. If an American citizen were just to stop you and say, Director Cheatle, we support your work to the tune of billions of dollars and thousands of employees, what went wrong? What would you say?
Again, knowing that we're 9 days out, I would say, as I have said from the very outset, I accept responsibility for this tragedy. We are going to look into how this happened, and we are going to take corrective action to ensure that it never happens again.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope you will act with vigor and focus and intensity, and it seems you understand the gravity and solemnity of this to the American people. millions and millions of Americans don't feel safe with all the AR-15s out there. We thought at least the President of the United States or a former President of the United States would be safe, but now that's not even clear. Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, were you guessing or lying? The day after President Trump is shot, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any request for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, the Washington Post said this: "Top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel." The next day, the New York Times said this: "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down some requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." So which is it? Because both statements can't be true. Were you guessing or lying when you said you didn't turn down requests from President Trump's detail?
Neither, sir, and I appreciate the question.
Well, what were you doing? Because those statements don't jive.
So what I can tell you is that for the event in Butler, there were no requests that were denied. As far as requests...
Well, maybe they got tired of asking. Maybe you turned them down so darn much, they said, not worth asking. How many times did you turn them down ahead of that?
I think that it is important to distinguish between what some people may view as a denial of an asset or a request.
Well, is Mr. Guglielmi your spokesperson? He said he acknowledged the Secret Service had turned down some requests. I'm asking how many?
A denial of a request does not equal a vulnerability.
Well, tell me what it is.
There are a number of ways that threats and risks can be mitigated with a number of different assets, whether that be through personnel, whether that be through technology, or other resources.
Well, tell the committee which it was. They asked for additional help in some form or another. You told them no. How many times did you tell them no, and what did you tell them no to?
Again, I cannot speak to specific incidents, but I can tell you in general terms, the Secret Service is judicious with their resources based on...
What does some requests mean? How many times? Some indicate requests is plural. So more than once they asked for additional help and you turned them down. What did they ask for and how many times did you turn them down? Pretty basic questions.
So again, without having all of the details in front of me, sir, what I can tell you is that there are times...
You didn't get briefed on how many times you turned down the Trump detail when they asked for additional help?
I'm sorry.
You didn't get briefed on that before you came to this hearing knowing you were going to get asked that question?
What I can tell you is that in generic terms, when details make a request, there are times that there are alternate ways to cover off on that threat or that risk.
But that's not what he said. He said they were denied certain requests, some requests. This is your spokesperson, not me talking. This is the Secret Service talking. And what a change from absolutely false, unequivocally false to, oh, by the way, there were some times where we didn't give them what they wanted. That's a huge change in 5 days. And the fact that you can't answer how many times you did that, that's pretty darn frustrating, not just for me, but for the country.
I hear your frustration.
Let me ask you this. Were any of those requests denied to President Trump's detail after you knew about the Iranian threat?
What I can tell you, again, I don't know the specifics, is that there are times when we can fill a request. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a Secret Service asset or resource. We can fill that request with locally available assets.
You spoke to anyone at the White House since July 13th?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you talk to?
I have briefed the President and the Vice President.
Talked to the First Lady?
No, I have not.
Talked to the White House staff? Anyone in the White House communications?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to the counter sniper who took the shot that took out the bad guy?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us about that conversation?
I would not want to reveal conversations that I've had with my employees.
But that's exactly the kind of information the American people want to know. American people who pay your salary.
I understand. This is an ongoing investigation, and
Who's all doing the investigating at Secret Service? I know the Inspector General, but is there also an internal investigation in addition to the Inspector General?
We are conducting a mission assurance investigation internally, yes.
You know what it looks like, Director? It looks like you won't answer some pretty basic questions. It looks like you got a 9% raise and you cut corners when it came to protecting one of the most important individuals, most well-known individuals on the planet. A former president, likely the guy's going to be the next president. It looks like you guys were cutting corners. That's what it looks like to me. Is that true?
I am here today because I want to answer questions, but I also want to be cautious.
You might want to, but you haven't answered, I don't think you've answered one question from the chairman, the ranking member, or me. Well, we got a lot of other people asking. We'll see if your record improves, but right now you haven't answered, I don't think, any questions. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the summer of 1963, as a law student, I traveled to the South to work in the civil rights movement. When I arrived in Jackson, Mississippi, I was met by a civil rights activist who showed me around town and tried to convince me to work in Jackson that summer. I recall talking with him and his wife about the raw atmosphere in Jackson. Later that day, he took me to the bus station for my trip to my assignment. That night, he was assassinated outside his home. His name was Medgar Evers. I condemn the political violence. It is a threat to democracy. I want to discuss one of the roots of political violence, guns. For years, Republicans, including a member of this committee, have introduced legislation and amendments to repeal or block the District of Columbia gun violence protection laws, including its bans on assault weapons and large capacity magazines. The shooter at the Trump rally used the mass shooter's gun of choice, an assault weapon, specifically an AR-15 style rifle, and presumably a large capacity magazine, which is defined in D.C. as a magazine that can hold more than 10 bullets. Under current D.C. law, D.C. does not recognize concealed carry permits issued by other jurisdictions, but it does issue concealed carry permits to both residents and non-residents. However, D.C. imposes a number of requirements on concealed carry applicants, including suitability, such as not having exhibited a propensity for violence or instability. Moreover, D.C. residents restricts where the guns can be carried, such as a political demonstration near the White House and Naval Observatory, or near people under Secret Service protection, provided the permit holder has been given notice. This week, the House is expected to consider the fiscal year 2025 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. This Republican-drafted bill would allow an individual with a permit to carry a concealed handgun issued by a state or territory to carry a concealed handgun in D.C., regardless of that jurisdiction's permit requirements. A Republican has filed an amendment to that provision to allow such an individual to carry a magazine of any size with that handgun. In short, the pending bill and amendment would allow any person with a carry permit issued by another jurisdiction to carry a concealed handgun with a magazine of any size in any location in the District of Columbia. The Secret Service is responsible for protecting a large number of people and facilities in D.C. Director Cheetle, would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if people who have exhibited a propensity for violence or instability could carry a concealed handguns in D.C.?
I think being a Secret Service agent and an officer or a law enforcement officer in any state is difficult. They are required to make decisions and snap judgments in the blink of an eye. And I think that the officers and the agents that work here in the D.C. area do a great job of monitoring the public and reacting to threats as appropriate when they arise.
Would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if people in D.C. could carry concealed handguns with large capacity magazines?
I think, ma'am, that we work in parameters where we travel around North America, and the rules on open carry and concealed carry are different from state to state, and that is part of what the Secret Service takes into account when we develop a security plan. Obviously, anyone that comes into one of our protective sites, we would establish magnetometer support, metal detectors that personnel would have to process through, eliminating that potential.
Would Secret Service protectees in D.C. be safer or less safe if more people could carry handguns in D.C.?
I think, again, as I stated, ma'am, we want to make sure that we provide a safe environment for all of our protectees, and whatever measures we would need to put in place for a secure site, we would do so.
I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner from Ohio.
Director Cheetle, your opening statement indicates that the Secret Service constructed a security plan for the site in Pennsylvania. I'm assuming that security plan would also include the security footprint for the site, but it also would be based upon a threat assessment for the threats associated with Donald Trump and the crowd in attendance. Would it not include a threat assessment?
Yes, it would.
So that threat assessment, as we know, basically would have started with, there's a generalized threat against Donald Trump because he is a presidential candidate. Then it would have gone to, he's a former president, and he gets security coverage just as Bush, Clinton, Carter, and Obama do. And then you also have the heightened political environment. Even for those, it's clear that the security footprint, that the threat assessment was insufficient, which permitted then a 20-year-old to actually enter with a weapon and shoot Donald Trump. But I want to ask you about two other aspects of the threat assessment. It is known and public that Iran is a threat risk for Donald Trump. They're a threat risk for John Bolton, former Secretary of State Pompeo, and Donald Trump, because they have indicated they want to assassinate them as a result of retaliation for the killing of Soleimani. That is both, for Iran, a generalized threat. They're targeting these individuals, but also most recently, a specific threat to Donald Trump himself. Now, I want to enter into the record by UC a Department of Justice Public Affairs release, a CNN article, an article from Fox News, and an article from CBS, all of which acknowledge
Without objection to order.
that this threat exists for Donald Trump from Iran, and that there are specific threats, most recently, that have been acknowledged. Director Cheetle, have you read the intelligence of the generalized threat to Donald Trump by Iran as a result of their desire to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani?
I have.
Have you read or been briefed about the intelligence of the specific recent threat to Donald Trump from Iran?
Yes, I have.
Director Wray, when we were getting our briefing, indicated that he thought the threat assessment should have included this threat from Iran. Is it your testimony today that the threat assessment, since you've read this intelligence, was sufficient to protect him from this threat from Iran?
My testimony today is that the information that we had at the time was known.
Was it sufficient? Director Cheetle, was it sufficient for the Iranian threat that you said you have read the intelligence briefings for?
That information was passed to...
Well, I'm not asking the
Cheetle?
bureaucratic issue of who did it get passed around to. Director Cheetle, was it sufficient for the specific and generalized threat to Donald Trump's life from Iran?
Yes, I do believe it was.
Director Cheetle, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old?
Sir, I think we've acknowledged that there was gaps and a failure that day.
When I raised this issue with Director Wray, he was incensed. He was shocked that the threat assessment of Iran did not seem to be, as we and I discussed, baked in to your security footprint and your threat assessment. And he went on to say that the generalized threat that he has told the whole country that we are under from a terrorist a potential terrorist threat. He has said we're under the highest threat level since 9/11, that the lights are flashing red. And he has specifically indicated that people have crossed the southern border as a result of the Biden administration's policy, and that there are in our country today terrorists and individuals who are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations. That would be a heightened threat environment, Director Cheetle, would it not?
Yes.
In his public statements, he has said he is making these statements because he wants people to take them into consideration in threat assessments, specifically. Now, that would be a threat not just to Donald Trump, but it would also be a threat to the crowd there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Are ISIS terrorists and al-Qaeda terrorists and international groups and terrorists more capable than a 20-year-old in pulling off either a mass shooting or an assassination of Donald Trump?
Sir, again, there was clearly a breakdown
Right.
and a failure that day.
Have you read the intelligence of the terrorists that are currently in the United States that Director Wray speaks, and those individuals that are here that are affiliated with terrorist groups and organizations that are in the process, as Director Wray said, of representing a significant threat of a terrorist attack occurring in the United States?
I have read reports that apply specifically to the Secret Service's mission.
Director Cheetle, because Donald Trump is alive, and thank God he is, you look incompetent. If Donald Trump had been killed, you would have looked culpable. There is no aspect of this that indicates that there has been any protection to Donald Trump. The threat was identified before he took the stage, and the shooter was only killed after Donald Trump himself was killed. Not only should you resign, if you refuse to do so, President Biden needs to fire you, because his life, Donald Trump's life, and all the other people which you protect are at risk because you have no concept of the aspect that the security footprint needs to be correlated to the threat. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheetle, there were multiple security failures at the former president's rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. First of all, there was a failure to isolate the podium from exposure to direct fire. Do we know who made that decision to allow that rooftop to remain as an unprotected area? Do we know who came up with that security plan that omitted that?
Sir, I don't have a specific person to identify for you.
Okay, well, that's what I'm looking for, so let's move on. There's also a breakdown in security and failure to confront the shooter over an hour before the former president began his remarks, when the shooter was identified as a person of interest. What particularly allowed agents or law enforcement to identify him as a person of interest?
So I appreciate the question, and again, I will say that we are 9 days out, and there are a multitude of interviews that are still taking place.
Okay, so did he have a rangefinder? There were some reports that the individual had a rangefinder. That would certainly raise my suspicion. Did he have a rangefinder?
Yes, he did, but may I explain that at a number of our sites, especially when you're at outdoor venues, a rangefinder is not a prohibited item. It is sometimes an item that is brought in by individuals if you're going to be in the back.
Did anybody confront him on that? Anybody ask him questions? What are you doing with the rangefinder? Anybody confront him on his presence where he was in proximity to the president?
So again, to my knowledge, I believe that that was the process that was taking place, was to locate the individual.
Did they confront him? Did they go up to him? Did they talk to him?
I do not have those details at this time.
Those are important details. There was also a failure to communicate between law enforcement to act quickly upon information provided by either local law enforcement or rally attendees that the suspect was positioned on the roof. There were minutes of delay before any meaningful action was taken, even though he was several hundred feet from the podium, and this was obviously minutes before the shooting. Let me ask you, there was considerable delay in removing the president from the podium after the shooting began. He got shot in the air. It was still over a minute before he was removed from the stage. Meanwhile, this shooter had multiple clips, several clips. He got off 8 shots, and he had the capacity and the ability, if he was not neutralized, to basically mow down that whole Secret Service detachment as well as the president. What, from your own investigation, caused that delay under the circumstances?
What I can tell you is that when the agents identified that the shooting was taking place, in under 3 seconds, they threw themselves on top of the president.
I understand that. There was heroism there. No question about it. No question about it. But protocol would indicate, and these are, the opinions of various former Secret Service agents, people who have done this work in the past, that over a minute of exposure on that podium with a shooter with a high-capacity weapon who had already wounded the president and could have got off, we don't know how many more rounds, and yet the president remained exposed, even though he was joined in that exposure by the Secret Service in their heroic acts. It just, I don't know if there's a good explanation for that.
Our personnel created a body bunker on top of the president.
I get that.
Shielding him.
Yeah, this was an AR-15 style weapon that would have made pretty quick work if he was determined and able to do so. This is not the first investigation that we've had of the Secret Service during my time here on this committee, and the last one we had, our previous investigation determined that the Secret Service was experiencing a staffing crisis that poses perhaps the greatest threat to the agency, and that's a quote. Is that staffing crisis still in place? Is that still something that you deal with on a daily basis?
As of today, the Secret Service has just over 8,000 employees. We continue to hire, knowing that we need to ensure that we keep pace with
What would be the full complement of
And gentlemen, time's expired, but please answer the question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What would be the full complement that you're looking for? You've got 8,000, and how many would be a full complement for the service?
So we are still striving towards a number of 9,500 employees approximately in order to be able to meet future and emerging needs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheetle, what grade would you give the Secret Service's performance in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13?
As I've stated, ma'am, this was clearly a failure. I would grade the agents and officers who selflessly threw themselves in front of the president and neutralized the threat an A. I think that we need to examine the events that led up to and prior to that day.
You stated in 2021 that the Secret Service has a zero-fail mission. It's clear that the events of July 13 show a cascade of failures that cost Corey Comparator his life, nearly cost former president his life, and injured David Dutch and James Copenhaver. When an agency fails spectacularly at its mission, those responsible must be held accountable, and the problems must be fixed so they cannot happen again. Why should the American people or the officials you're responsible for protecting have confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service after such a spectacular failure?
I appreciate the question, and I am committed to finding answers so that we can make the agency stronger after this.
You said on July 15 that the buck stops with me. How are you taking accountability for the Secret Service's failures during the July 13 assassination attempt on President Trump?
I have taken accountability, and I will continue to take accountability. I am responsible for leading the agency, and I am responsible for finding the answers to how this event occurred and making sure that it doesn't happen again.
So I would like to explore how you got the job as director of the United States Secret Service. Is it typical for the director of the Secret Service to be recommended for the role at the behest of a president's family and senior staff, perhaps at the request of Jill Biden or Anthony Bernal?
I got the job as a director of the Secret Service because I spent 27 years in an agency with a mission that I absolutely love. I started my career in Detroit. I worked my way up through investigations and protection.
Was there competition for the position?
You would have to ask those who were involved in the interview process.
But you think you are the best person in the country to head the Secret Service?
I think that I am the best person to lead the Secret Service at this time.
The Secret Service receives billions in funding each year, as has been explained by my colleagues here. In fact, you've had an increase in real terms of 55%. As you're no doubt aware, staffing levels for those assigned to protect the president, former presidents, and other senior officials has decreased by about 350 between 2014 and today. Clearly, a lack of financial resources not to blame for the staffing shortage. In 2022, the Secret Service saw nearly half its workforce leave in 1 year, and during the same year, it was ranked dead last among law enforcement agencies in the best places to work in the federal government. Can you explain why your agency was so poorly rated and why so many staff left in just 1 year?
So with all due respect, I dispute the statistic of half of the employees leaving in 2022. I think that that has been inaccurate data that's been reported out there. But what I can tell you is, as I have returned as the director of the agency, we have had an increase in hiring and staffing and an increase in resources, and we are committed to continue to hire so that we can be staffed appropriately to meet the dynamic mission that we have.
Well, you may want to dispute it, but it's out there. My understanding, given the high-profile failures and rotten culture at the Secret Service during your nearly two-year tenure, why should the American people have any confidence in your ability to lead the Secret Service to perform its zero-fail mission to protect our senior leaders?
The Secret Service has an incredible culture. Our men and women place service over self. They come in every day willing to risk their lives for our protective mission, and they work investigations that thwart people who would do harm to children, child exploiters. We have an incredible mission, and our culture is we will get the job done no matter what.
Well, those on the front line certainly have a great culture, and they were willing to risk their lives for President Trump. But I'm not sure the leadership at the agency has this right kind of culture. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Conley from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I hope the American people do appreciate the incredible daily risks Secret Service agents take on our behalf. You mentioned there are 36 regular clients you've got that you protect constantly, but I was participating in the NATO summit just 2 weeks ago. We had 32 heads of government and heads of state, plus visiting heads of state and heads of government. Presumably, you provided protection for all of them.
That is correct.
Just saying. Help us understand, however, I will stipulate that there's an ongoing investigation. You don't want to go into too much detail on that until you've been able to ascertain all the facts and analyze what they mean. You can understand, however, the anxiety we and the American public have about how could this happen and how can we ensure it can't recur. Now, there are some things my friends on one particular side of the aisle don't really want to talk about, like AR-15s and access to them by a 20-year-old, or anybody for that matter. Presumably, Director Cheatle, the ubiquity of weapons, guns in America, especially assault weapons or semi-automatic weapons, that's helped your job and the mission of your agencies, right? It's made it less complicated, isn't that true?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Real simple. More guns, especially dangerous ones, have made your job protecting people easier. Is that not right?
I think from every
Director
state,
Cheatle, This is simple English. More guns, do they make your job more complicated or less complicated in protecting these 36 clients and visiting heads of state and heads of government that come to Washington?
I think the Secret Service needs to take into account
I didn't ask
the state
that.
that they're in.
I'm sorry. I asked a simple question, which deserves a simple answer. The ubiquity of guns, dangerous weapons in America, like AR-15s, has that made your job, that is to say the mission of the Secret Service, easier or more difficult?
I think the threat environment for protecting our Secret Service protectees is always difficult, and that's dynamic, and it's always evolving.
We stipulate it's always difficult. Again, this is a simple one. Does the ubiquity of guns make your job easier or more difficult today?
I understand the Second Amendment rights of individuals.
I didn't ask that question. I'm not questioning the Second Amendment. I'm asking a simple analysis, Director Cheatle. And I can tell you, you're not making my job easier in terms of assessing your qualification for continuing on as director. Please answer the question. You're the head of the Secret Service. You're speaking on behalf of 8,000 members who put their lives on the line. We just had a failure by your own admission. Do guns make your job easier or harder?
I think the job of the Secret Service is difficult on every day, and we need to make sure that we are mitigating all threats, whether that be
That
weapons,
isn't my question.
personnel.
That is not my question. And now I think you're evading the answer, which is not a hard one.
I am sorry that you feel that way, sir.
How else could I feel, Director Cheatle, when you're clearly avoiding a direct answer to a very simple declarative question? We almost lost a presidential candidate the other day. A 20-year-old had access to his father's AR-15 and got on top of a roof within 500 yards or feet of the podium. And I'm asking you, did the availability of that AR-15, which is replicated all across America, make your job harder or easier? And you're not willing to answer that question? And you think, and you wonder why we might have a lack of confidence in your continued ability to direct this agency?
I understand your question, and that's the environment.
Well, if you understand my question, why not answer it?
Because it's the environment that the Secret Service works in every day.
That doesn't tell me anything. That's the environment we work in. I had an attack on my office a year ago. I know a little bit about violence too. He came to kill me. When he couldn't, he beat one of my staffers 8 times with a baseball bat on the head. We live with the threat of violence. But a simple answer from the director of the Secret Service would be helpful. And I'm sorry you've chosen to evade it. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Grofman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. When this guy took the shots, he climbed a ladder to get on the roof, correct?
I'm unable to answer details of exactly how the individual accessed the roof at this time.
Do you know when if he did use the ladder, do you know when the ladder was placed there? Was the ladder there 2 days before, just the night before? Do you have any information at all as to when the ladder got there?
I would like to be able to answer those questions. The FBI is still conducting an investigation.
How did the rifle get to the roof?
Again, sir, at this time, I'm unable to answer questions to provide clarity.
Have they cleaned the roof since the assassination attempt?
Have they cleaned the roof?
Right. Has anything been done to the roof? Is it just like it was, whatever, 10 days ago, or not? Has anything been done to the roof?
I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. Were President Trump's normal agents normally assigned to him there that day?
Yes.
There was these were the same agents that were always there?
Yes,
Correct?
sir. The people that are assigned to his detail were working on that day.
Okay, there's stuff on the internet that says they were not there that day, but these are the same agents who are routinely there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we know which agents fired the shots that finally took down the potential assassin?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you give us those names or the background of those agents?
I would not offer their name up in this setting, but it was one of our technical officers, our counter snipers.
Okay, so can we privately get those names, the committee?
I am certain that we can make names available privately.
Okay. Do we know where all the shots landed? First of all, how many shots did that potential assassin, how many shots came out of the rifle?
So again, I would hesitate to offer that information as the FBI is conducting an investigation.
Have we got the bullets from all the shots?
Again, that would be the responsibility of the FBI to collect that evidence.
Okay. Do we have the correspondence from the shooter? Has that been recovered from his phone, whatever?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI for details on that investigation.
Okay. You've spent some time trying to change the makeup of the Secret Service. Okay, you feel there are, whatever, too high a percentage are men. Does this affect at all who you are hiring for the Secret Service?
I've spent my time as the director trying to increase the number of people that we hire in the Secret Service so that we have the best and the brightest, and that's been my concentration as the director.
Okay, you ever not hiring men because of your desire to hit certain targets?
I am hiring the best qualified candidates that put in an application that want to work for our great organization.
Okay. Next question. The shooter obtained a direct sight of President Trump from the position on the rooftop. I assume that is not something that should ever happen. It should never happen. Do you want to elaborate a little on how that happened, or what you wish you had done differently, or would do differently next time there's a Trump rally?
Again, sir, the facts of this particular event are still unfolding. 9 days, there have been a number of reports that have been out there, so I do not want to provide information that perhaps would contradict something that has been erroneously reported or is not factual. But there clearly was a mistake, and we will take every effort to make sure that this never happens again.
Could you elaborate why you want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women?
I've never stated that I want 1/3 of the Secret Service to be women.
30% or something. You had some target, no? Okay.
Well, gentlemen, yield.
Sure. I'll yield.
What was, Director, what was erroneously reported? You said, to Mr. Grothman's question, you said something was erroneously reported. What are you referring to?
I'm referring to their...
His question was in the context of the shooter using a ladder to get on the building. What was erroneously reported? Because you won't tell us anything, but you'll tell us something that wasn't reported accurately?
I'm saying, sir, that there have been a number of reports that are out there that have been speculation, and until we have the actual facts, I don't want to report anything that would contradict speculation that has been out there.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding.
Chair recognizes Mr. Krishnamurti from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for bringing us together this morning. One question I get asked a lot from my constituents is, what can Congress actually do to stop this from happening again? And I'd like to share a graphic from a very recent study conducted by Professor Robert Pape, a world-renowned expert in combating political violence. The graphic shows that 74% of Americans want this Congress to come together to denounce political violence of all stripes, and you can tell it's across party lines. I commend the Chair and Ranking Member for putting out the statement the other day condemning political violence, and to further this effort, I'd like to ask all my colleagues to join Dr. Brad Wenstrup and me in introducing a resolution that we think can secure unanimous House passage in deploring and condemning political violence, and we will be circulating that resolution shortly. Director Cheetle, as you know, the shooter began shooting at 6:11 p.m. Eastern on July 13th. NBC reported that at 5:51 p.m., 20 minutes before the shooting began, the state police informed the Secret Service of their concern. Now, the rally was not paused at that point, correct?
No.
And according to NBC, just 2 minutes later, at 5:53 p.m., the Secret Service notified its snipers about the gunman. The rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
No.
Let me show you some video footage by rally goers. If you could play the video on the screen up here. This was taken 2 minutes before the shooting started. If you could turn up the volume.
Criminals. We have criminals.
He's on the roof. He's right.
We have people that
Right
should not be
here,
here.
right on the roof.
It's much
He's
tougher
standing
than
up now.
it happens.
You went right on the roof, big guy.
Up here.
Ma'am, that doesn't look like suspicious behavior. That looks like threatening behavior to me. And the rally wasn't paused at that point either, correct?
I can tell you, as I stated earlier, sir, that the moment that the shift surrounding the president were aware of an actual threat.
That's a threat right there. The guy's on the roof and everybody's yelling at him.
Yes.
And directing the officer's attention to him. The rally was not paused at that point, correct?
We are currently still combing through communications and when communications were passed.
Well, I can point you to this communication. It's 2 minutes before the shots started ringing out. Director Cheetle, yes or no? Was there ever a moment where the Secret Service actually considered pausing the rally?
The Secret Service would have paused the rally had they known or been
So the
told
answer is
there
no.
was an actual threat.
The answer is no. Correct?
I can speak to you in generalities.
No, I don't
And
want
I don't
generalities. I
know
want
all of the
specifics.
communications
The
that were-
answer is no. You did not consider pausing the rally, correct?
The people that are in charge of protecting the president on that day would never bring the former president out if there was a threat that had been identified.
Well, they did, because we've now identified 3 points in the 20 minutes before the shooting that the threat emerged. Let me point you to something else, which is the building that the shooter was perched on, seen here. This building is called the AGR building. I'm sure that you're familiar with it. It's no more than 150 yards from the stage where Donald Trump stood, yet the security perimeter was drawn such that the AGR building was placed outside of it. Director Cheetle, according to the Washington Post, the AR-15 styled rifle used in the shooting had a range of 400 to 600 yards, and therefore the AGR building was clearly within rifle range of the stage, correct?
Yes.
NBC News has reported that in the days before the rally, the Secret Service had identified the building as a vulnerability that required special attention, correct?
That's reporting from NBC.
Yes.
So I am still looking into an active investigation.
I know, but it's been 9 days. I mean, you should know that, right? And yet, despite the fact that the AGR building was in rifle range of the stage and it was flagged as a vulnerability, this building was put outside of the Secret Service's security perimeter. And I respectfully submit the Secret Service must expand its security perimeter to account for the kinds of weapons that can be used outside the perimeter to endanger the protectees inside the perimeter, ma'am. Let me turn your attention to some conspiracy theories that have been circulating and ask you to comment on them. First, you have not found evidence that the incident was a staged shooting, right?
Correct.
And you haven't found evidence that this was a result of a conspiracy of high-ranking government officials, correct?
Correct.
And you have not found evidence that this incident was in fact directed or perpetrated by a foreign state or entity, right?
And that's the last question, but I'll let the director answer that, please.
Not at this time.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm there was only one counter sniper who took one shot? Is that
We had multiple counter sniper teams available
yeah, on the
that
premises, but is only one took one shot? Is that correct, or only one?
Correct.
Okay. How many spent shell casings were found on the roof?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI's criminal investigation.
Okay. Word is that the car was rigged with explosives.
Again, sir, I'd have to defer you
To
to
the
the
FBI.
FBI's investigation.
Okay. You're not curious about You don't communicate with them? No. Okay. CNN reported that the Secret Service did not sweep the building the shooter was used to shoot President Trump and other attendees. Is that true or false?
So we are conducting a mission insurance investigation and will depend on the information that we obtain from our investigations.
Okay. The Secret Service knew there was a suspicious person anywhere from 8 minutes before President walked on stage to 30 to 60 minutes. We have different reports. Was President Trump or his team notified of the threat?
I think there's a difference and a distinction between suspicious
person
and threat.
Yeah.
So we are going back and looking at communications to know when the information about a suspicious person was passed to Secret Service personnel.
Okay, but was President Trump or his team notified?
Again, we are going back and looking to make sure that we have the exact information of when those notifications were made and who those notifications were made to.
Okay. I think it's troubling for a lot of us that the number one question everyone in America is wondering is why was the roof left open? And after 9 days, we should at least maybe have a little bit of that information. And when you come to this committee hearing and you don't have anything to say about that, it's very, very troubling. Did you review the security plan for this event?
I personally do not review security plans for events that take place across the country.
Any of them?
We have a number of events that
Who's
take
the
place.
top level official who reviews the security plans?
There's a number of people that review security plans.
Who's
as they
ultimately
unfold.
responsible for signing off on a security plan?
It's a conjunction of personnel. There are people on the ground, there are supervisors on the detail, there are people at headquarters.
So there's not one person who says, okay, this is good, it's copacetic, we're going for it?
I think much in the way that we build our security plans, where they are multi-layered.
No doubt there's teams working different aspects of it, but ultimately, isn't there an individual who signs off on the plan?
Much like how we design our security plans, they're multi-layered, there are multiple layers.
So there's
of
no
people.
accountability?
There is accountability, sir.
There's, this is whether it's the FBI or Fauci or anything, it's time after time after time, these multiple layers of accountability turn into layers of plausible deniability, and agency after agency after agency. That's got to be fixed, because you keep coming here and expecting, yes, you're saying I'm responsible, but and you're accountable for it, but then there's nothing. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're saying you're going to keep your job, right?
I assure you, sir, that if we determine through the course of our investigation that someone or people need to be held accountable, we will do so.
What level of, if President Biden, God forbid, had been shot and killed, would you think that was worthy of resignation?
I would do the same thing that I'm doing here, where I would want to make sure that we are conducting an investigation, that there is continuity in that investigation, and that we could find the answers
You do not
to
think
what
the
happened.
assassination of somebody under your detail is worthy of resignation?
I think that this event was tragic and deserves answers.
The thing that you've said so far is that you want to make sure that this never happens again. The thing is, everyone in America knows that's not the job description that you're tasked with. The job description you're tasked with is to make sure it never happens, period. One of your goals in the strategic plan is to champion diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. You've accomplished the accessibility part. What standards, do you keep the same standards for all applicants and all, or does every Secret Service agent meet the same qualifications, or do you have different standards for different people?
Yes, sir. Everyone who moves through the application process has to meet the same standards to become a special agent.
Okay. The trouble I think we're having with right now, so far you gave a lame excuse for sloped roof. You said that local law enforcement's job was to cover up the building before backtracking on that. We were told that President Trump's team did not ask for security before you backtracked on that. You haven't provided the audio recording that this committee, the chairman, requested that was due Thursday. You didn't give us an advance copy of your opening statement, but yet there was reporting on it somewhere else. there seems to be more information from YouTube videos than you're able to provide for us, and it begs the question to anyone, you're in charge of the investigation of your own failure, so how is anybody in America supposed to be able to trust the results of that investigation as being anything transparent and genuine?
That's the last question, but please feel free to answer the question, Director.
Sir, I've been a Secret Service agent for nearly 30 years. I have led with integrity, and I follow our core values of duty, justice, honor, loyalty, and courage. And I am doing that in this case, and I assure this committee that I will provide answers when we have a full and complete report, in addition to cooperating with all of the other investigations that are ongoing.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the Chair and the Ranking Member for convening this hearing on a bipartisan basis. I join them in condemning the horrific assassination attempt on the former president. I am relieved for the sake of the country that he wasn't seriously hurt and that he survived, and my thoughts with him and his family during such a traumatic event. I also want to express condolences to Corey Comprator's family and recognize his heroism in saving his daughter's lives, and to the victims of that awful event. Now, Director Cheatle, would you agree that this is the most serious security lapse since President Reagan was shot in 1981 of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir, I would.
And, you know, do you know what Stuart Knight did when he was in charge at the time of the Secret Service? Do you know what he did afterwards?
He remained on duty.
He resigned. He resigned. And Stuart Knight was not a Democratic appointee or a Republican appointee. Look, I'm not questioning your judgment. I just don't think this is partisan. If you have an assassination attempt on a president, a former president, or a candidate, you need to resign. That's what Stuart Knight did. He was a Republican appointee, and he took responsibility. And I think you need to reflect, this is not a question of you, it's a question of the American people. You cannot go leading a Secret Service agency when there is an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. I would say that about anyone who is running. And so I guess my question to you is, what's the difference between your position and what Stuart Knight did?
What I will tell you, sir, is that I am dedicated to finding the answers to what happened. And like every Secret Service agent, we don't shirk from our responsibilities. I will remain on and be responsible to the agency, to this committee, to the former president, and to the American public.
But is there a reason you wouldn't just do what Stuart Knight did after the Reagan assassination attempt?
I believe that I provided an answer.
There's nothing more that you have to say? I mean, do you really believe at this moment, given how divided the country is and the questions asked, that your service in this role is the best for the nation? I mean, I'm not saying you can't do public service again, you can't do something else again. Do you really genuinely in your heart believe that you being in this role is what's right for America at this moment? I mean, do you think there are people who are Trump supporters who have confidence in you? The one thing that we've got to have agencies in this country that are transcend politics, that have the confidence of independents, Democrats, Republicans, progressives, conservatives. Do you really believe that the majority of this country has confidence in you right now?
I believe that the country deserves answers, and I am committed to finding those answers and providing those answers.
Well, look, I believe, Director Cheatle, that you should resign. I think there are colleagues on both sides of the aisle who believe that, and I hope you'll consider it. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Director Cheatle, did local law enforcement ESU teams have compromise authority to engage a perceived threat?
Yes.
Why do you think they didn't use it?
I believe that they follow the same use of force that our agency...
You don't, when you have compromise authority, you don't have to get permission if you perceive a threat. And there were not just the ESU units, but there were local law enforcement that had line of sight on the shooter before the shots were taken. So One of my questions is there was supposed to be a briefing with the Secret Service sniper units, your counter assault team members, with the contract team, with the local ESU teams. That didn't take place. Why was that?
So I have been told that there has been a briefing. There was a briefing that took place.
I've been told that there wasn't one.
And again, we are still looking into the facts of the investigation. So
Let me ask you this. When were you informed that there was a credible threat against President Trump, former President Trump? When did you learn of that?
Sir, the former president has a number of threats.
I didn't ask you that. There was a credible threat from Iran. When were you informed of that? Answer the question.
We have been monitoring the threats
You
for the
knew
former
before.
president.
You knew before the rally, okay? All right. The site security plan is generally drafted by the site supervisor and the site agent, probably out of the Pittsburgh district office. Did they take into account the credible threat against President Trump?
Our personnel take into account the threats that are
Then
out
why
there.
would they leave a building? And I will correct the distance that's been quoted. It was about 140 yards with clear line of sight to the president. Why was that building not occupied on the roof? I mean, you could have put Barney Fife on the roof and kept somebody from getting up there. So why wasn't that done?
The plan that was developed that day encompassed a number of security mitigations.
The issue is the site supervisor, the site agent, and the special agent in charge, who I think signed off on the plan, did not include that in the inner perimeter, and they didn't have a plan to secure the building. As I understand it, the Butler County ESU unit was situated on the second floor of a building next to that, but they didn't have a clear line of sight of the roof. The angle was too severe. The photograph that was taken of the young man, of the shooter, when he had the rangefinder, was taken at 5:15. It wasn't until 5:38 that photograph was transmitted to the Secret Service sniper units. I don't understand the lack of interoperability here in the communication process. I don't understand why people didn't perceive that as a credible threat. The video that Mr. Christian Morphy had shown there was clearly a credible threat. So how is it that all of these mistakes could be made? How many explosive devices were found on or near the site?
Again, I would have to defer you to the FBI.
Madam, I believe they were in his car, and I think there might have been one near a main gas line. It wasn't just the fact that he had a rifle. It was the fact that he had the ability to inflict enormous harm, enormous numbers of casualties, had those devices exploded. I want to know also, when your agents conduct a site review, are they fully informed of all of the threats that are being made against the principle that they're protecting?
What I can tell you is that when our agents go out to conduct an advance, their whole goal is to ensure the safety and security.
I understand what their goal is. The failure to secure that building not only put the former president's life in danger, it put the lives of individuals in the crowd in danger as well. I mean, the Reagan shooting, there were other people shot at that time as well. And the Secret Service members' lives were in danger. So I don't understand how you can continue to stay in the position you're in when this was a failure of historic magnitude. 43 years without anything like this happening. And you failed, in this case, in a spectacular way. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend you and the ranking member on your joint statement and for holding this hearing that we might all at least attempt to try to get some answers. Some of us, Ms. Cheetle, grew up in an era not too unlike what we see today in terms of political violence. And some of us remember the November 22nd, 1963, assassination of President Kennedy. Some of us, like myself, remember 2 days later when Jack Ruby on live TV shot and killed Lee Harvey Oswald. We've seen over and over and over since that time these kind of attempts, whether it was the assassination of Martin Luther King or Bobby Kennedy, or the attempted attack on George Wallace in Laurel, Maryland, the shooting in 1981 of Ronald Reagan, our friend and colleague Steve Scalise shooting here in D.C., and the unfortunate attack on Paul Pelosi, and now this matter regarding former President Trump. Let me try, if I might, to take another walk at this. People just assume that whoever is in charge takes full responsibility when there's never been, at least on this magnitude and scale, this sort of failure. So when members ask you, are you going to resign, and you say you have no intention to, they are perplexed, like many people who watch what's going on. And there's some things I just don't understand. Why was the building, the ARG building, placed outside of the perimeter when clearly it was close enough for someone to launch an attack?
So again, sir, we are looking into all of the details of how the advance was comprised, but I can tell you that there was overwatch on that building provided that day.
By a drone?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of technology or assets that were used in
well,
this forum.
I think it's fair to say the overwatch failed because the shooter got up on the roof and stayed there for a while, and people had pointed him out. So do you think that your overwatch was a failure in that case?
I think that we need to know the full details to understand how this occurred.
And why was the rooftop left naked to begin with? Can you tell us that, considering it was within the line of sight and so very close?
Again, I can't speak to the specifics of this particular event site, but what I can tell you is that when the Secret Service develops an advance plan, they take into account a number of factors when they're building their advance. If there are buildings or areas of concern, and overwatch is one of those mitigations that they want to put in place, then they will cover off areas of responsibility.
I understand that, but the shooter came to the attention of your agency 52 minutes before the former president got to the stage. Did anybody get assigned to watch or cover that individual who had already been seen with a advanced finder on him and other suspicious matters? Was anybody assigned to track him?
So what I'd like to clarify is that a suspicious individual
I got that part.
was
It's
brought
not a threat.
to the attention
I know.
of our personnel. And again, having a rangefinder at an outdoor event.
Well, let me ask you this. When the suspicious person was brought to the attention of the Secret Service, was anybody in the detail ordered to follow and stay with that suspicious person just because they might become a threat?
So we have a number of teams that are on the ground. And again, we are trying to verify the timelines of when those notifications were made to our personnel so that they could assume the responsibility of trying to track that individual.
Ms. Cheetle, there has been a lot of discussion, some of which raised itself earlier in this hearing, about poor staff morale within your agency. And I have the July 17th report of Government Executive, which is a credible reporting service for the federal government, for employees. And the 2023 ranking of places to work within the federal government showed, and this is through the Office of Personnel Management, that the Secret Service came in 413th out of 459 sub-agencies and agencies. Can you explain that?
Certainly. What I can tell you is the Secret Service is a difficult job. It challenges our employees daily. It's holidays, it's weekends, it's no leave periods.
But Madam, people come to work knowing that. You do explain that when you hire somebody. They know that. It's the same with other agencies. They miss holidays, they come to work at odd hours. But to be worked, one of the worst places to work within the federal government, 413 out of 459? I just need an explanation. What do you think as the director there?
I think that this
And that's the last question, but please answer Mr. Mfube's question.
I think that this is a challenging job. I think that it's a challenging environment to be in law enforcement, and we do have a no-fail mission, and our folks are tasked with that every day, 365 days of the year. But I can tell you I've also taken a number of measures since I have been the director to recruit and retain and stem the tide of attrition in our agency, which will hopefully alleviate some of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I join in the calls of all of our members to say thank you for doing this hearing on a bipartisan basis. Director, I'm not going to sit here and say you ought to resign, but I am going to say that you have not given us confidence that you have the ability to understand what happened, to take the responsibility in terms of understanding. You've spent a number of years. How many years do you say you've been with the agency?
29.
Well, I spent 16 years with AT&T, moved 7 times with them, and had a really good feel about their operations, how they worked, what was acceptable, who was responsible. And I've heard you say today numbers of times, well, you've got to wait. Well, you've got to wait. Wait for the final report. When is the final going to happen? I mean, how long do we have to wait before you can give us credible answers? You've been there 28 years. You've had a few days to be able to draw your own analysis of this. You should understand the entire process. You talked about being on the team, perhaps in Georgia. You have talked about your experience in this. You've talked about the professional nature of the agency. That I don't doubt. But the director, just like it was when I ran my operations at AT&T, was responsible for making sure they worked. And in business, it either works or it doesn't work. There's no in between. It either works or it does not work. And your job as the, in essence, administrator, the director, is to make sure it looks right and works. And I've not heard you say one thing about my analysis is, I have asked these questions. It's always, I've got to sit back and wait for someone else to decide that. So I'm going to ask you a question that maybe you can answer. Have any employees been disciplined for their role in Butler, PA incident?
No, sir, not at this time. I am asking those questions.
So no employee has been disciplined and no employee has been placed in any position that would place their job in jeopardy nor their standing in the agency.
We are still in the process of
That's
interviewing
not what
people.
I asked. You're the person that runs the place. You're the person that knows right from wrong, good from bad. You've had a number of days, and now you come before this committee knowing you're going to be before us, and you've got to slough it off to someone else. Do you see where there was something that went wrong as a professional at an agency with 28 years, or do you have to count on someone else to give you the final report?
I see that something went wrong, and I've acknowledged that something went wrong.
Then what went wrong?
I
Was
need
the
to-
special agent in charge not doing their job? Was the shooter given extra time? Was the sniper doing their job? I mean, these are things that people who've been around for 28 years can analyze quickly. I watched it live on TV, and then within minutes saw a number of facts and factors that would have and should have been known by people who were there. You've got 28 years. You're showing up here telling us and the American public, well, I've got to wait for the final answer. What is your evaluation?
I'm asking those same questions.
Well, no, you're before the
And
committee. Tell us what went wrong. A special agent in charge, the person who was there. Tell us, and don't try and play a shell game with us. Do you have the ability to effectively, as the director of this agency, to understand what went wrong and at least tell us, I do or don't know what I'm doing? And we come away with, and I'm not asking for you to resign. I'm asking for you, if you've got this experience, then you should be able to say to us, we know what we did wrong. It was a failure in our system, and we're immediately making these corrections. That's why you're having a difficult time with this group of members of Congress, because we saw it too. We've seen the things, but you are the 28-year expert. You are the person that, and only you, that can make the changes. And I hear you say, well, I've got to wait for a final report before at 28 years experience. That is why we think what you're doing, the answers you're giving us are not correct, and you are not using your professional expertise. Mr. Chairman, I will allow her to respond.
I am asking those same questions, sir, and I assure you, when I have a full and complete report of exactly what happened, there will be accountability, and we will make changes.
Before I recognize the question, just out of curiosity, Director, it's been 9 days. Every American wants these questions answered. Do you have a ballpark estimate of when what Mr. Sessions asked you would be able to answer?
So I can tell
time-wise?
I can tell you on our mission assurance, internal investigation, we are targeting to have that completed within 60 days. There's also an external investigation that is going to be taking place. There are a number of Office of Inspector General investigations as well, and we are working in concert. And then, of course, there is the Department of Justice, FBI, criminal investigation.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheatle, respectfully, what you had just laid out about 60 days. We are currently in the midst of an especially concentrated presidential campaign in the moment. That is also paired with, of course, elections happening across the country that are happening in about 100 days. So the notion of a report coming out in 60 days when the threat environment is so high in the United States, irrespective of party, is not acceptable. And I think it's very important to understand that. This is not theater. This is not about jockeying. This is about the safety of some of the most highly targeted and valued targets internationally and domestically in the United States of America. So the idea that a report will be finalized in 60 days, let alone prior to any actionable decisions that would be made, is simply not acceptable. It has been 10 days since an assassination attempt on a former president of the United States, regardless of party. There need to be answers. Again, this party, this committee, this is not a moment of theater. We have to make policy decisions, and we have to make them now. We do. And that may be and that may require legislation. That may require policy that we must pass in the immediate term. And without that, we are flying blind. So the lack of answers and the lack of report is just simply not something that we can accept here. Director Cheatle, is there a standard perimeter that the Secret Service establishes around an event, or are those perimeters independently determined per event and scenario?
There is no standard. Every event and every venue is different and treated as such.
So each event has a different perimeter that is established depending on the logistics of that event. Now, you established earlier that the building upon which the shooter operated from was outside of that established perimeter, correct, for the Butler, Pennsylvania event?
It was outside of our secure perimeter, yes.
Now, that building was, I believe, 500. How far away was that building from the president?
It was approximately 200 yards.
200 yards. Now, the individual used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question is, why does the Secret Service perimeter, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
There are a number of weapons out there with a number of ranges. Again, an advance was completed The determination of the perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account when we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
And so what I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
A perimeter was established, and even though there were buildings that were outside of that perimeter, it wasn't just that building, there were a number of buildings in the area, and there was overwatch that was created to help mitigate some of those buildings.
Respectfully, Dr. Cheetle, as well, as a person who has experienced an enormous amount of threat incidents, including incidents that have never been reported publicly, there is a common pattern that happens here, whether it's Secret Service, FBI, Capitol Police, local departments. After a critical security failure, we often hear there will be an independent investigation. That independent investigation gets set up. Usually the expectation is between 2 to 3 months after the incident, and then nothing really occurs from there. The report is usually not satisfactory to the questions that are usually being raised here, and most importantly, corrective action is rarely taken. If I were to state anything that I think is profoundly important, is that we need to have answers to the public. Ideally, I would encourage you and the agency to be more forthright with the members that still have yet to have their questioning, because the public deserves to have full confidence, and the stakes are too high. The violence that could break out in this political moment, regardless of party, in the event of someone getting hurt, constitutes a national security threat to the entire country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Could I go back to something you
Yes,
said?
please, feel free, Director.
Ma'am, if I could just speak to something you said at the outset when you started your questioning. I want to assure you and everyone on this committee that I'm not waiting for a report to take action. We have been conducting analysis all along, and we have been adding additional features to our security details since this incident occurred.
And I'd hope you can highlight and illuminate what some of those are in the event of other members questioning as well.
Very good. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent for that photo to go into the official record.
Without objection, to ordered.
Thank you. Director, your agency has a no-fail mission, and on Saturday, July 13th, your agency spectacularly failed. The failure resulted in the death of Corey Comparator and serious injury to 2 other rally attendees, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, besides the injuries to President Trump. It is unfathomable that a 20-year-old on the radar of Secret Service and local law enforcement before President Trump went on stage was able to climb onto the roof of a building with a rifle and fire off multiple rounds before he was neutralized. Was Mr. Crooks acting alone?
Again, I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation.
Was he just a lone gunman?
I would have to refer you to the FBI's investigation for motive.
What did the Technical Services Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
Those are questions that we are asking, and we are
I mean, you're sitting here today. Come on, Director. Everybody said this. You knew you were going to be asked that question because it's been asked multiple times. So this is an easy one. What did they determine was going to be the event perimeter? So you should know that. I mean, this is not, gee, I got to wait till someone else tells me. What was it?
Again, I don't want to speak to specifics of the event.
Okay,
that took place.
this is a specific.
I understand.
This is a specific that you ought to know. As someone who said the buck stops with me, I'm going to stay in my job, I'm going to give the answers to the American people, and I know what happened, except for you're not going to tell us. And you're not going to tell the American people. And you yourself said in an interview that foments this notion of conspiracy theories. Guess what? When you sit here and repeatedly tell people, hey, I have to wait, as frustrated everybody on this committee, guess what? it undermines your credibility and whether you're really going to get to it. So I'm going to ask you again, what did the Technical Service Division determine was going to be the event perimeter?
We are still gathering reports. We are interviewing individuals.
You know what it is, though. No, you're just not going to tell us, right?
When I have those details, I will most certainly share those.
Was the gun already on the roof, or did the shooter carry the gun up with him?
I do not have that information at this time.
Well, when was the last sweep of that roof done prior to the rally?
I do not have that information at this time.
So how many holds, I mean, so most of us here have been in events, and Secret Service has been there, there's been security, and I can't tell you how many times we've said there's going to be a security hold right here. So we're going to wait, and we wait to 1 or 2 or 3 minutes. And yet we're hearing from you, apparently, that there were no holds in place. So ever instituted here with President Trump's going on stage. And you said, and this is, I think, connected with this, you said they hadn't adjudicated the shooter to be a threat. He was adjudicated to be a suspicious person, even though we've got some dynamic video that Mr. Krishnamurthy put on the video for us. So I guess my question for you is, and I think you answered this, I just want to see if you're consistent with what you said about an hour and a half ago. What do you do if a suspicious person is identified by the agency?
So at a number of our events, it is not unusual.
I know it's not unusual. What do you do?
Those individuals that are identified as suspicious, we will send teams out
Was a team sent out here then?
There were teams that were sent to identify and interview that individual.
They were sent to interview the individual who's scampered up in camo on top of a roof within 130 yards of his target. And did your team get there? When did your team get there to conduct that interview?
I don't have the details on the timeline. It is my understanding.
So if you did send, if they did send a team and they're going to interview him, and you described that earlier as an investigation, why didn't they put a security hold on President Trump going on stage at that rally?
At a number of our protective sites, there are suspicious individuals that are identified all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that they constitute a threat.
Of course not. But here you got a guy scampering up the side of a building on top of a roof. It's identified to you, and you said you sent a team there. And you can't answer that. And this gets to one of my finer points, Mr. Chairman, if I can make it. And that is, we can have these kind of interview sessions, 5 minutes, everybody gets a kiss at the pig, 5 minutes, and she gets to stonewall us, not deliver answers. So we say, okay, we're going to put together a congressional committee, a blue ribbon committee. Same crap will happen. I am calling, and I'll support that, but I will tell you this, I am calling on the Speaker to give us and put together a truly independent commission of qualified former Secret Service agencies, presidential and VIP protective services people who can actually conduct this kind of investigation and give us real answers, because I don't think you're going to give us those answers. You should have come today ready to give us answers. I call upon you to resign today. And I also would say I've got a bunch of UC requests, if I can go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed with the request.
Thank you. I apologize. It might
that's all right. Go ahead.
It might take a moment.
Very important.
Anthony Guglielmi, the Secret Service spokesman, one from him.
Without objection, so ordered.
Article, U.S. Secret Service says it previously denied Trump requests for additional resources, New York Times reports.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service says it denied earlier Trump requests for more federal resources.
Without objection, so ordered.
Secret Service acknowledges denying some past requests by Trump's campaign for tighter security.
Without objection, so ordered.
Preliminary findings by Senator Ron Johnson and his committee.
Without objection, so ordered.
Articles entitled, Notice Anything Different About Trump's Secret Service Detailed. Next, former Biden official corrects herself after saying Dems must turn their fire on Donald Trump to beat him. Secret Service director says buck stops with her, but she will not resign. Disney Star Wars Mark Hamill cracks joke about Trump's ear bandage following assassination attempt. Biden, I haven't engaged in inciting rhetoric. Trump has. I'm just talking about threat to democracy. Piece called Who is Secret Service Chief Kimberly Cheatle? Charlemagne the God says Trump solely responsible for violent rhetoric that led to attempt on his life. Video actress Amanda Seales pushes conspiracy theory Donald Trump assassination trip was staged. Report Secret Service identified rooftop as a potential vulnerability days before the rally. Watch BlackRock removes ad showing former President Donald Trump's would-be assassin. Why does the Biden administration have 100% confidence Secret Service after assassination attempt? Secret Service Director, we didn't put snipers on the roof because it was kind of sloped. Here's what Thomas Matthew Crooks did in the days leading up to Trump assassination attempt. Secret Service Director under scrutiny for diversity initiatives after Trump assassination attempt. The official story on Trump's shooting makes no sense at all. Andrew McCabe says Trump assassination.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I'm happy to assent to all of them. I just so as to facilitate
You don't want me
our
to read?
proceedings.
Is it too tedious?
Well, we're not even really hearing them anyway. So if we could, it's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
You would like me to slow? I'll slow it down. I was probably going too fast. Secret Service's explanations for security failures ahead of Trump assassination attempt are not adding up. U.S. reportedly received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate President Trump. What WTH, Secret Service now saying that they didn't put any agents on the roof because slight slope was too dangerous. Report, U.S. officials received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump before Crook's attempt. Exclusive GOP rep cloud. Homeland Security Agency is interfering in House's assassination investigation. Why Trump's raised fist after surviving assassination attempt is triggering the liberal media. Questions swirl over the security lapse at Trump rally, reviving old concerns about Secret Service. Secret Service scrambles to shift blame after Trump shooting as backlash hits hard. Nobody contacted me. Must-see 6-camera split screen of assassination attempt captures everything shooter was in open 2+ minutes. Murillo, 5 reasons you should be angry. Breaking, shooter spotted up to 30 minutes before firing, reported multiple times. Pictures taken, no one stopped him. Cheetle calls the 30 minutes between noticing and neutralizing shooter a very short period of time. Secret Service Director says buck stops with me on Trump assassination attempt but won't resign.
Mr. Biggs, we'll stop right there. We can retake them on the next one. I know there are more,
Okay.
but without objection, we'll enter into the record all of those, and we'll take up the others after the next speaker. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to highlight certain comments from Ranking Member Raskin, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, President Biden and Vice President Harris, and that is political violence is completely unacceptable in this country, full stop. It is an assault on our democracy itself, and I am devastated by this attack on a candidate for the president, for the office of the highest office in the land, and continue to pray for the victims of this shooting and their families. As someone who has known gun violence firsthand, no one should have to experience the pain of losing a loved one to weapons of war. It is deeply unfortunate political violence has become far too common. Whether it is the deadly attack on the Capitol on January 6th, the assault on Speaker Pelosi's husband, or the threats of violence against election workers, we all must work to condemn political violence and tone down the rhetoric. So, Director Cheetle, on behalf of the hardworking men and women of the Secret Service, can you give us some perspective as into what goes into securing an event like the rally? Like, how much time do you have to prepare?
Thank you for the question. Generally, when we receive notification that there's going to be an event taking place at a venue, the advance team assignments are made, and there is a 5-day process to conduct walkthroughs, coordinate with staff, local staff, and whether it be campaign staff or the protectee staff, and then with local law enforcement on where the perimeter is going to be, the size and the scope of the event, how many attendees there are going to be, if it's an indoor rally, outdoor rally, what sort of assets are available locally, what sort of assets the Secret Service can bring to bear, and what the scope of the event that the staff is trying to accomplish.
So to that point, how many agents were recommended or requested as opposed to how many were assigned?
So I'm not going to get into specifics of how many were assigned, but those numbers that were requested were provided.
And how many local agents were involved in the preparation, if you will, that you talked about, that 5-day preparation?
So there were a number of local agents from the local office, as well as agents from the former Trump detail that were involved in that advanced process.
Do we have a number?
I do have a number. I'm not going to release that number in this setting.
You're not making this easy for us. This is a shocking incident on the former president's life and an appalling instance of political violence and a threat to our democratic values. I'm thankful that the former president is on the mend. And again, I'm grieving for the family and friends of Corey Compatore, who lost a loved one in this shooting and now know the unbearable pain of gun violence. I really hope this serves as a reminder about our responsibility to attack policies, not personalities, to be honest and truthful, and to treat one another with dignity, respect, and thoughtfulness. And with that, I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for those very powerful and moving remarks. Director Cheatle, we don't want to lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack. We cannot lose a presidential candidate to an AR-15 attack, and we can't lose any more citizens to AR-15 mass violence, mass shootings. And we certainly don't want an attempted AR-15 assassination or assassination attempt to set off political violence or riots in America. So this is deadly serious business. The vice-ranking member pointed out that a report in 60 days won't do it for us because we have a responsibility. Members of Congress have a responsibility to take action now if there's anything we can do to prevent this. So my question for you is, what is informing your operational decisions right now that you've invoked? Without a report, can you tell us what are the preliminary judgments, or if you don't want to foreshadow the report, fine. What are your personal, professional judgments informing the operational decisions you're making right now?
Certainly, and I appreciate that question. I don't want to make any preliminary judgments on what happened on this particular day, but I can tell you that we have looked at, as we did immediately in the aftermath, what the security plan for the Republican National Convention was going to be, and we made adjustments to the interior of the perimeter there. We looked at the protectees that we have here in the Washington, D.C. area and our protective sites, and we did make some adjustments to their security posture. And as we continue to move through the next several weeks, even yesterday with the announcement of the president no longer running, we have made adjustments to the vice president's detail. We are already prepared for an eventual VP nominee, and we continue to make those assessments. I think it just shows how dynamic the environment is that this agency works in every day.
So you've made the same kinds of common sense judgments and intuitive recommendations that members of the public and members of Congress are asking about right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And before I recognize Ms. Mace, I have to say, Director, we're pretty close to the halfway point during this. You answered more questions with an ABC reporter than you have with members of Congress. We have a lot more questions. The American people are demanding that we get answers to those questions, and that's what the purpose of this hearing is today. So I'm sure a lot of the questions that have already been asked are going to be asked again, and hopefully we can get some answers to those questions. I strongly implore you to answer those questions. You're here with a subpoena, and we expect you to answer the questions. Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheatle, the American people are watching, and they're wondering if there are any questions you can answer honestly today. So, Director Cheatle, I have a series of questions, very specific questions. I want very specific answers. Most of my questions are going to demand a yes or no answer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay, my first question. Both sides of the aisle today have asked for your resignation. Would you like to use my 5 minutes to draft your resignation letter, yes or no?
No, thank you.
Was this a colossal failure?
It was a failure.
Yes or no? Was it a colossal failure is the question, yes or no?
I have admitted this is a terrible.
This is a yes or no series of questions. Was this a colossal failure, yes or no?
Yes.
Was this tragedy preventable, yes or no?
Yes.
Has the Secret Service been transparent with this committee?
Yes.
Would you say the fact that we had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today as being transparent, yes or no?
I have always been
Yes
eager to
or no?
come
You didn't
and
want to
talk
answer
to
the question.
committee.
We had to issue a subpoena to get you to show up today. That is not transparent, by the way. You stated earlier, Secret Service is not political. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political, yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record articles by Punchbowl News, Political Playbook, Washington Post, all done at 5:24 a.m., 6:12 a.m., 6:34 a.m., a solid 3 to 4 hours before this committee got your statement.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay. Is the Secret Service fully cooperating with our committee?
Yes.
Okay, you say you're fully cooperating with this committee. On July 15th, this committee sent you a list of demands of information that we wanted. Has the Secret Service provided this committee a complete list of all law enforcement personnel that were there that day? Have you done that? Have you provided a list to the Oversight Committee? Yes or no?
I will have to get back to you on that.
That is a no. Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th, yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I want to.
Come on.
We have to maintain decorum in this committee, no matter how
have you provided
upset we
any
get.
and all memos to this committee that we've asked you on July 15th? Have you provided all memorandums within the Secret Service?
I would have to get back to you on
that. That is a no. You are being dishonest or lying. Like you're being dishonest here with this committee. These are important questions that the American people want answers to, and you're just dodging and talking around it in generalities. And we had to subpoena you to be here, and you won't even answer the questions. We have asked you repeatedly to answer our questions. This isn't hard. These are not hard questions. Have you provided us all communications from the Secret Service related to that day and that rally? Have you provided this committee? We've asked for this information on July 15th. Have you provided any of this information that this committee has asked of the Secret Service? Any of it?
I'll have to get back to you.
Have you even read this letter that we sent you? Did you even read this?
Yes.
Okay. And you have said you don't know, you have no idea. Well, the answer is no. We haven't gotten a single document or piece of information or data from you or your agency in related to the rally that we have asked you for. So was this attempted assassination of Donald Trump a failure of training or execution or both?
I think that those are answers that we need to
Training,
examine.
execution, or both? Which one?
I think those are answers.
All right. How many Secret Service personnel have lost their jobs due to this colossal failure?
At this time, none.
How many Secret Service personnel have been required to take a refresher course on how not to let people shoot Donald Trump?
Our personnel are currently operational. We are examining the facts of this investigation, and we will make the changes necessary.
What time did law enforcement become aware that there was an individual on the roof with a clear line of sight to President Trump?
I am still verifying timelines.
Of course. 9 days in, you have no answers. How many minutes went by between the time law enforcement saw and took photos of crooks and the shooting? How many minutes?
I am still verifying timelines.
57 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Stansberry, I believe I want to recognize Mr. Mfume for a unanimous consent.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg your indulgence. I meant to do this earlier. I'd like to have unanimous consent that it be submitted for the record the 2023 ranking of best and worst workplaces in the federal government, compiled by the Office of Personnel Management, which shows the United States Secret Service coming in, again, as I said earlier, 413th out of 459 sub-agencies, and this appears in the July 17th edition of Government Executive.
Without objections ordered. Chair now recognizes Ms. Stansbury from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by just saying that part of why you have bipartisan agreement here on the dais about the severity and importance of this hearing is because this is not just a single shooting. This is about national security and the security of our democracy. It's not just one operational failure. This is about our public officials safe, and what does that signal to our country and to the world about American security and the ability of our officials to do their job safely? So I want to start by saying thank you to all of our brave men and women who are in the uniform, whether it's the Secret Service or local law enforcement, who put their lives on the line. I think obviously we honor their service, but this is really about operational failures and what it means for our country at large. And I also want to reaffirm that we must condemn unequivocally political violence of any kind, not just political violence, and that it cannot be tolerated in this democracy. And also to offer my prayers for the slain Fire Chief Corey Comprador, and also prayers for those who've been injured. Now, I think, the tone of this hearing is, how is it that a 20-year-old young man with a gun that was legally purchased by his father could, on the day of a rally, go to a gun shop, legally purchase ammunition, show up to a secured site, and then not only attempt an assassination of a political figure, but kill and injure 2 others? How could this happen? I'm not asking yet. I think we've had a lot of testimony here today. I want to talk a little bit about the timeline. Now, here's what we know, and I know, Director, you were also on the call that we had a few days ago with the FBI and other law enforcement, so I respect that you are not able to share, based on your testimony, some of the details that are currently being investigated, but I know you were on the call because I heard you on the call and you heard them too. So I'm going to lay out the timeline a little bit. On July 3rd, the rally was announced that it was going to be in Butler. On July 6th, 3 days later, we know that the shooter searched for dates for Trump and DNC events. On July 7th, so this is 4 days after the announcement, the shooter went to the site. He actually physically went to the site. On July 12th, the shooter went to a gun range where he and his dad regularly go and practiced shooting. And the next day, on July 13th, he went to the site again before the rally began. We know that he then went and searched online for a gun store, where he went and he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, went home, got his father's AR, which was legally purchased, and returned to the venue. At 5 p.m. that evening, this is more than an hour before Donald Trump actually took the stage that evening, local law enforcement were made aware that there was a suspicious man. In fact, at 5:20, local law enforcement flagged that he had a rangefinder, and they radioed their concerns and sent around pictures of the individual. At 5:40, 20 minutes before local law enforcement actually identified the shooter, and at 5:51, Secret Service was notified of the suspicious person by the state police, and 1 minute later, they distributed that information. That was before Donald Trump even took the stage. That was 11 minutes before he took the stage. So the Secret Service was aware that there was a suspicious person. At 6:03, he took the stage. At 6:09, rally-goers, as was shown in the video, identified this gentleman climbing on the roof. At 6:11, 3 shots were heard, 3 rounds of shots, and of course, the president and the other victims were shot.
This shooter was a 20-year-old young man, no criminal record, legally purchased gun and ammunition, who for days in the lead up to this shooting was searching mass shooters. He even had a picture of a mass shooter on his cell phone the day of the shooting. He searched for explosives. He searched high-level officials. So the American people want to know, how did a 20-year-old young man with access to a military-style weapon actually bring it onto an unsecured perimeter who for days had been planning a mass shooting event? And I think that, Madam Director, with all due respect, the answers that we've received here in this hearing today are completely unsatisfactory. How could this happen? We need answers. We need answers not just for the family members of the gentleman who was killed and those who were injured, but we need answers for our democracy. Because as others have stated here today, we are in a highly politically charged environment right now. We are only weeks away from one of the most significant presidential elections in American history, and it is clear that our public officials' safety has not been secured. And it is not just a matter of one shooting, it is a matter of national security. So I hope that you will take our comments to heart. I hope that there will be accountability, and we need answers. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheetle, I have a question just right off the bat. Something that you've bragged about repeatedly is that you've increased protection for the 36 individuals that the Secret Service is also entrusted with. Is that correct?
I think I stated that we currently have 36 protectees and that we continue to make evaluations on where those levels of protection are provided.
You've mentioned specific increases in protection that you've provided for some of those individuals, correct?
Correct.
Based on what?
Well, some of it has been as a result of the tragic incident that occurred on the 13th. We went back and reassessed where we were at in providing protection and wanted to make sure that we were not, overlooking anything considering this most recent incident.
So the Secret Service needed to learn that allowing a rooftop 150 yards away from a protectee, not putting that in a perimeter, not having someone guarding that roof, that information is new to you and it's caused you to increase protection to other folks that are under your care?
I think it is prudent after any incident that occurs to go back and take a look at your current practices and see if there is anything that needs to be done differently.
It's inconsistent because what you said earlier to Mr. Turner was that the protection that you were offering to President Trump was in line with the current threats, him being a former president, him being a nominee of a major political party, the threats from Iran, the protection that you're providing him was adequate. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it's a problem that the Americans' trust in the federal government is an all-time low? Do you think that's a problem?
I think that it's unfortunate.
I don't know why you're quibbling with my word. Is it a problem or is it not?
I think the American public deserves to have trust in their federal government.
Okay. I don't know why you're being difficult. It's a simple question. Are you concerned about the increasing prevalence of conspiracy theories going on out there right now?
Yes.
I am too. You've been incredibly inconsistent with your answers before this committee today and what you were willing to reveal. You've acknowledged that the shooter was identified with a rangefinder, that President Trump's detail was sufficient for the threats he faced from Iran, that certain details were erroneously reported, in your words, but you haven't been willing to provide any information about the decision to place the building in question outside the perimeter, the explosives placed in the shooter's vehicle, the use of a drone by the shooter, or when exactly the Secret Service identified the shooter as a threat rather than merely suspicious. What is your standard today for what you are willing to answer and what you are not, because you've been inconsistent?
I'm certain that you can understand that some of the information that's been provided to you thus far has come from the FBI's investigation and has come from information that we have released. I want to make sure that information that is being provided to this committee is consistent and is factual.
But the question about the drone that the chairman asked at the beginning of the hearing, he said, do you know this information? And you acknowledge that, yes, you do know the information, you just don't want to tell us. I guess my question is that if you wanted to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, which you've acknowledged you're not, you're drawing conclusions right now and making changes. But if that was your standard, that you want to wait till the end of the investigation to draw conclusions, okay, at least you would be consistent in that. But what we're wanting to know today, and what would dispel some of the conspiracy theories out there, what would increase trust with the American people, is for you to let facts out, for you to tell us what you know. And I want to understand from you, why is that a problem? Why is it inconsistent with a quality investigation to release to the American people today at least the information that you know for sure? Because you certainly know for sure more information than you're willing to give us today.
I have released that there was a failure and that there are gaps that we need to make sure that they don't happen again.
That's not acceptable. That's not enough. That doesn't quell any conspiracy theories out there. In your 27 years of experience, would you have been concerned about an elevated location within 150 yards of a protectee that did not have a Secret Service presence? Just based on your experience.
What I can tell you is that every site and every venue
No. I'm asking for your experience. Looking at this situation, would that have been of concern to you? Or would you have agreed that it's fine, it doesn't need to be covered?
What I have explained today
You're
is
not going to
that
answer.
there was...
Is it true that at 5:45 p.m., approximately 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, the Beaver County Emergency Services Unit noticed the shooter on the roof and photographed him? Is that a fact or not?
That is the information that I have from the FBI's report, yes.
You haven't been willing to share whether or when this was communicated to the Secret Service, so I'd like to get into the difference between suspicious activity and threatening activity. Is it suspicious or threatening if an individual is seen around the perimeter with a rangefinder? Is that just suspicious?
That could be termed as suspicious.
If that same individual with the rangefinder is found on a rooftop, is that still just suspicious, or is that considered threatening?
That could be termed still as suspicious.
All right, my time is over. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And obviously, I want to start by stressing that political violence is always unacceptable and acknowledging that this is still an ongoing investigation. But oversight hearings like this are essential components of an investigation, and I want to thank the chair for pulling this together. Madam Director, I appreciate you for being here. The events of July 13th raised serious questions about the efficacy and thoroughness of the security protocols in place. The gravity of the fact that an unsophisticated gunman was able to secure his perch and take a shot at a former president despite multiple layers of security and intelligence are not lost on me. Before I came to Congress, I used to work advance for a major political candidate and have interacted with many different law enforcement agencies on large political events like the one that just happened. How many times was the Secret Service alerted about a suspicious person at the July 13th campaign event prior to the first shot being shot?
I don't have an exact number to share with you today, but from what I've been able to discern, somewhere between 2 and 5 times there was some sort of communication about a suspicious individual.
To the Secret Service specifically? Mm-hmm. According to reports, the shooter was photographed twice by security officers prior to the shooting. A police officer saw the shooter on the ground and reported him with a photograph as a suspicious person. Multiple local law enforcement officers identified the shooter, radioed that he was acting suspiciously near the event's magnetometers. A local law enforcement tactical team saw the shooter on a roof and notified other security services and also photographed him. One police officer who photographed the shooter saw him scoping out the roof and carrying a rangefinder. My question is, and you've answered this, but why, or you haven't answered this, why wasn't the event paused right then?
Again, I'm not clear on the timeline of when the Secret Service shift and the counter sniper were notified.
But earlier, Madam Director, earlier you said that the Secret Service would have paused the rally if they identified a threat.
Correct.
So why wasn't it paused?
Because I have to assume that they did not know that there was a threat when they brought the president out on the stage.
I feel like this is a breakdown in communication between local law enforcement, you all, and other actors at the rally. And again, as someone who's worked on these, I understand that there's multiple people with multiple with the ability to make different decisions on the ground. I've taken over the last week, I've spoken with a lot of folks in local law enforcement in my district and across the country that I've worked with before, and other people have brought up concerns around being able to communicate with with Secret Service during these big events and having their flags taken seriously. I do believe that if Secret Service believed that there was a legitimate threat, that they would have paused the rally. My concern is before that something was flagged and it wasn't taken as seriously as it should have been taken. So I think this shows an issue with communication, and I want to know, Madam Director, what you intend to do to fix that, not in 60 days, but now. We are in the middle of a presidential election, obviously a former president who had an assassination attempt, another rally goer who was killed due to this gun violence. We now have a presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party who's also historic, first black woman to be running for president. And so I am worried about everybody's life. What do you all intend to do to fix this communication breakdown and making sure that you actually take what local law enforcement, local folks are saying more seriously?
We take what local law enforcement relays to us seriously. Let me just be clear on that. As far as the communication.
But not this time.
We always trust our law enforcement partners and have a great relationship with them. We are looking at whether or not there was a communication breakdown. If that was the case, we will take steps to ensure that we correct that, because to your point, we cannot have a communication breakdown.
Madam Director, does you mentioned that the perimeter of the event did not include the rooftop where the shooter was. Does your responsibility and the Secret Service's responsibility to protect a principal stop at the perimeter of an event?
Our responsibility is to ensure the safety and security of the event itself and the protectee who is attending that event and the personnel who are protecting.
So you would say the fact that the rooftop was outside the perimeter is not an excuse for what happened, saying that it was outside the perimeter of the event?
I am not offering that as an excuse.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
How did a 20-year-old loner with a week's notice pick the absolute best location to assassinate President Trump when the entire Secret Service missed it? Director Cheatle, in your leadership, your agency got outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a 20-year-old. How can we have any confidence that you could stop a trained professionals from a nefarious nation state?
Those are absolutely questions that we need to have.
I know they're questions, but the fact of the matter is we can't have that confidence. Director, do you have the ability personally, and do you have the authority to beef up security of any of your protectees?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So were you also aware there was a credible threat President Trump was facing? He was facing a heightened security threat to a foreign adversary?
Yes.
Okay. So given that there was an increased threat to President Trump's life, was he provided a full security complement akin to what a sitting U.S. president would receive?
He was provided a full complement of security based on the threat assessment that we had.
That's not my question.
And the venue.
My question is, if he'd been the sitting president, would he have had the same security he had on July 13th, or would have been beefed up?
There is a difference between the sitting president.
So your answer is he didn't?
And continuity of government and the responsibility that we have.
So he did not. Okay, there wasn't a CAT team, a full CAT team on site. There wasn't counter-surveillance teams on site. But this is the thing. You just said you had the ability to beef up the security. You knew about the threat, and you didn't. And that's as telling as it is chilling. We have satellite images from the Butler Fairgrounds. Have you visited the site?
No, I have not.
9 days and you have not visited the site. You should have been there that night. Did you talk to, that evening, did you talk to the team, the heroes that surrounded the president? Did you call them that night?
They were still operational working.
So that's an answer is no. Did you call them the next day?
President. Yes, I spoke with
You called them the very next day, not the day of, or was it 72 hours after?
I don't know the timeline, but I spoke with
Okay,
them
because you're under oath.
immediately following.
I think it was 72 hours after. You waited 3 days. What is immediately clear is that there are a number of structures that need to be secured. Of these, Director, other than the first, immediate 4, what's the most dangerous site that should have been secured? Because security 101, you got to mitigate the high ground.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the next most dangerous site, what was the closest structure to the president other than the 4 immediate ones that you had your counter sniper teams on?
There are a number of structures around that event site.
You know who the shooter knew? The shooter has visited the site 2 more times than you have, and he had a drone, and he picked the AGR building. So you said, do you remember in an ABC interview you did that you didn't have people on the roof of the AGR building because you were worried about safety because of the slope?
I recall that statement.
Okay. Does the Secret Service have written policy you can share with us about slope roofs?
No.
Okay. So why'd you act like there was one? Because is it your practice to comment on enormous events of enormous national implications when you're ignorant of the facts? That's rhetorical. So here's this thing with the slopes. You go all up to like 1812, you can go to a 112, which is about as flat as you can get without it being completely flat. And you're saying that there was a danger, safety concern there, but the problem is, Director, you put your counter snipers on a 312 roof, which is steeper than the 112. And by the way, the 112 is ADA compliant. You can build a ramp for a wheelchair on a 112 roof. So these are nothing but pathetic excuses, and they make no sense, and they're a bunch of cow dung. All the law enforcement I've spoken with over the last 9 days are amazed that the AGR rooftop was not secure. And you want to know why? Because it's dangerous. I have never had any long gun training in my life. I own an AR-15, and last time I shot it one time my whole life. It was 6 years ago. That is until Saturday, where we recreated the events in Savoy, Texas. We recreated what happened in Butler. I was lying prone on a sloped roof at 130 yards at 6:30 at night. And I knew that he had a scope. I didn't know what kind, red dot or magnified. So I shot 8 rounds from both. You know what the result was? 15 out of 16 kill shots. And the one I missed would have hit the president's ear. That's a 94% success rate. And that shooter was a better shot than me. It is a miracle President Trump wasn't killed. Corey Comparatore's life is over because that damn shooter made it on the roof. And it wasn't the roof that was dangerous, it was the nut job on top of the roof. You know what else is dangerous? I believe your horrifying ineptitude and your lack of skilled leadership is a disgrace. Your obfuscating today is shameful. And you should be fired immediately and go back to Garden Doritos. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the chair, the ranking member, for coming together and holding this hearing. But I have to say, I don't think any of our concerns have been addressed today, and what little we've learned has not inspired much confidence. I will just say that we obviously can't allow the violence we're seeing in this country become the norm or a commonplace, but that seems to be where we're heading. On this occasion, it was, very shockingly, a former president and current political candidate at a rally that we all assume is one of the most secure places we can be. But the violence we saw last Saturday is the same culture of violence that makes too many of our kids and our community members feel unsafe to play outside or to go to class or to simply live their lives each day. But again, this was a political rally, and it is supposed to be one of the most secure places. So we do have very specific questions about that. Director Cheatle, I'd like to start by following up on some of my colleagues' questions. My colleagues, Mr. Krishnamurthy and Mr. Frost, highlighted a number of points that showed the shooter presenting an active threat. So I'd like to ask you, Director Cheatle, to clarify what the protocol is for postponing or canceling an event based on a threat, and how the events on July 13 didn't meet those standards.
So again, I think we're talking about the distinction between suspicious behavior and a threat. And at the time that this individual was identified, they were displaying suspicious behavior. I'm still waiting for interviews from the FBI to determine what it was that identified that individual as suspicious and what those behaviors were.
To that question, does suspicious behavior vary between different events? For instance, if we have an event with a president, would there not be a heightened standard for suspicious behavior?
I think that there are a number of ways that someone could be identified as suspicious, and it doesn't matter whether it's at a rally or an indoor event or who the protectee is. I think it's up to law enforcement or citizens to identify someone as suspicious.
Okay, thank you. According to the Associated Press, at least 6 different agencies, including 2 sheriff's office, local police, state police, as well as fire and emergency rescue officials were involved in securing the rally in Butler. When there are so many teams that are collaborating, who takes the lead and how is that determined?
The Secret Service is responsible for the security of the site and the coordination.
And that was the case on July 13th?
Correct.
Okay. Changing gears, in 2024's appropriations budget, the Secret Service was given a little over $3 billion, which was about $78 million above what was requested. For 2025's budget, you've requested yet another increase. How much of these funds goes towards training and improving protection procedures?
I would have to get back to you on the training aspect of it, but about 30% of our budget is for protection and facilities and training.
But clearly the problem can't be a lack of funding. So what exactly do you see as the core problem that led to this failure, that led to your agency being outgunned by a 20-year-old using his father's gun and acting on his own without a particularly sophisticated plan or technology?
I think that we are waiting to determine exactly what those failures or failure was so that we can make sure that the Secret Service is stronger after this.
So we've heard a lot today that you can't answer because it's an ongoing investigation, that you're still figuring out the details, and that you won't answer basic questions. You've said 60 days for the investigation, but I simply don't think that's acceptable. Do you really plan to keep avoiding questions and the American people's questions, ours and the American people's questions, for the next 60 days?
I'm not avoiding questions. I want to make sure that I am providing factual and accurate information.
Certainly, but is there no in-between, right, between what is obviously a fact and what you can surmise from the details that you already have?
I assure you when I have a full and complete report of what took place on that day, I will certainly come back and make that available.
Certainly. Studies indicate that the United States is experiencing increasing levels of political violence and tension. Does the Secret Service see increasing political violence as a threat to its work? And if so, how is the Secret Service adapting its strategies and protocols to account for increasing political violence?
We are constantly evaluating the threats that we receive and monitoring that, and we make adjustments on a daily basis to our protectees based on what those threats are and what actions we need to take.
Yes or no? Do you believe that stricter controls on the availability of assault weapons would make it easier for the Secret Service to fulfill its missions of protecting public officials?
I think the Secret Service is tasked with providing a safe environment, which is why we put into place a number of mitigation factors.
Certainly, but do assault weapons make it easier or harder for you to do your job?
I think that any weapon makes it difficult for us to do our job.
Okay, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, real quick, at what time was Secret Service aware of the active threat against President Trump? Director, what time?
So the Secret Service was aware that there was an individual who had been identified as suspicious, and that individual was attempting to be tracked down.
At what time?
I don't have a specific timeline other than to tell
Director,
you,
it's been 9 days.
I understand
At what
that.
time?
I want to make sure that I give you factual information, sir.
Director, have you talked to the agents on the ground that day?
Yes, I have.
You've talked to all of them?
Mm-hmm.
Your senior team has talked to every agent that was on the ground that day?
Yes, we have.
Have they all corroborated the same time they identified the shooter or they were made aware of the shooter, either by attendees in the crowd or a local police department?
There are a number of reports of when those times were made.
Was it
those
5 minutes
notifications.
before the first shot rang out?
No.
Generally speaking, was it 10 minutes before the first shot rang out?
No.
Was it 15 minutes before the first shot rang out?
It was less than that time frame when it was identified as a threat.
How many days before the shooting took place did Secret Service actually do their advance work to secure the facility that the rally was going to be held at?
5 days.
In the 5 days prior, when the security advance team did their work, did they identify the rooftop as a potential threat?
Again, I'm pulling those reports and that information.
It's been 9
to
days,
conduct those
Madam
interviews.
Director. Did they notice a rooftop 150 yards away that was a potential threat? Yes or no?
I am certain that the rooftop was noticed. I am pulling the reports.
What was the security parameters around securing that rooftop? What did they do?
There was overwatch provided for that rooftop.
Did Overwatch fail?
I am waiting to hear what the results of the investigation were so that I can identify where the failure was.
Who did you talk to that was on the ground that day that was responsible for Overwatch? What are their names?
I'm not going to provide their names in this setting.
Did you talk to the people that were providing Overwatch that day?
I've talked to the people that conducted the advance on that day and that were working the shift and were the counter snipers on that day.
So you talked to the counter sniper team, you talked to the people who were providing Overwatch that day, and you talked to the advance team, correct?
Yes, sir.
What did they tell you?
We are putting together a comprehensive report so that I can identify exactly where the gaps and the failures.
When the counter sniper team was on the roof and they identified that there was suspicious activity on the roof in question, what was the chain of command's orders around the person on said roof? Because I'm quite sure somebody saw under your organization, the Secret Service, I'm quite sure somebody saw the shooter on the roof. So what was the communication through the chain of command to deal with said person?
What I can tell you is that when the individual was identified by the counter sniper, they took one shot and neutralized that individual.
But that was after the shooter already took a shot, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what you're saying now is that the Secret Service did not see the shooter on the roof until after the shooter took a shot?
I do not have all of those details at this time.
If you don't have those details after 9 days, Director, then what you're telling me is that you guys didn't see it. Is that correct?
I am telling you I don't have all the details of the sequence at this time.
Director, it's been 9 days. Either you have the information or you do not. Is that correct?
We are still in the process of conducting interviews and an investigation.
Some of my colleagues have texted me over the last couple days, bipartisan, about whether you should lose your job. And I've been quiet on that question because I wanted to see what you were going to do today. In my opinion, you do need to be fired immediately. And it is because this is gross incompetence. And the fact that it's been 9 days, and these are simple questions to answer, I'm quite sure if I asked any one of my kids if they got in trouble and I told them to give me the details, I would get more answers from them than I'm getting from you right now. And that's what's frustrating on a bipartisan basis, on a nonpartisan basis. This is a joke. And Director, you're in charge, and that's why you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Goldman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I want to follow up and just understand a little bit why there is so much information about this out in the public, including some from you and your communications team, and yet you're here pursuant to a subpoena under oath in front of Congress, and you're unable or unwilling to answer some of those same questions. Can you just explain why you are answering so many fewer questions here than you have to the media?
I'm answering the questions that I'm able to answer based on the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations.
But you have answered some of these questions previously, correct? To the public, to the media.
Which questions?
Well, did you have an interview with ABC News?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you explain the interaction between local law enforcement and the Secret Service, and that local law enforcement was responsible for securing the perimeter of the building where the shooter was?
I said that the Secret Service is responsible for designing and implementing and executing the security plan, and that we rely on the assistance of our local law enforcement partners to assist us with that plan.
Let me ask you something. Were you given any instructions about what you can and cannot answer here today?
My ability to answer questions is solely reflective of the fact that there are multiple ongoing investigations, and I want to make sure that I provide accurate information that doesn't conflict with any of those investigations that are going on.
So is it your view that you can't talk about anything that happened that day until those investigations are completed?
My view is that I want to make sure that this committee and the American public gets correct and actual information.
And So is it your view that that can only happen after the completion of the investigation?
It is my view that when the investigations are complete, that we will be able to share that information.
And how about before that?
If I have factual information that I can share before that, I absolutely will.
I'm guessing you have factual information as to when the suspicious photograph of the suspicious person was relayed to the Secret Service. There's a timestamp on that text message or whatever it was, correct?
Sir, I'm sure you can understand that when you're dealing with text messages, emails, and other communications, the timelines don't always match up.
Not really if they're timestamped, but let me move on. Because you have acknowledged that this was a major security failure. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that it was a major security failure not to secure the rooftop of the building that the shooter shot from?
I believe at this time that the rooftop was provided Overwatch. I acknowledge that we are unaware at this time how the individual was able to access the roof.
Overwatch meaning from other counter sniper, other higher points?
Correct.
And so was it a failure then that when that shooter was on the rooftop that Overwatch did not identify him before he fired his shots?
I don't have the timeline of how the individual accessed the roof, where they accessed the roof, or how long they were on the roof.
Let me ask a couple things quickly. You have testified here about all the resources that the Secret Service needed to deploy to protect the NATO summit and all of the leaders here. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because of the NATO summit for this event?
The Secret Service routinely works with local law enforcement at every event. It doesn't matter whether it is a NATO summit, NSSE, the RNC in
No, but that's not my
Milwaukee.
question. Obviously, there's a natural give and take as to, I'm sure, how many agents you deploy and how much you rely on local law enforcement. Did you have to rely more on local law enforcement because there were fewer Secret Service assets available because of the NATO summit?
No.
I hope we get answers before the completion. I don't like the fact that the media has received far more answers than Congress has. If this is a function of getting your ducks in a row, I assume you have access to a lot of these reports and a lot of this information, and you should have come prepared here today. And I would just want to flag, Mr. Chairman, before I yield back, that I want to just point out one thing that my colleague from Texas was talking about. When he said he recreated this shooting twice with an AR-15, and he had a 94% success rate, 15 out of 16 shots. I don't know why that doesn't convince him that we should get rid of AR-15s, but clearly we need to do something about the prevalence of AR-15s and weapons of war on our streets. And I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, I guess 60 days is the time of the investigation. Is that the information that you've put out, or where did that come from, 60 days? Or is that just information that the committee members are talking about?
I stated that earlier today. I've asked
Okay,
my
60
team.
days. So are you receiving regular updates? You're in charge of the Secret Service. This is about your organization, what happened 9 days ago. Are you receiving regular updates from the FBI on their investigation?
Yes, I am.
So you know some things are true, some things are probably not true. We want to talk to you about the things that we're hearing about and find out if they're true. Have you've been in contact with the FBI, then you're getting updates on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
Based on what you said. Okay, so, and are you confident that the person in question, Mr. Crooks, was the only person firing that day against the president or the crowd? Is he the only one? I'm not asking you yet if he acted alone, but is he the only one, or can you say that with certainty to the American people?
That is the information I have at this time, yes.
Okay, does it appear he acted alone?
That's the information we have at this time.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the fact that he was noticed as a person of interest, of concern, suspicion, as you say. Your PI team, how do they stay in, there's a sea of people. How does the PI team get to that individual that's in question in the sea of people? How's that individual tracked?
Our protective intelligence teams that work at our sites are paired up with a local police counterpart, and so they work in conjunction together.
So they just follow them around, or let me ask you this. Looking at the site, you have multiple perimeters, right? You have the secure perimeter, the inside perimeter, you have multiple perimeters. Was the AGR so-called building the highest location affecting the site of the rally? Was it the highest location?
I believe the highest location at the site was where our counter snipers were.
What about the water
positioned.
tower adjacent? What about how high is the water tower?
I don't have the height on the water tower.
Okay, seems like water towers are pretty high, at least in the photo. It looks like there might actually be a building right behind the AGR building that is even higher than the building that Crooks fired from. You're familiar with cover, concealment, and defilade, right? You're familiar with those terms?
Yes.
So how would your sniper team or your PI team track the individual and give vectors to Secret Service on the PI team to get to that individual to question him? And how would you cover the defilade, the cover and concealment of low areas that you can't see from where your sniper team immediately adjacent to the president were sighted? How would you do that if you're not up on the high ground?
So when our counter sniper teams go out and conduct an advance, they have a methodology and provide a grid system that our response teams are able to vector in if they see something that is troubling.
So when Mr. Jordan asked about the assets that were requested, let me just ask you about assets requested. Were aerial assets requested for this event from either the Secret Service or state police or anybody else, drone, manned, otherwise? Aerial assets, were they requested?
I can't speak to what the local
just asking
police
if they were
may
requested.
have conversations with the local police, but I can tell you that the assets that were requested from the Secret Service for the site that day were all granted.
But were aerial assets requested? I didn't ask if you used them or what you used. Were they requested?
Overwatch was requested and
aerial.
That was provided.
Is that aerial? Because Overwatch could mean on the water tower or not on the water tower. Can you be specific, ma'am? I'm running out of daylight here.
I understand. If you're asking me about specifics, whether or not there was...
Is it not clear what I'm asking you? Were aerial assets requested by the President, by Secret Service, by anybody? Were they requested?
The Secret Service, we felt that we had a good plan in place.
Okay, fair enough. How about K-9 assets with bomb sniffing or explosive sniffing capabilities? Requested. I didn't say they were present. Were they requested?
Those requests were fulfilled.
They were requested and fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
So was the Crooks vehicle inside any of your perimeters?
No, it was not.
It was not. How did you... So it was not within the... So what was there a device located on Mr. Crook's body to detonate the vehicle?
That is the information that I have.
So what would be the point of detonating the vehicle if it was not inside the perimeter?
I have no idea what Mr. Crook's motivation was.
Ma'am, the fact that you haven't, I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman, haven't even visited the site. I understand there are other things going on, but the culture of your organization, the culture that doesn't, do you know how tall the president is? How tall is the president? President Trump, how tall is he?
He's over 6 feet tall. I don't
Okay, so do you assign agents based on their ability to cover physically and carry, if necessary, the President of the United States when you assign them to this mission? Is that a parameter that is considered?
I assign agents to work our protectees that are capable and have been trained by the Secret Service.
I understand they're trained, but if you're not tall enough, it has nothing to do with, we're not mad at you, but if somebody's 7 feet tall and you're 5 feet tall, there's going to be a delta there that is problematic in protecting the protectee. And I'm asking, is that a consideration when these agents, not saying you, but when they're assigned to the protectee?
The agents that are assigned to our protectees are perfectly capable
Okay, ma'am. So
of
the
providing
culture is what I'm
protection.
concerned about, because the primary objective here seems to be something other than securing the site, securing the principal, and securing the people at the site. And that's the concern based on the answers that you've given today so far. Without a yield, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes.
Assigned to our protectees are perfectly capable
Okay, ma'am. So
of
the
providing
culture is what I'm
protection.
concerned about, because the primary objective here seems to be something other than securing the site, securing the principal, and securing the people at the site. And that's the concern based on the answers that you've given today so far. Without a yield, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Moskowitz from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this hearing. I want to thank the subpoena that you sent. I want to thank Ranking Member Raskin and your work, the letter you sent to the committee. And I also support the creation of a commission to get to the bottom of what happened. Director, I just want to give you an honest assessment of how this is going for you today. Did you happen to catch the hearing many months ago in education where there were a bunch of university presidents, and Elise Stefanik asked a very easy question and couldn't get an answer? Did you see that hearing?
No, I don't think I did.
Okay, well, let me tell you, it didn't go well, and the short end of that story was those university professors all resigned. They're gone. That's how this is going for you. This is where this is headed, okay? This is, I don't know who prepared you for this. I don't know how many times you've testified in front of Congress, but a president was almost assassinated live on television, not just for Americans, but for the world to see. And this being your first opportunity, I understand there's an ongoing investigation. I understand there's things that you can not talk about. But the idea that we're getting less than you did on television is something that Democrats, Independents, or Republicans are going to find unacceptable. My high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was on the list of mass shootings that Representative Raskin held up. That very day, the school resource officer, a police officer, did not run into the building. He hid in the stairwell while the shooter was in the building. He stayed outside, never helped, okay? He also directed other officers who showed up on the scene not to go into the building. When it was determined that the failures in response and training, and that the sheriff fired nobody in his agency, Governor DeSantis then removed that sheriff. I supported the removal. So here's my question. You said there's going to be accountability. I understand you don't want to give us names. When you say that, are you telling the committee that once it's concluded, you're prepared to fire the people on the ground who made poor decisions that day?
I'm prepared to take the actions necessary.
No, that's nonsense, okay? Accountability, the failure was human. That doesn't mean they're bad people. It means they failed that day, and a former president was almost assassinated, okay? Are you prepared to fire the human failure on the ground? Yes or no? When you have the names of where those failures were, they're people. It's not like a piece of technology failed. It was people who failed that day. Are you prepared to fire them?
I don't have an answer as to whether it
Well,
was
then how can there be
people-
accountability if you're not prepared to fire someone? And the reason why your name is going to be the person who's held accountable, the reason why members in this committee are calling for resignation, and I join in that, or for the president to fire you, is because you're saying there's going to be accountability, but you can't commit that people are going to get fired. Let me ask this question a different way. If Trump had been assassinated that day, if the gunman had succeeded, okay, would you have come and tendered your resignation?
I would still be sitting here because I would want to ensure the integrity of the investigation.
Totally
that would move
understand.
forward.
That's a fair answer, that you would have set up that process. But would you have had the honor to come in front of the committee and say, a former president was assassinated on my watch, there should be new leadership?
I think that I have admitted that there was
No, that's what I'm asking.
grave
Would you have
failure
tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
that occurred on my watch, and I am accountable for that.
Okay, but would you have tendered your resignation if he had been killed?
I think that I've admitted that I've taken accountability and will take responsibility.
Okay. Well, let me ask I want to follow up on Representative Connolly's question, in which he asked about guns, and you were not willing to commit that that makes your job harder. This is not about the Second Amendment. If there were over 400 million guns on the streets, if all of those guns were machine guns, would that make your job harder to protect people?
Again, I think weapons that are out there.
If all of
make our
those
job-
guns were rocket-propelled grenades, would that make your job harder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Perfect. This is not a trick question. Thank you. Okay. I won't ask the other 15 things I was going to do. I was going to do drone strikes, but it's okay. So that's all we were asking. It creates a challenging environment. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment or people's rights, but it does make your job harder. So credit to Representative Connolly for asking that question. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, and I'll conclude. You know, there was a question asked, is an Iranian assassin more capable than a 20-year-old? And I have been tough on Iran. I probably have more resolutions on Iran than almost anyone in Congress. But I can tell you it isn't Iranians walking into schools and grocery stores and movie theaters and churches. It is 20-year-olds, right? And some of them are mentally unstable. And they have access to guns. And they're domestic terrorists. Someone talked about Christopher Wray. Christopher Wray has talked about domestic terrorism. And so, yes, we collectively come together on foreign threats, and I am not at all debasing the fact that there are foreign threats here and abroad, but there are domestic threats, and we have to get to the bottom of how we stop domestic terrorism, because it was a 20-year-old who walked into my high school and killed 17 people. He was plenty capable, and he was an Iranian. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheatle, we've asked you a lot of questions and haven't really got a lot of straight answers. I have intentionally created a line of questioning that I think that you can answer. So the first question is, do you agree that the allocation of Secret Service resources should correspond with the risk profile of any given event? A higher degree of risk at one event should get more resources. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And when two events occur at the same time in the same geographic vicinity, that the risk profile of each event should be taken into account, and whichever event is greater risk should receive greater resources.
That is correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go over the Trump event. So this was publicly announced July 3rd, Butler, Pennsylvania. The venue is an outdoor fairground, open air, no existing security. The crowd size was expected to be tens of thousands. It ended up being over 20,000. There were general and specific threats from foreign adversaries. As the chairman of intelligence remarked, Iran has said they want revenge, as well as when President Trump was in office, he made a lot of people mad, terrorists to be included all over the world. And, you know, President Trump is the former president and the future president. So I would say that that is a fairly high-risk event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's conversely, the First Lady had an event at a casino in Pittsburgh, just a few dozen miles away. It was a dinner for the Italian Sons and Daughters of America. It was publicly announced on July 10th. What's interesting is that the casino is actually extremely secure. They already have magnetometers existing prior to this event even being announced. It was in a ballroom. And the size of the crowd, a mere 400. There were no specific threats. There may have been general threats. And the asset is the First Lady. Those seem like there's a huge disparity relative to risk. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Multiple whistleblowers and various media outlets have reported that the Pittsburgh field office of the Secret Service allocated 12 additional post standers to the First Lady's event and 3 additional post standers to the Trump rally. Is that correct?
There were no assets that were diverted from the First
No.
Lady's
This is a very simple question. I'm not asking if anyone was diverted. Did the First Lady's event that was relatively secure, especially compared to Trump's rally, get 12 assets? And did the First Lady's event get 12 assets and Trump's get 3 from the Pittsburgh field office? That's a yes or no question. If you don't know, don't answer it. I mean, if you don't know, don't answer it.
The number of personnel that were allocated to both of those events were comparable to the risk at both of those events.
Wow. Really? So you think that the Pittsburgh casino, 400-person in a ballroom with ingress, egress through probably a very well-guarded parking garage was 4 times more dangerous than a 20,000 person rally on an open field with the former president and future president? You think that that's 4 times more dangerous, the casino event?
I didn't say that at all.
Well, they got 4 times the resources from the Pittsburgh field office, who was likely in charge of the final walkthrough for both events. I mean, we've continually highlighted the failures of the Secret Service at the Trump rally. And, you know, you have the former and future president getting shot. You have multiple injuries, 1 fatality. And I would have to think that if we had 9 more post standards, 9 more individuals that have the training and the integration into the Secret Service defense of Trump at that rally, that I have a feeling that Crooks would have had somebody come say hello to him before he fired a bunch of shots. Do you think that's possibly true?
There were significantly more assets and resources available at the former president's event than there were at the first.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 post standards to the casino where the First Lady was having a 400-person dinner, and only 3 people from the Pittsburgh field office to the 20,000 person plus Trump rally? Who made that decision?
There were additional Secret Service resources available at the former President Trump's event.
Who made the decision to deploy 12 to the First Lady's event and 3 to the Trump event?
The allocation of resources is decided based on the availability of personnel and their location and where they are, but there were sufficient resources
What did you just
that
say?
were given to
Did you just say there were
former
sufficient
presidents.
resources? President Trump
Event
got
that
shot.
day.
Someone got killed. There were not sufficient resources, clearly.
There was
and
a
it
gap.
doesn't take 27 years of experience to know that. And whoever made that decision, it probably wasn't you, needs to be fired. And then you need to resign because this is absolutely unacceptable and you've lost the trust of the American people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. You know, when we hear the headline, a 20-year-old young man with access to an assault weapon commits an act of mass violence, I mean, we've heard this before, over and over again. But the unfortunate thing is that my residents don't get a committee hearing. We have not had one committee hearing about the over 260 mass shootings that we've had, killing hundreds of people, injuring hundreds, changing their lives forever. And don't get me wrong, to many of my colleagues, I mean, I watched, and even the pool of blood, the screams, it was horrific. But it made me think about the images I saw after mass shootings at schools, grocery stores. I mean, I think of Buffalo, New York at a supermarket where a racist gunman killed 10 shoppers with an AR. In El Paso, AK-47 style assault rifle killed 22. In Florida, in Parkland, Florida, 17 students and teachers murdered, again with an AR. In Pittsburgh, at a place of faith, Tree of Life Synagogue, 11 murdered. And don't get me about Newton, Connecticut, which still breaks my heart. 26 murdered, including 20 elementary school children. This year in Michigan, we've had, Mr. Chair, 2 mass shootings. 21 shot in Detroit. One of the most horrific shootings we've seen. 2 killed at a splash pad in Rochester Hills, Michigan. 8 shot there. Again, an assault weapon used. But the difference here is the former president gets a hearing in his attempt to assassinate, but our residents don't get a hearing about mass shootings, about gun violence in our country. You know, Mr. Chair, I ask this wholeheartedly. You know, they don't have Secret Service to protect them. They don't. I don't have these mass agencies protecting our kids in the schools or the supermarket, movie theaters, or going to a block party in Detroit. I don't have that. We don't have that. But I can't believe we're just going to focus on that and not the fact that we're hearing yet again in the headlines a 20-year-old young man having access to an assault weapon, a weapon of war many of my veterans say they have to be trained to use. But he can get it, wasn't safely stored by the parent, grabbing that gun, and innocent lives were lost. Director, I know you got asked about this, And I think it's important, though, you know, for us to hear this. But how difficult is your job when there's such easy access to assault weapons in the streets?
I think the job of a Secret Service agent and officer is incredibly difficult. I think the environment we deal with every day and the dynamics of the threat environment is incredibly difficult. These are brave men and women who put their lives on the line, and a day like we had on July 13th is a day that no one in my agency ever wants to have as their responsibility. It is an incredibly difficult job.
Yeah, I immediately thought of the children in the audience. I mean, when you think about going to a rally with your family, again, their lives are forever changed. The incident are never isolated. I really believe these incidents are never isolated. And I know Detroit Free Press had reported that the 20-year-old Pennsylvania shooter looked up the 2021 Oxford High School shooting in Michigan. Can you comment on what information this shooter was looking up in regarding the tragedy of Oxford High School, where it took 4 of our high school youth there?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to. The FBI has those details.
So you can't even tell us, I mean, was he looking at the type of weapon? How many?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have those details.
Do you have, I mean, did they share that with you, though?
I don't have the full content of what his searches were. I think that they are still in the process of examining all of his devices.
Okay. Again, you know, again, the impact, I want to be really serious about this. The impact on our families is more than just this political rally, Mr. Chair. We have to talk about this, even if we're in disagreement. Let's talk about it, because I've seen statistics that show that we could be saving lives now if we ban these weapons of war from our, from being able to buy it at the local store down the street. I mean, we just can't continue to allow this to happen. And unfortunately, my residents are not former presidents of the United States. They don't get a hearing. They don't get Secret Service, any of that. And even among those that are expressing the failed in the system, they just deserve better. They truly do. Thank you, and I yield.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheetle, the shooter was set up on the roof of the AGR International building, as we know. Was the roof identified as a potential vulnerability days before the rally?
To my knowledge, yes, it was.
Were agents or officers inside the building? If so, what floor were they on?
We had local police officers inside the building.
The roof looks like it's a tin roof. How did no one inside that building hear someone moving on top of a metal roof?
I don't have the details of all of the interviews that have been conducted yet.
When will you have those?
I have been asking, and I want to have that information as soon as you do as well.
Okay, why did Secret Service fail to block the line of sight from that roof?
I think that the Secret Service put together a plan where they were counting that roof in as part of their overwatch, and that was the plan that they had put in place that day.
If you weren't going to put a security personnel on the roof, why not at least use drone technology or aerial surveillance to monitor the rally?
There are a number of times that we do use drone technology. I'm not speaking specifically to this event and what was utilized or not. There are times when drone technology is available and helpful at events, and there are times when it is not appropriate.
Do y'all use Signal? Do you personally use Signal to communicate with any official from the White House? Signal on your phone?
Oh, on occasion, I'm sure that there are people that use Signal, yes.
Okay. Do you use it to speak with the White House? Use Signal?
No, I do not.
Okay. When was Thomas Crooks first identified as a person of interest? Let me help you. At 5:10. He was spotted with a rangefinder at 5:51. And when did Secret Service notice him?
Again, I don't have those specific timelines, but it was a relatively short period of time.
Let me help you. 5:52. Ms. Cheetle, why was President Trump allowed on stage 10 minutes after the Secret Service spotted a suspicious individual? That seems to me to be the worst thing of all. Of all the breakdown and all this communication, all the BS you've been feeding us here today or not feeding us, that seems to be the question.
So as I've stated before, there are a number of events where suspicious people may be identified. That doesn't necessarily...
Ma'am, I submit to you, you got a guy who's going to be the next president of the United States. He's on stage. I've been to these events. We've all been to these events. A car backfires, and there's a 15-minute dadgum wait. That's not acceptable. Did the Secret Service tell President Trump they'd spotted a suspicious individual before he was shot?
I am unclear as to what the communication was with the former president
Okay,
at that
I'll
time.
take that as a no. Did y'all deny President Trump's request for more security? Yes or no? And when was the most recent request for additional security?
The rally request for security, all of those requests were fulfilled.
And were there any personnel redirected to Jill Biden's rally?
No.
Who made the decision on the direction of agents at either one of those rallies?
I'm unclear as to your question on the direction of the agents.
I said, who directed those agents to be at Ms. Biden's rally or President Trump's rally? The specific agents.
So there is a methodology in which agents are available for assignments, and they are assigned based on either geographic location or logistics or flight.
Ma'am, I appreciate all that, but that methodology about got President Trump killed. Was the security detail guarding President Trump a temporary detail?
The personnel who are assigned to the former president's detail are assigned to him.
Why was there a different detail on the opening night of the convention than the detail that was guarding him in Pennsylvania?
The president has a very large permanent protective detail assigned to him. They work shift work, and so it could be that people you saw at the rally were not working the same shift the day that he was.
I can assure you, ma'am, somebody that's a lot shorter than the president was not at the convention, and the people that were cowering down behind the mass of agents that were on top of the president were not in the convention hall. At least I didn't see them. You can't seem to answer a single question about an ongoing investigation, ma'am, and you don't know when the information will be released publicly. Are you waiting for the administration to sign off?
No, I am waiting for the results of the investigation, at which time.
Okay. Let me ask you one more question. You found explosives in the shooter's possession. Is that correct?
The FBI found explosives.
Do we know who directed this young man how to make those explosives?
I believe that the FBI is still looking into that on their investigation.
Ms. Cheetle, you said that the buck stops with me, and I agree. I don't think you should resign. I think you should have been fired. Ma'am, you are a DEI horror story. I've told my daughter multiple times, my wife and my daughter, we talk to her all the time about how she's going to succeed in life. She'll succeed in life by achieving. Ma'am, you have not achieved today. You've let the American public down. If it was up to me, you'd be gone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And let me just pick up where my colleague from Tennessee left off. Director Cheatle, was the incident on July 13th due to DEI, or rather systemic failures in communication and potentially safety protocols?
The incident on the 13th has nothing to do with DEI. The incident on the 13th has to do with a failure or a gap either in planning or communication.
Thank you so much. In fact, I have a few articles that I will enter into the record once I wrap up that actually acknowledge a number of women specifically for their valor in their service, whether it's been in various levels of law enforcement. But, you know, I want to stick here for just a second, because earlier you had a conversation in which there was a discussion about training. And I want to talk about training, and I want to talk about the fact that there's been a little bit of dancing around as it relates to this being a suspicious person and this being a situation that was perceived to be a threat. And it seems as if there's a different analysis that takes place. One of my questions has to do with if you have any bias training that your officers undergo. And the reason that I ask that, because as a civil rights lawyer, I have learned so many times in having to deal with law enforcement that there usually is not a perception of a threat when it is a young white male, even if they are carrying a long gun. Yet a lot of times, at least in this country, when it comes to law enforcement, there is a perceived threat just by somebody having a little bit more melanin in their skin. So I'm curious to know, because a lot of times, one of the things that we have consistently pushed for on my side of things, and when I say my side is once we are looking at a tragedy in which law enforcement made an error, is the bias training and whether or not our officers are getting it. So I'm curious to know, in some of the training that you talk about that is part of your budget, has bias training been part of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I know that today is a rough day, and on that day in Pennsylvania, it was a rough day. And the reality is that I understand it, and you may or may not know the answer to this question. In the space in which this event took place, it was an open carry space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I hail from the state of Texas, and interestingly enough, I was serving in the state house right after there was a mass shooting in El Paso. We had an opportunity to do right by our citizens in Texas, but we did not. Instead, they passed permitless carry. And what my colleagues kept trying to get you to answer, because we want to come up with solutions, we don't want to keep pointing the finger. And right now, you've got a bunch of fingers that are pointed at you. But our job is to solve problems for the American people. And to be perfectly honest, the numbers are clear. I had, I think, almost every major law enforcement agency come forward and say that they were against permitless carry because they said that their jobs would be made more difficult. Unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the state of Texas decided that they would ignore those warnings, and they passed the law instead. And right after they passed that law, we ended up with Uvalde. And we heard the stories of those officers that were scared to go in and save those babies because of the firearm in which that, in that case, 18-year-old had in his hands. They also were given an opportunity to say, hey, raise the age and make it to where at least you have to be 21 before you can possess this type of weapon. And they chose not to. And we have the facts. It shows, and I'll enter this into the record as well if there is no objection, deaths from firearms keep climbing in Texas decades after lawmakers began weakening gun regulations. That is from the Texas Tribune.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much. The last thing that I'm just going to make a point of saying is that we all care about this issue because we know that there has been a spike in violence, political violence in this country. Are you aware of the fact that the numbers are higher right now?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to that, and I'm going to point a little blame at ourselves because right now you got all the fingers pointed at you. But the reality is that we have a number of congressional members that are consistently engaging in violent rhetoric, and it needs to be toned down. The reality is that people are listening and they're paying attention, but unfortunately, another thing that is happening because we're not getting answers from you today is the conspiracy theories. They have already began. Have you heard of any of the conspiracies?
Yes.
Okay. The problem with these conspiracies is that when people believe that, say, the President of the United States ordered a hit, or they believe it was an inside job, or whatever conspiracies they believe because they don't have any facts in front of them, that potentially incites the next level of violence at the next event in retaliation for this. So we are only begging for your job as it relates to being the director, as well as the men and women that you are protecting as their director, that you keep them safe by making sure that the American people have the information that they need so that they can feel as if Secret Service is on the side of the American people. And ma'am, I don't doubt that Secret Service is on the side of the American people. But right now, so long as these conspiracy theories continue to fester, it is going to make your job that much harder. Thank you so much, and I yield.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cheetle, I'd like to remind you that you're under oath. The site team has a senior supervisor, an advanced team, a protective intelligence team, a counter sniper element, and detail. Who was the agent in charge? How long has she been the agent in charge? And what is her Secret Service background?
So I'm not going to provide a name.
Why not? You're here to answer our questions.
This forum, I'm not going to provide names of.
You stated in your testimony, you said, I am here today to answer your questions.
That is correct.
Answer the question.
I'm not going to provide names of our personnel.
Why not?
Today.
The American people are demanding these answers from you today, Ms. Cheetle.
I will do the best to provide you accurate information based on the facts that I have at this time.
You're not answering our questions. The advance element coordinates with other intel or law enforcement partners, identifies threats and weaknesses at the sites and movements. We'd like a copy of the advance report. Have you brought it here with you today?
We will comply with the request for the documentation that has been requested.
When will that be, Ms. Cheetle? Because you should have brought it today.
I am certain that our personnel are working on obtaining all of that documentation.
I don't believe you, and neither do the people watching this hearing. You're not doing well, as Mr. Moskowitz informed you. You've been sitting here for over 3 hours, and I have you know the entire country is demanding you resign and demanding that you be fired if you do not resign. Things are not going well for you. You need to answer the questions. Was there a protective intelligence team, and what technical resources were utilized for that event, specifically drone or helicopter assets?
There were a number of technical assets that were deployed for that event, and there was a protective intelligence team that was assigned to that event.
Why was Crooks able to fly a drone over the entire area the day of the rally and the day of his assassination attempt?
To my knowledge, he did not fly the drone over the entire area.
How did he fly a drone over the area, period? Any part of the area?
Again, I would have to go back and check the timeline of when that took place and when the event...
Why didn't you bring the timeline with you today to answer our questions?
I don't have all of the answers on the timelines based on the criminal investigation.
Were you not prepared today to answer our questions?
I am prepared to answer the questions based on the information and wanted to be able to provide.
Do you have a timeline do you have a timeline at all from any of the day?
I have a timeline that does not have specifics.
That's shocking. That is absolutely unacceptable. That means you are a failure at your job. Let's talk about things that are prohibited in Trump rallies. And I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. Backpacks and bags. Bicycles, firearms, any type of weapon, or any other item determined to be a potential safety hazard, like a rangefinder would be one. At 5:10, Crooks is first observed by one of the snipers, AGR Sniper 1, at the building. 5:10, President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. 5:28, AGR Sniper 1 takes a picture of a bicycle and 2 bags. Those belong to Crooks. 5:32, AGR Sniper 1 spots Crooks looking at his phone and using a rangefinder. 5:55, Butler ESU Command confirms receipt of photos and states they have been relayed on. 6:05 p.m., AGR Sniper 1 later communicates that Crooks is seen moving northeast in direction of Sheets and that Crooks has a backpack. 2 minutes before the shooting, while President Trump has been allowed to take the stage, people see Crooks laying on his stomach in a sniper position on the roof, and they're yelling he has a gun, and they are trying to alert law enforcement and Secret Service. Why was Crooks not shot by the snipers? Why was he allowed to be there?
As soon as the individual was identified as a threat, they were...
No. What do you consider to be a threat? A man with a gun laying in a sniper position, a man that had a backpack, a man that had a bicycle, a man that had a rangefinder. At what point is he determined a threat?
An individual with a backpack is not a threat. An individual with a rangefinder is not a threat.
What about a man laying on a building that has direct line of sight of President Trump with a gun that people are screaming and pointing out? Is that a threat, Ms. Cheetle?
Once that individual was identified, they were neutralized.
No, they were neutralized. Crooks was neutralized after he shot President Trump in the face, Ms. Cheetle. Is he only a threat once he fires the weapon?
As soon as the counter sniper identified that individual, they were able to neutralize them.
How were people in the crowd? Okay, then let's just take it this way. People under your command did not consider him to be a threat, yet people in the crowd knew he had a gun and considered him to be a threat. That means that you are a complete failure as the director of the Secret Service, that people under your command don't perceive a man laying on a roof with direct line to the president with a gun. They don't perceive that to be a threat, yet the people in the crowd do. How is that possible?
That's the last question, but please answer the question, Ms. Director.
I'm not certain at this time how the information from the people in the crowd was relayed to any law enforcement personnel.
No, you knew, that everyone knew. The people there knew that there was a danger. They knew there was a threat to President Trump, and it was allowed to happen. Was there a stand-down order, Ms. Cheetle? No. Was there a conspiracy to kill President Trump?
Absolutely not.
Then how did this happen? And why are you still sitting here not turning in your letter of resignation?
Last question, but please answer, and then I'll recognize Ms. Presley. Please answer that question.
That is what we are investigating to determine.
We're waiting for your letter. We are waiting for your letter of resignation, and you really need to consider doing that before you leave today.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you. No one, absolutely no one should fear for their life. At a political rally, in a classroom, in a faith house, or in their home. We must do something about political violence in all its forms and gun violence in all of its forms. Now, Director Cheetle, you have noted that numerous investigations are ongoing related to the Secret Service response and that we can expect a report in the next 60 days. With the election nearly 100 days away, that is an unacceptable timeline, and it makes people less safe. It also allows my colleagues across the aisle, Republicans, additional time to spread dangerous misinformation, which also puts people in harm's way. Some Republicans have exploited this moment to continue to attack progress towards racial justice and gender equity in America. Disappointing, but not surprising. I hesitate to repeat their racist and sexist tropes, but in summary, Republicans have wrongfully and shamefully stated that hiring women and people of color hindered the response to the shooting. Now, this is part and parcel of Republican strategy to constantly attack necessary diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, to undermine the contributions that women, people of color, the disability community, and others make to this country each and every day. And it is disgraceful. In the wake of gun violence and tragic loss of life, Republicans are ignoring solutions like gun safety reform and instead trotting out sexist tropes. Can't say I'm surprised. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record reporting from CNN titled "Right-Wing Media Figures Blame Women in Secret Service and DEI for Security Failure in Trump Shooting."
Without objection to order.
This article quotes members of Congress and others that plainly accuse DEI and the hiring of women as a liability for the Secret Service. Women have been an integral part of the agency since 1971 and are held to the same standards as their male counterparts. To use them as a scapegoat during a time of crisis is shameful and it is dangerously divisive. In fact, based on recent publicly available demographic data of the agency, the largest demographic groups among special agents are white and male. But to right-wing extremists, the truth doesn't matter. The lies they tell to advance their anti-diversity agenda, which is a key theme throughout Project 2025, will only make the American public less safe and more divided. And every day, Director Cheatle, that you fail to give us answers, they are given more oxygen to make their baseless claims that women and people of color are responsible for tragic events. And that is dangerous too. Thank you. And I yield my remaining time to Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, and thank you for those trenchant insights. I wanted to make the point that you were making and several of other members were making to bring it into sharp relief here. The very same day that Donald Trump narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, but an honored firefighter was gunned down and killed and other people were injured, There was another mass shooting that day, just several hours later in Birmingham, Alabama. 4 people killed and 10 wounded in a nightclub shooting. And you might think, oh, that's some kind of freakish coincidence. Not at all. We have more than one mass shooting a day in America. They are so commonplace now that they are barely reported in the national news. It's, of course, local news in Birmingham, Alabama, that 4 people were killed and 10 other people were shot and seriously wounded, being treated at the hospital. These things are a nightmare for the families of the victims who've been killed, for the families who have to take care of people who've been seriously injured and wounded. They are a major financial drain, publicly and privately, and yet we allow AR-15s to be purchased with abandon, promiscuously, all over the country. People can just go out and get an assault weapon. And the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan was right. We have a hearing when it affects the President of the United States, but on all the other days of the year, we don't have a hearing about it. And I think it is because of an honest disagreement we have about the Second Amendment. There are some people who think the Second Amendment means you've got the right to arm yourself with whatever weaponry you need to overthrow the government of the United States, and we reject that as a false interpretation of the Second Amendment and a false interpretation of the Constitution. We can ban assault weapons. We did it back in 1994. It dramatically reduced these mass shootings, and when that ban was lifted, the mass shootings went up through the roof again, and we've shown it. And so just like we're demanding real answers and real action from the Secret Service, let us demand real action and real answers from ourselves about the nightmare of mass gun violence, which puts America into a category all its own when you compare us to the countries in the European Union or Canada or other similarly situated countries. There's nothing like what we're going through. So we've got to act on the Secret Service to protect ourselves against political violence, and we've got to act as a Congress to protect ourselves against AR-15 violence in America.
Chair recognizes Ms. McClain from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to thank the Secret Service agents, those who work tirelessly to protect our president, and specifically those agents who did not hesitate to jump in front of President Trump. And my heart goes out to the family of the Competor family and the people at the rally who are still recovering. On the other hand, the Secret Service has a leadership problem, and it falls on you. And although I appreciate your hollow words that the buck stops here, I was actually hoping for some answers. Director Cheatle, you must answer to the American people if you want to stay in charge. It's really, really simple. You want to keep your job, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. The best way to keep your job is to answer the questions, not play this shell game, not sing the Slim Shady song, wasn't me. I mean, come on. How long did you prepare for this hearing?
I've been preparing for this hearing over the weekend and into last week.
Okay, 5 days, 6 days?
As soon as I was notified.
And how long was that?
About this hearing.
Okay, 4 days?
I began preparing.
4 days, 3 days?
I'm not sure the date that I got the letter asking me to be here.
What are you sure of? Are you sure the color of your hair? Are you sure the color of your suit? I'm just, like, tell the American people, what are you sure of? You don't even know when you started preparing for the hearing? I mean, the biggest hearing of your life, and you have no clue? You can't remember when you started preparing for this hearing? Can you understand why those words seem hollow to the American people who are supposed to entrust their faith in you?
I assure you, the moment I received notification.
But you can't remember. You got a little Alzheimer's, dementia going? I mean, what, you can't remember.
I have several active investigations going on and an operational agency to run.
Okay. All right. But you want to take accountability, right? The buck stops with you, right?
I am taking accountability.
Super. Then let's start with trying to answer some questions. You keep referring to the FBI. When asked how many shell casings were on the roof, you referred to the FBI. When asked if there were explosive in the car, you referred to the FBI. When asked if Crooks was acting alone, you referred to the FBI. See a common theme here? I can go on and on. My question is, who at the FBI should I speak with? Wait for it. Wait for it.
The FBI is responsible for the criminal
Is there a name?
I'm not certain.
I'm not certain.
Who at
All
the
right, here we go.
FBI
I'm
is
not
running the
certain. I don't know. Let me ask a different question. Have you been in communication with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
With whom?
I speak with the director and the deputy director.
Okay. And what have they shared with you about this investigation? So I'll give you an opportunity to answer again. Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
They have shared with me the evidence.
Did they share with you how many shell casing were on the roof?
Yes.
Okay, how many were there?
I would refer to the FBI for their
How
investigation.
many were there?
And their information that they need to share in their investigation.
So they've shared the information with you, you just don't want to share the information with us, correct?
We have concurrent investigations that are going on.
So they have shared this information with you. You know the answer to the question. You just refuse to answer the question from the member of Congress who has subpoenaed you to be here. Is there a different answer to that question?
I was always willing to come here and testify before this oversight hearing.
Beautiful, then let's do that. Let's
necessary.
for once have your actions match your words. So you've been in communication with the FBI. You know the answers, and you refuse to tell us the answers. So I will ask you again. You know how many shell casings were on that roof. What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent
What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent to talk to you about the information that the Secret Service has and that the Secret Service knows related
I'm
to the
asking
events
you
on
an
that day.
answer to the question. If you're supposed to be in charge, if the buck stops with you, how come you can't share the answers? What are you covering up? What are you hiding, my friend?
I'm not covering anything up.
Then why can't you answer a simple question?
I would leave it to the criminal investigation to answer questions related to that.
When you talk to the FBI and you ask them how many explosives, well, let me ask you, did you ask them how many explosives were on the roof? Did they answer that question? Or in the car, excuse me. Did they answer that question for you?
Yes.
Yes. So you know the answer to that question that my colleagues have asked you. But again, you refuse to give us the answers. You're playing this wasn't me. Well, I submit to you, if you can't, and it's not a can't, it's a won't. It's not a can't. It's not a I don't know. It's a I choose not to answer the question. Well, let me tell you, Ms. Cheatle, if you're going to lead, you need to lead. If you want to be in charge, then answer the question or step aside and have someone with the courage and the guts to answer to the American people the questions that they deserve answers to. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to continue down that vein. You have been here sitting today, Director Cheetle, definitively able to dismiss erroneous information and speculation. However, you are refusing to answer questions that we now know that you have the information for. You are saying that you are wanting to answer questions that the Secret Service has information to. Well, ma'am, you are the Secret Service. You are the director. You have said that you are the best for the job. So, I'm going to ask you some questions now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, whom you have been passing the buck to this entire day. And I'll start with something that, maybe the FBI doesn't know because it has to do with you personally. You said you spoke with President Trump after the assassination attempt. And I want to know, did you apologize to him directly for nearly having President Trump killed?
Yes, I did.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that you recognize that this was your failure. Now, since the assassination attempt, you are under oath, reminding you. Have you communicated with anyone at the White House on an encrypted messaging app like Signal? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
Are you willing to surrender your personal phone for analysis?
If I am required to do so.
Okay. I will look into making that request because I would like to see your personal phone to see if you're communicating over encrypted messaging apps. Have you ever turned down enhanced security requests from Donald Trump's detail, his special agent in charge, Sean Curran? Have you ever turned that down?
No, I have not.
Have there been, has your team, has the Secret Service? Maybe not you personally.
I believe, as I mentioned earlier, there are times when requests are made for
And you
assets,
have denied them. They have been denied.
And a denial doesn't
Has the Trump
necessarily
campaign
mean,
made requests for additional assets that have been denied?
Denial doesn't mean vulnerability.
Have there been additional requests for enhanced security at Mar-a-Lago?
We have made a number of enhancements to.
You confirmed that there were
security.
bomb-sniffing dogs that were provided. You failed to confirm if there were aerial security surveillance assets that were provided. So yes or no, was that provided?
At the rally?
At the rally, yes, ma'am.
We had Overwatch provided at the rally.
You've confirmed that the assassin was identified as suspicious 57 minutes prior to the shooting. Was the suspicious individual ever approached by an agent? Was any contact ever made with him?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that the standard protocol for someone who is identified as suspicious?
The protocol would be to locate the individual and.
And you said that he was located 2 to 5 times approximately?
No, I said that the information was passed potentially somewhere between 2 to 5
And he was
times.
never located by an agent?
To my knowledge, that individual was not located by an agent.
We have dozens of rally goers who have identified him and not one agent on the ground. There are many, many, many agents on the ground, local law enforcement, Secret Service. No one was able to identify him and have sights on and see him.
What I'm saying is that the agents that were on the ground at the time, I have no knowledge that they were able to interview him or locate him.
Thank you. Was there a local law enforcement officer who approached the roof and saw the shooter and saw that he was present on the roof?
That is the information that has been shared with me.
Have you spoke to that local law enforcement officer?
No, I have not.
Are you going to?
It is part of a criminal investigation that the FBI is interviewing those individuals.
Were agents stationed on the water tower?
No.
Why?
That would not be something that would be included in a security plan.
Has the man who is reported to have been present wearing a gray suit who allegedly requested a photo of the dead body of the assassin on top of the AGR roof been identified?
I don't have that information.
Is that something that you've heard of?
No.
Were ATF agents present at the rally?
To attend or to work?
To work.
Not to my knowledge.
How long did the counter sniper have crooks in his sights before the shooter opened fire on President Trump?
I don't have that specific timeline.
Will you be able to tell us if he communicated with other agents on what he was seeing through his sights?
Once I have that information, absolutely.
Because we need to know why he waited for multiple rounds to be fired at President Trump before the threat was neutralized. We need to know if he was given an order to hold fire. Now, it's you've excused the roof of being unmanned because of the slope of the roof. Do you continue to assert the slope of the roof as a credible reason for leaving this position undefended?
First, I'll go back and correct that there was no order to hold fire. Our agents and officers have the ability to neutralize a threat at the time
So you
that
don't
they
know,
see it.
I'm sorry, you don't know the communication that was taking place or how long he had him in his sights because you haven't spoke to him, but you do know that there was no order to hold fire.
I can tell you the way that our personnel are trained. They are trained on the use of force scale that when they see a threat, they are authorized to neutralize that threat. There They don't have to ask for permission.
You excuse the roof being unmanned because of the slope. Do you stand by that assertion?
The roof was not covered with an individual on it because there was overwatch provided.
Apparently not. No, there was no overwatch provided. This is very evident. President Trump was shot. A man died. There was no oversight provided. I find this rather maddening, especially now knowing that you do have answers from the FBI, who you have been passing the buck to this entire hearing, not answering a congressional hearing, members of Congress, while you are under oath and under a subpoena. I find it maddening that the director, that our country has come centimeters away from oblivion under your watch. You have answers. You are refusing to give those to us, directing us to the FBI, and this entire thing is a waste of time. You are responsible for the loss of a life and the shooting that took place on President Trump. You do need to resign. This is bipartisan. You need to be fired. You do not need to hold this position. You are not the best for this job. I am over my time, but I cannot tolerate your watch any longer, and I'm going to continue to call daily for you to be removed from your position, ma'am.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fry from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Cheetle, how long have you been with the Secret Service? 29 years, right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been director of the Secret Service?
Just under 2 years.
During your tenure as director under the Secret Service, I know we're here today to talk about the assassination attempt on President Trump, but how many other security lapses have occurred with protectees under your watch?
I don't have a specific number, but there have been some lapses.
There have been other lapses. Was one of them Jake Sullivan?
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
There was an individual who was able to access Mr. Sullivan's residence.
His residence? A protectee, somebody was able to break into his house. And what happened? Did anyone get fired because of that?
There were individuals who have been reassigned.
Reassigned. What other steps have taken? What I'm seeing. What other incidents have occurred other than Jake Sullivan? Was there an issue with the Secret Service agent and Vice President Harris?
I would not call that a security incident.
Well, it seems to me, I mean, you have security lapses with President Trump. You have security lapses with Jake Sullivan. You have issues with your personnel related to Vice President Kamala Harris. There seems to be a repeated theme here. Would you not agree with that?
I think that we are talking about separate categories of incidents.
Well, I would disagree with that. I mean, I think there's a repeated theme when you've got protectees and you're not upholding your core mission. Let me ask you something else. Does the Secret Service routinely record communications between and amongst detail?
Radio communications?
Any communication.
Email communications are captured, as well as text messages, and then depending on the detail, radio communications are recorded.
Does the Secret Service have recorded communications from the July 13th event?
We do not have radio communications from that day.
But you have text messages?
We do have emails and text messages.
Emails, okay, great. Does the head of the Trump detail or someone else embedded in this detail have command decision-making authority, or do they need to seek authorization from someone outside that detail?
The head of the detail has the decision-making authority for things that are necessary for that detail.
Is that standard for protection details?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you something. During campaign events, is it common for the Secret Service to utilize other agencies?
Yes, it is.
What other agencies would be providing assistance to the Secret Service?
There are a number of other agencies that provide assistance to the Secret Service during campaigns. We utilize personnel from the Department of Homeland Security. We utilize personnel from the Department of Defense, and we utilize local law enforcement partners.
Are you on the same radios? Do you provide the radios to all the assets that are taking part in protection of an event?
We provide radios to the personnel from the Department of Homeland Security that are assisting us.
But not local law enforcement?
Local law enforcement is working on their own radios.
Are you on the same frequency?
We ensure that we have counterparts in the security room, and so the local law enforcement will place one of their personnel in the security room with our personnel so that we have interoperability communications.
Let me ask you something just about the timeline, because I think this is really interesting that we can't nail that down. I mean, I think there are lay people out there with more knowledge about the timeline than you seem to come before a subpoena in front of Congress. Was Mr. Crooks observed at the AGR building prior to the shooting?
He was observed on the grounds outside of our perimeter prior to the shooting.
At approximately what time was that? You don't have to give me the specific minute, but at approximately what time was that?
I believe it was about 45 minutes or so prior to.
Did the sniper team take a photo of Mr. Crooks?
The local team did, yes,
So it was a local team and not a Secret Service sniper?
that took the photo.
Okay. And did he relay that photo to Central Command?
Again, it's an active ongoing investigation, so I want to make sure that I'm factual with the route that that photo took and who that was disseminated to and when.
What time did when did Mr. Crooks' status go from a suspicion, a person that was under suspicion, to a threat? When did that happen? And maybe not even a specific time, Director Cheatle, maybe a certain event that happened that transformed him from a person of suspicion to a threat. When did that happen?
To the best of my knowledge, based on what I've been told thus far, it's approximately 5 minutes to where individuals relayed that there was an incident being worked at the 3 o'clock of the president.
So that was, but it was before the shots were fired?
That is correct, but again, it was not phrased as a threat. It was just that something was being worked.
Yeah, but my question is, when did he become, when did he transform from suspicion to threat? Because they're treated very differently. People can be suspicious, but they're not a threat until a certain point in time. So when did that happen?
I believe that it was seconds before the gunfire started.
Seconds. My gosh, we actually have a few questions that we got answered today. Listen, I'm going to wrap up here, Mr. Chairman, but here's the frustration that people have. The buck stops with you. You've said that yourself. But the problem in Washington, D.C., it is the only town in America that you can be so bad at your job that you actually get a promotion or don't get fired. You have not been able to answer the number of agents, whether or not requests were denied on additional security, whether or not law enforcement were able to engage before the shooting with the assassin, how he got on the roof, how the rifle got on the roof. You can't tell us how many shots he fired, whether the casings were recovered. You can't tell us anything about his cell phone. You can't tell us whether the rally was supposed to be postponed, given the intelligence that you were receiving. You can't tell us whether the car had a bomb. You can't even tell us his motive. And the American people are incredibly distrustful because it has taken 9 days to even get a scintilla of evidence out of you. Maybe if I was CNN or ABC or NBC, I would have gotten much more thorough and accurate information, but we have not received that in a subpoenaed hearing in front of this Congress. That is why the American people are frustrated, and I echo the bipartisan calls on this committee and all across this country that you should resign, or maybe when the president wakes up from his nap, he can fire you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Director Cheatle, can you please give me the names of the individuals who are in charge of your con-op for the rally?
I'm not going to release names.
Can you give me the
today.
titles? And how many individuals?
No.
Nothing?
We had a full advance team that was responsible
Who
for
are
advancing
how many
the site.
people are the final approval authority?
There are a number of people
Can you
that
give me a
are
number?
engaged in approving
Can you
the
give me
plan.
a number?
No, I do not have
Okay.
a firm number.
Can you just confirm whether or not, I understand this is an open investigation, but in order to dispel conspiracy theories, have you guys been able to subpoena the shooter's Discord records, or has the FBI, to your knowledge?
I believe that the FBI is working on those.
Okay. Is it factual to say that you have not ruled out that the shooter was working with other people or persons?
Again, the FBI is conducting the criminal investigation into
Can
the
you,
shooter.
at least in an effort to dispel conspiracy theories, can you confirm or deny that?
At this time, we do not have that there were any other people engaged.
So you believe he was acting alone?
I do.
Okay. Have you been made aware of multiple eyewitness reporting that there was a second shooter on a water tower?
I do not have any information related to any second shooter.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because according to testimony from multiple witnesses, they did report that. And again, to my understanding, there were over 40 sniper teams that were briefed by the Butler ESU. And I want to make sure that people are aware, if you're saying that there's not another shooter, that we are able to clear that information, because from this whole entire briefing, it doesn't seem like much information has been able to get out to the American people. So I'm trying to dispel rumors, as I'm sure you understand. Was it true that Secret Service was present at the Butler ESU briefing?
There was a briefing between the counter sniper teams that were working on the ground.
Was Secret Service present?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Okay, I want to read you a report from people that seem to be throwing you under the bus and stated that they were in attendance and that Secret Service was not in attendance at the security briefing, according to individuals with knowledge, to also include that the AGR building where the shooter Thomas Matthew Crooks was located was actually not a part of their security perimeter for that. So there was not Secret Service present. It seems as though that when you were asked earlier from Rep. Krishnamurthy about whether or not Secret Service was aware of a threat, you had said no, they were unaware of a threat. And yet, according to communications, again, from law enforcement that were in some of these group chats, they actually had reported that Secret Service was made aware of a threat at around 5:59 p.m. as a part of the command, including Secret Service, aware of messages and requests about information about the suspect's location. Can you please tell me if you have knowledge of that at all?
Again, I think we're conflating the difference between the term threat and suspicious.
But you guys did have knowledge at 5:59 p.m. according to those group chats, did you not?
Of a suspicious individual.
Okay. Chairman, in my opinion, according to some of the testimony today, I feel that you have perjured yourself in some instances, and so I'm going to ask for a full review of the transcripts by staff, and if you find that to be the case, I do ask that you bring perjury charges against the director. I will say this, it is very frustrating, and I've talked to my colleagues and we've said it to your face, that you have been up here basically stonewalling our ability to get the answers to the American people. And what I will also say is that every single member of Congress does not feel safe with you in charge. You have heard that, and I think that we are all sitting ducks with you in directing the Secret Service currently. But more importantly, it sends a message to our adversaries that we are not protected, and we are one of the strongest countries in the world, so you have essentially made us a less safe country because of it. As a result of that, I'm asking you to formally step down. I share my same opinions as my Democrat colleagues, and I also think that your efforts to bring forward a full investigation and report in 60 days is unacceptable. And as a result of that, I'm going to do everything in my legislative toolkit to ensure that that happens sooner rather than later. And I'm sure that you know that we brought a vote on inherent contempt against Garland for essentially blocking a congressional investigation, and I don't think that you should be any different. So I will say that I am just completely disgusted by your performance today, and I understand that you're probably in a position where you're being told not to testify, which is why we had to subpoena you. I think that goes back to Garland. But again, that is part of the flushing that we need to get out of Washington, and I would be happy to assist in that process. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you bringing this hearing forward with a subpoena. Director, yesterday I made the decision to get in my car and drive to Butler, Pennsylvania in preparation for this moment and asking you questions about the events of the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I've done several presidential events prior in my career, and I wanted to see this site with my own two eyes because I don't believe the video footage tells the whole story or looking at things on a diagram. And I was absolutely appalled when I went to the site, when I saw the fact that I could have stood on the roof of that building, the AGR building, and hit that podium with a 9-iron, and I'm a lousy golfer. And the fact that that was not included in the perimeter is a complete dereliction of the duty of the U.S. Secret Service. I mean, there are very few rooftops that needed to be secured, and the fact that Secret Service, as they were putting a site plan in place, did not think it was necessary to man those rooftops, you have completely walked away from your duties. You had one job, and that's to protect the future President of the United States or to protect all of the other protectees. And President Trump is only here today by God's grace because he had just something in him that made him turn his head just slightly, or we would be in a national period of mourning right now. And you have done nothing here today. I've rewritten these questions like 4 times during your hearing, and you haven't answered a damn one of them. You haven't given any information. You have hidden behind this FBI investigation, and I think you should be ashamed of yourself because you have brought more shame to your agency than I think that the assassination attempt has at this point. This is literally the worst performance I have ever seen in front of a congressional hearing. You have offered no reason for this committee, this body, or the American people to trust you or the Secret Service today. And you should resign. You have said that you've put new security measures in place after the assassination attempt. Can you tell us what those are? Because the American people want to know that you're taking real corrective measures. But today you've pointed to an investigation. Investigation or not, you still have a job to do with a zero-fail mission. But so far, there's been absolutely no accountability, and you've admitted that here today. Not one person's been suspended. Not one person's been put on a desk. Meanwhile, we've got the most contentious of elections in our nation's history, and protectees are in danger because of incompetent leadership. Not the agents. The agents piled on President Trump to protect his life. Those are heroes. But the administrators running your agency, they're not right now. They're not doing their jobs, and you certainly aren't doing. The most appalling part of Saturday's events is the countless opportunities that Secret Service had to stop Crooks before he even got on the roof. At 3 o'clock, Crooks raised suspicion by entering the rally with a rangefinder. At 5:45, a cop with a Beaver County Emergency Services unit saw Crooks eyeballing the roof at the AGR International Building. And then at 5:55, Secret Service was warned of a suspicious person and identifies Crooks as a threat. This was all before shots were fired 15 minutes later. Director, yes or no, did local law enforcement alert the Secret Service about Crooks' presence at the rally?
Yes, they did.
The shooter came to attention of law enforcement almost an hour before President Trump went on stage. Law enforcement alerted the Secret Service of the shooter. Over and over, you've said there's a difference between a suspicious individual and a threatening individual. Can you explain what the shooter needed to exemplify to be called a threat?
So I'm not clear as to what identified him as suspicious to the individuals who originally clarified him that way. For the Secret Service, for an individual to be determined to be a threat, that individual would have to be seen with a weapon or capable of doing some sort of harm to our protectees.
I mean, Director, an individual walking into a rally with a rangefinder, scoping out an unprotected rooftop, and he reportedly flew a drone over hours before. It sounds like a lot more than suspicious, especially at a presidential rally. Your operational lapses, your resource management, and poor judgment nearly resulted in the assassination of President Trump. I mean, the dereliction of duty here is just appalling. The fact that you haven't visited Butler is just maddening to me. That you're not taking this job seriously. Many people here have called for your resignation. I've introduced a resolution here into this body that hopefully will get a vote this week calling on the president to fire you, ma'am. You have not done your job. You have put 2 black eyes on your agency, and you need to go. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Director Cheetle, I just want to kind of get an idea of what you can answer, because outside of what the FBI is responsible for, you have full responsibility for the Department of Secret Service. So the question is, what is the mission? Who defines the mission?
Our mission of the Secret Service is to protect the President, the Vice President, their immediate families, presidential candidates, the former presidents, and those by executive order, and we also have an investigative mission.
And those are well defined?
Yes, they
Everyone within the agency understands the mission?
Yes, they do.
What about protocols and standards? Who defines the protocols and standards?
We have a number of protocols and policies in place for the various missions that we have.
So would it be safe to say that you failed the mission, the ultimate mission?
I have stated repeatedly here today that there was a failure.
What about specific failures within protocols and guidelines within the agency?
Again, I am certain that the investigation that is being conducted internally as well as the external investigation.
You said earlier in the hearing that there was either a communication, there was errors in communication or in operations. Could it be both? In both errors in operational decisions and errors in communications?
I think the investigation potentially could identify both.
So I want to talk about communications. Representative Boebert asked earlier about using encrypted apps, that you said you've not used, I guess, Signal. Have you used any encrypted app to communicate from your personal device?
I do, on occasion, use encrypted apps to communicate.
So you use some form of an encrypted app to communicate with people within the federal government? With local law enforcement? Whom are you communicating using encrypted apps?
Many times it's with colleagues and associates.
So you're communicating with colleagues on a personal device?
There are times that the Secret Service, when we work internationally with some of our partners, that they don't have the same texting capability.
And you're not able to do that with your government-issued device?
Recently, we have been able to install some of those apps on government devices.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that we can get access to. I'm actually shocked that you are using your personal device and encrypted communication tools. I think that might be the most shocking thing that I've heard today. I didn't expect for you to say that. We have requested, this committee has requested multiple documents. And this is not, under the purview of the FBI, this is under your purview. We requested a complete list of all law enforcement personnel, including Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, local law enforcement with the roles in protecting the president. And we requested that for us to receive that by July 18th. Did you provide that?
I believe that our agency is in the process of collecting all documents.
So you did not, you have not provided it. How long does it take to determine who the personnel were that were on site?
We are collecting a comprehensive list of all the documents that have been requested.
We also requested all the audio and video recordings that your agency, not the FBI, but your agency has in possession related to the event. Did we receive those? Have you provided those at all?
We are in the process of collecting all documentation requested.
You're in the process, but you have not. Any memorandums or any internal communications related to the event? We requested that you provide that. Have you provided any of that?
We are in the process of collecting the information that has been requested.
Okay. So when can we expect to receive these documents? How long does it take to determine who was on site, who was being employed to be there to protect the former president? When can we expect that? How many days does it take to provide that information?
We want to make sure that we have a comprehensive accounting of all of the documents that were engaged in that day, and we will make them available as soon as possible. I
think transparency is the key here. It's shocking to me that we are communicating in a encrypted app to colleagues. I'm almost certain that violates some federal laws.
I would like to clarify, you didn't ask me whether my communications were government work related or whether they were personally related.
You're communicating with colleagues.
I don't communicate government business with colleagues on a personal device. I communicate on my work device.
Are you using an encrypted device on your work device?
I am not.
No encrypted apps?
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Waltz from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Director, please, I'd like to direct your attention to this video.
And I sincerely appreciate the clarity on this.
Can we turn up the volume, staff?
I just want to ask you, because this has.
Hey guys, just to be clear, I'm not playing this video because there could be a copyright issue. The headline's messed up. So as soon as this video clip is over, I'll throw you back. This is the last speaker, and then we're going to talk about the hearing. This is the last representative at the hearing. So I'm going to go back to the hearing now.
back on that, calling that absolutely false.
No, I have to wait because it's a copyright issue because it's a CNN clip. So I got to wait till that clip plays, and then I can go back to the hearing. So as soon as the CNN-owned clip is over, I will go back to the hearing, and then here's the speaker, and then we'll come back and we'll get your comments right after this.
Your boss, Secretary Mayorkas, you fall under DHS. Did you speak with him on the 14th, the day after?
Yes, I did.
So you spoke with him before he made that statement?
I spoke with him immediately following the incident.
Did you inform him that all requests for additional resources for President Trump had been fulfilled? Or that it was false to say they had been denied?
I informed him that the request for that rally that day had been fulfilled.
Okay, you continue to answer that very carefully. Because I made a broader statement, the agents that came to me made a broader statement that his permanent protective detail for years now have been asking for more. Is that correct?
I do not have specific incidents of those requests.
Is it correct that they've been asking for more?
I have heard the same reports that you have. Without having them in front of me, I am unable.
Those requests are made in writing. I mean, the agents are telling me they make them in writing. This isn't a verbal agency. Things are made in writing.
I understand what you're saying. I don't have those requests in front of me here.
I'm not asking if you have them in front of you. Are you aware that they were made?
As I said earlier, there are times when requests are made, and depending on the availability of assets, or if there is a way that
So there were times when they were denied?
If there is a way that vulnerability can be mitigated in a different way, then that is why
So there are times when they were denied, for a variety of reasons?
That is why the Secret Service has a multi-layered and multifaceted security plan so that we can pivot if we need to.
In the wake, in the immediate 48 hours of an assassination attempt on a former president, could be the next leader of the free world, almost had his head blown off, your boss says that's irresponsible and false to say things are denied. And you had talked to him. So did he just make that on his own, make that up on his own, or did you tell him that?
We were speaking about the requests made at the rally.
Staff, can we show the next slide, please? Then we have your spokesman. Did you sign off on this statement? That there's an assertion that a member of the former president's team requested additional security resources and those were rebuffed? This is absolutely false. In fact, we added protective resources and technology and capability as part of the increased campaign travel tempo. But next slide, please. Next slide, please, staff. We have the Washington Post article that then says we now have senior Secret Service officials saying there were at times when it was denied. So which is it?
Again, there have been a number of conversations going on here.
Did you sign off on that spokesman's statement?
The spokesman's statement, I believe, was related to requests that were made.
Did you sign off on it?
For the requests that were made at the rally.
Did you sign off on the statement before it went out? I sign off on my press spokesman's statement before they go out. I would hope you would in the wake of an assassination attempt.
Yes.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Categorically false that any requests were made. You signed off on it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity. Madam Director, how many press conferences have you held since the assassination attempt?
We have put out press releases.
How many press conferences have you held? Gone to the mic, taken questions from the public, from the media? How many?
I have not held any.
How many has Secretary Mayorkas held?
I don't.
0. How many has the FBI held? 0. How many has the Department of Justice held? I know you know the answer.
I believe there was a press conference in Butler after the incident occurred.
By local law enforcement, not by you and not by the Department of Homeland Security. So this is how misinformation flies. In the darkness, in the absence of information. Now we have 9 days later before a congressional committee, we all represent almost 1 million people, and you still don't have answers. Are you aware that national news anchors are saying this was a hoax? On national television, they're saying, no, the president wasn't shot, it was flying glass. Are you aware of that?
I have not heard those reports.
Are you aware that, I mean, there are rumors rampant online that there were multiple shooters?
Yes.
Are you aware that because the shooter had overseas encrypted platforms in Belgium and New Zealand and in Germany, that a lot of people are speculating there could have been foreign involvement, logically? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And have you done anything to disabuse any of these notions today? No. You haven't. Madam Director, I would fire you. Regardless of the failure, I would fire you just how you've handled it since. You should have been the first to the mics to say, America, world, I want to assure you we're going to get to the bottom of this. I want to assure you full transparency. Our agency clearly had major gaps here, and I want to personally take responsibility and accountability. You should have been the first, standing alongside Secretary Mayorkas, and I would even go so far as to say have daily press conferences, updating everyone on what we know. But you haven't had any of that. What are you hiding behind?
I am not hiding.
Because you're making the situation worse. I think you've heard that on a bipartisan basis here. You are making this situation far worse in the absence of information. Let's move on. This is truly astounding. I want to be clear, because you keep dodging the issue. Has President Trump's permanent protective detail requested additional assets over the last few years? He is clearly not your average former president. He's not Jimmy Carter in an old folks' home. He's not President Bush painting out in his barn. He has multiple residences, a lot of rallies. He's very publicly engaged, and he has a foreign threat in addition to domestic threats. Have they requested additional resources?
That's the last question, but please feel free to answer.
Thank you,
Director.
Thank you. We have continued, as I stated earlier, to increase over the past year the assets that are at the former president's residence and supplied to his detail.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just ask for one more indulgence. It is clear you have not been to Butler, Pennsylvania. Leaders lead and should be on the ground. You have not been there. Instead, you went to the RNC, but you weren't originally even going to go there. Where were you originally scheduled to go besides the RNC, a national special security event?
I was always scheduled to go to the RNC.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record that the director was scheduled to go to Aspen, hobnobbing around with, I don't know what liberal elites go to Aspen. That was where you were originally scheduled to go to speak at a forum.
I was scheduled to go to the RNC. I was going to leave the RNC for 24 hours and return back to the RNC.
I hope, as your predecessor, Julie Pearson, with a security incident on the White House and under the Obama administration and Reagan's Secret Service detail lead, I would hope you would have the dignity for the sake of the agents in the service to resign.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
I'd like to enter a few things into the record. First of all, the remaining articles that Mr. Biggs was wanting to enter into the record, without objection, so ordered. Next, I have a written statement from Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania. His district includes Butler, and he has a written statement that we'd like to enter into the record without objection, so ordered. A bipartisan 114th congressional report titled United States Secret Service, an Agency in Crisis. This was prepared by former Oversight Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz and former Ranking Member Elijah Cummings. And lastly, the issue subpoenaed compelling Director Cheatle's appearance at today's hearing without objection, so ordered. That concludes our question segment. I want to thank the Director for your testimony today. I now yield to the Ranking Member for closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Director Cheatle, I also want to thank you for your patience over the course of what must have been a very long and trying hearing for you. It has been an unusually encouraging hearing and an unusually depressing hearing. And what's encouraging, Mr. Chairman, is that we came together to issue a strong statement deploring and categorically denouncing political violence in America. And I also didn't see any daylight between the members of the two parties today at the hearing in terms of our bafflement and outrage about the shocking operational failures that led to disaster and near catastrophe on July 13th, 2024. What is depressing is the extraordinary communications gap between the director of the Secret Service and Congress. And I don't want to add to the director's terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day, but I will be joining the chairman in calling for the resignation of the director, just because I think that this relationship is irretrievable at this point, and I think that the director has lost the confidence of Congress at a very urgent and tender moment in the history of the country, and we need to very quickly move beyond this. But what I will say, Mr. Chairman, is that I took this hearing to be about two major policy failures, and one policy failure is the one that got the vast majority of the attention, which was the failure of the Secret Service to effectively respond to a gunman on a roof within 150 yards of a presidential visit and speech. But the other failure is on the part of Congress, because the mass shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania, is replicated all over the country every day. And in fact, as I said, Mr. Chairman, it happened that evening in Alabama, in Birmingham, Alabama, where there was a mass shooting where more people even were killed and wounded than were killed and wounded in Butler, Pennsylvania. So it's true, the president, the former president, and a handful of people who get the Secret Service protection are the only people in America we thought were safe from an AR-15 attack. It's clear that they're not safe either, and we've got to get to the bottom of that. But we also have to get to the bottom of the larger problem, which is that the whole country is living like this, in fear and in terror of assault weapon attacks in movie theaters, churches, synagogues, mosques, supermarkets, Walmarts, any place where an audience or a public gathers. And the worst was in Las Vegas, where a gunman got up on a roof and then just mowed down 60 people below him and wounded hundreds and hundreds of other people. So we've got to deal with that problem. Yes, we've got to move as swiftly as we can to deal with the problems of the Secret Service, but the broader problem is still there. And I just wish to the heavens that our colleagues that could get together on the question of presidential security against an AR-15 attack could get together on the question of public security against an AR-15 attack, because all of us are vulnerable. All of our families are in danger by this, and the rest of the world doesn't live this way. And we have to look to see how uniquely strange it is that we allow 20-year-olds to access AR-15s, weapons of mass destruction, and show up in public places to endanger other people. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, we can work together on that with the same spirit of bipartisan commitment to the public safety that was exemplified here today. And I yield back to you.
Ranking member yields back. I'll deliver my closing remarks. Director Cheatle, I subpoenaed you to appear today to get answers for the American people about the failures that led to the assassination attempt of President Donald J. Trump. Unfortunately, you refused to answer today. And this committee is not known for its model of bipartisanship, but I think today we came together unanimously in our disappointment for your lack of answers. You've stated that the FBI will investigate and give a report, and you estimate 60 days. We've been waiting for months and months for lots of different bits of information from the FBI. We have no confidence in the FBI. The majority of this committee has no confidence in the FBI. I sincerely hoped that the hearing today would give not just Congress confidence in the Secret Service, but the American people would have confidence in the Secret Service. We don't have confidence, not just in Congress, but I don't believe the American people tonight when they go to bed are going to have confidence that the Secret Service is the best it can be at protecting President Biden, at protecting the First Lady, at protecting President Trump, at protecting their families. That's what the primary role for the Secret Service should be. And some people have said and speculated, well, there needs to be more money and more employees. As I stated early on, $3.1 billion, I believe next year it's going to be $3.2 billion budget, over 8,000 employees. If the Secret Service is spread too thin and doing things like inspecting counterfeit, which is what the Secret Service was created to do, was to inspect counterfeit money and things like that with the Treasury. If it's spread too thin, then we need to come together in Congress, and I think we can do that in a bipartisan way to narrow the focus of the Secret Service, to protect the leaders of our country, to protect our elections by protecting our candidates. And I don't believe we have any confidence that you can do that as the leader of the FBI. I sincerely hope that we would adjourn this committee hearing and have confidence not just in the Secret Service, but in you as director of the Secret Service. But we do not. Taking responsibility requires a lot of things. It means providing transparency. It means answering simple questions. It means providing a specific timeline of July 13th to this committee and the American people. I mean, it's been 9 days. There were people that were demanding that we have a hearing the next day or 2 days following the shooting. And I said, no, we need to give the Secret Service ample time to be able to answer those questions. 9 days. 9 days. And I don't think we answered very many questions that the American people have. I don't think there was I've never said this before, and I've presided over a lot of hearings. I don't think there was one question asked by anyone that the average American hasn't already asked at a diner or at church or at a ball game. The American people have questions. They deserve answers. Congress deserves answers. You were subpoenaed today to provide answers, and ma'am, you did not do that. So, as Ranking Member Raskin stated, he and I will be sending a letter requesting that you submit your resignation as a step toward accountability in what happened. And one of the biggest frustrations that many of us have, especially on this side of the aisle, is that there's never accountability in this administration. And when you look at the debacles prior to July 13th, I mean, it would be hard to beat the withdrawal in Afghanistan, the debacle there, and no one was held accountable. To this day, no one has been held accountable for that. But here we have clearly video showing people notifying the police, and the police are blaming the Secret Service. The Secret Service are blaming the police. Homeland Security is blaming everybody. But at the end of the day, after this hearing and after our request for information, we don't have any answers for the American people, and we don't have that confidence that you can lead the Secret Service to restore the confidence. And again, I commend the ranking member for joining with me in the letter asking your resignation, and we certainly hope that you will take that to heart. With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witness, which will be forwarded to the witness. If there's no further business, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
All right. Wow, what a hearing that was. That was quite the hearing. We just watched the House Oversight Committee for about 5 hours. No, about 4.5 hours. Question the head of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheatle, and both the Republicans and the Democrats on the committee uniformly, you heard it, were very displeased and upset with her testimony. She refused to answer most of the questions, refused to give details on all kinds of questions about what happened at the rally and what she knows and what they've learned. And members on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, including the Republican head of the Republican chair of the committee and the highest-ranking Democrat in the committee, ranking member of the ranking Democratic member of the committee, they all called for her to resign. I don't know that every single member literally said she should resign, but I feel like most members said she should resign, and certainly many Democrats and many Republicans said she should resign. I gotta take the clock off here. Let me just fix my headline here, because we weren't on this shot before. So I want to get some comments from you guys. What did you think about that hearing? But she also said at one point she said that she hadn't been to visit. She hasn't visited the site where this happened. So she literally hasn't been there, which it seems kind of crazy to me that you wouldn't go visit there. I mean, you're the head of the Secret Service. I actually thought it was pretty bad when she didn't know how tall former President Trump was. I mean, now you might say, "Oh, that's like a trivia question." Well, no. If your job is to protect these people, I would think you probably know how tall Trump is. That's your job. But anyways, we should maybe we'll take a poll and say, should she resign? Anyways, I want to read some comments from you guys about what did you guys think. I'm gonna read some comments from the chat. I'll check out my X account too, @Lookner on X. You can write me there. But yeah, I mean, look, if you were watching it, I don't have to tell you this. Just over and over again, she would not answer questions about basic questions the members had about what happened that day, and about the planning, and about the perimeter, and about what they had learned. And I mean, it just seems like at this point you would think she has a decent idea of what happened. And she kept saying, well, the FBI is doing their investigation, and I want to wait to have a full investigation done. And she said they're expecting it'll take 60 days to have the answers. And, it just, again, I don't have to tell you this stuff, but she really just was not forthcoming with information. Hey, thanks to Maybe for your support. Maybe says brutal, disappointing, but also not surprising. And then our viewer Chris Bensett thinks she knew the answers but just wouldn't cooperate. And I don't know. I honestly don't know the reasoning behind not wanting to be more forthcoming. And look, and I'm glad it got brought up. The last speaker, I think it might have been Tim Walz, Congressman, Mike Waltz from Florida. The last speaker brought it up. Like, why haven't you had a press conference yet? So I thought he made a good point. He said, you should have been out there right away. And I think I've said something like this in our coverage, that I can't believe that they could have had a press conference and just said, we can't answer those questions yet. They could have at least gotten out there. But Congressman Mike Waltz basically said, you could have gotten out there right away and said, we're going to get these facts for you. Just made an appearance. But they haven't given any press conferences. And then she goes in there today, and, it just... I mean, they're the ones in charge. I mean, just think of other big events that happen, whether it's a murder or whether I remember in Nashville when there was the Christmas bombing in Nashville a couple years ago. And normally within a few days, law enforcement figures out what happened. So the fact that it's 9 days after, and she's also said she's interviewed the various agents on the ground, and she's gotten updates from the FBI in their investigation, and so certainly she has a lot more information. I think it's clear from the testimony than she's actually giving out. But she kept saying she wanted to. Oh, this was actually interesting. While I was here, I saw Andrew McCabe, who's, if I have this right, former FBI director on the air, and I was watching him with closed captions. He was being interviewed on CNN. Yes, the former FBI director. And what he said is, she could have come out there today, because she kept saying, well, I don't want to give you false information, and I want to have all the final information. And what Andrew McCabe said is, he said she could have come out there today and just started by saying, look, I'll tell you what information I have so far, and just be aware, information could change based on our investigation. So, and I think that was a good point. There was nothing stopping her from saying that. If she was worried about saying something that later would turn out to be false, she could have just said at the beginning, you know, I want to be transparent with you. I'm going to tell you what we know so far, but just be aware, you know, the investigation's still ongoing, so we could get other details in. She could have, and I thought that was a good point that Andrew McCabe made, is that she could have said that and then just been more forthright, but she didn't. So, you know, anyways, let me read some more comments here from you guys. Vincent Vega thinks she's hiding something. I don't know what she's hiding. There's been no evidence that has come out that anybody else was involved or anything like that. I mean, if you ask me, there's some sort of why is she not being more forthright? If you ask me, if I just had to guess, two things. First of all, maybe there's a culture there of not wanting to get people in trouble, so you don't ever mention when anybody does anything wrong publicly. And two, I guess it's kind of one thing. It's like, it just seems like, is it part of the culture there that we don't get our own people in trouble, so we don't say bad things about our own people publicly? I don't know what the other answer is for the lack of information. So I know nothing about their culture. I'm just thinking common sense wise, what explains why she would be so reluctant to say anything? So that's a thought I have. Is there some sort of thing like that going on there? I don't know. But I'm just trying to think of why it might be. You know, Jethro Manser says, no snitching. So I don't know if that's the kind of vibe that's going on there. I can't tell, but you know, but I don't think it's a good look. You heard, I believe multiple of the representatives said this, that they thought, one representative said he thought her performance in the press conference, in the House hearing, actually makes the secret, it does more to hurt the public perception of the Secret Service than the actual assassination attempt, which I thought was interesting. Thank you, Kelly Smith, for your support. Thank you, Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says she admitted a record of radio communications doesn't exist for the event, just this event. So I don't remember that specific point. I'd have to go back and listen specifically to what she said. So I can't verify that is exactly what she said. I don't know. But thank you, Boomer Wow, for your support. Sakhu says national security. I don't know. You know, I don't know that national security is why she can't answer questions about, like, you know, when were they informed about this and how many shell casings did they find? And, you know, questions about timing and how long it took to identify somebody and all this stuff. I don't know that, I don't see obviously that all of those questions can't be answered because they reveal national security secrets, at least to me. Let's see here. But give me a shout. Our viewer Golga Baby says, that's how corporate is like, kind of like the Army. Golga Baby is talking about maybe there's like just a refusal to want to say anything negative about people you work with in public or something. I don't know. Hey, real quick, I want to say a quick thanks to our moderators, because the only reason we can have our chat rooms is because of our moderators. So I really appreciate them being here today. Ruth Krafasi is here right now. I saw Havasu Mom there. We've had a bunch of them in and out. Danny James is there right now. Huge thanks to our moderators. They're there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, we have moderators like, we've had a bunch today, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, thank you. Charlotte Webb on there on Facebook, really appreciate you moderating. and any others I might be missing. Also, I want to say a quick thank you for your support to Table 10s on Twitch, Amelia1213, Daddy Dino81 on Twitch, and also thanks for your support very much. Cursed Cataract, thanks for the gift memberships. Thanks Boomer Wow, Kelly Smith, Patty Takes Photos, Maybe, Purple Oryx, Gordon Gott, Cartoon Maps, J-Spike, Nuclear Salmon, Cindy RN, Carol's Dark Sarcasm. I couldn't thank these people verbally during the hearing because we were watching the hearing. V, Batman, Nick Blackbird, Jan Erik Edvardson, and also Dr. Fatbird, Sebastian Lee, Princess Teapot, and Choosy Heretics, and Marty Hagwood, and Grevin Scherer, Marky B. Yad, Dutch Synths, Patty Takes Photos, Knox Corvus, Miranda Cole, Debbie James, Joe, PZ Papa Zulu, LGM for you, Marks, Steve Maves. I think I'm all caught up. All right, let me take a few more comments from you guys. But another really striking thing is, again, Democrats, Republicans, pretty much all had the same take today. You could see everyone was frustrated. As one of the members said, there was no real difference in what the Democrats and the Republicans were saying in the hearing. Multiple Democrats and Republicans called for her to resign. They expressed their frustration. They were just angry that she was not willing to answer so many questions. Ann C. says, this went as I expected, no answers. I will say a bunch of our viewers thought that we were going to get that kind of response in the hearing today, and we did. Hey, thanks Red Eye Shell for your support on Twitch as well. Let's see. Infallible Foul says, not answering questions was rough. And just things about people were trying to say well, just like why wasn't it in the perimeter and kind of thing. There was no explanation given for what happened. And I would have to go back and look at the transcript, but there was question after question where you were just like, okay, she must have an answer for this. And she would say some version of, we're waiting for the FBI to finish their investigation. She kept saying that. But you'd have to think that she, at this point, has some idea of what happened. Let's see here. Joey 2 times, our viewer says, by not answering, she fueled conspiracy theories. Let's see here. Scott Hare, our viewer, writes in and says, oops, I'll show you what Scott says. Scott says, the congressional hearing with Secret Service Director Kim Cheatle was, as expected, a total waste of time with undertones of gun control rhetoric. Well, once in a while, most of them did not, but a couple of the Democratic members gave thoughts, took their questioning time to give a lot of thoughts on gun control. But most of them did not. Most of the Democratic members really were similar in their testimony to the Republican members. It was quite striking to see them both really getting it. With a lot of the questioning and a lot of the comments from the House members, Democratic and Republican, were the same kind of questions and the same kind of comments. Let's see here. The Prepared Ranch writes in and says, by her own testimony, she's prepared for this hearing for at least 5 days, and that's the best she could do. Biden stepped down for less demonstrated incompetence. Well, no, Biden didn't step down for incompetence at all. That's just false. Biden stepped down because, well, I mean, just to be clear, Biden said he stepped down because it would be the best thing for the country and the party. But it seemed like he was stepping down because he had gotten a bit older and slower, and this was reflected in the debate. But I just want to be clear. There's an important difference, I think, between these two situations. So I don't want to completely analogize them. Anyways, and also, Biden has not resigned. Biden has said he is not running, but he has not resigned. So that's a difference as well. Anyways, but aside from that Prepared Ranch, you think that I understand your point, which is you're saying that she prepared for 5 days, and in spite of this preparation, there was not a lot on offer. So you think she needs to step down. Okay. So thanks, Prepared Ranch, for writing in. Hold on. Our viewer, Shalisha Alston writes in and says, I watched the live congressional hearing with KC. She absolutely tap danced. I have no confidence in her. She is covering up something. She should resign. I was getting so angry at her refusal to answer simple questions that I don't even like Trump. Hey, thank you so much, Shalisha, for writing in. Look, I think Shalisha's reaction is natural. First of all, being frustrated. Second of all, she says, I have no confidence in her. This is something that the congressional representative said on the panel, that the American people, they thought, they didn't have confidence in her, but they didn't think the American people would have confidence in her or the Secret Service after this hearing. Look, we've had viewers, Shalisha and many of our viewers, think she is covering up something. Now, again, there's no evidence out there that there's more than one shooter. There's no evidence out there. Now, she did say this. She did say that they have no evidence that anybody else was involved in this. But at the same time, I do understand when people see someone get up there like that and not answer questions, one natural thought you might have is, what is she covering? What is she covering up? One of the Congress people at the end said, what are you hiding? Now, when you say, what are you covering up? You could say, oh, is there some grand conspiracy in the crime, in the shooting she's covering up? But I think the more likely thing that she might not want to talk about is failures at the agency, right? So I think it's a lot more likely she doesn't want to say negative things about what happened at the agency on her part or other people's part, I don't know, than some kind of, oh, she's covering up some worldwide conspiracy of many people that was behind this shooting. I think the former is more likely than the latter. But at the same time, if you go out there, and many of the Congress people said this, if you go out there and you don't give information, that leaves space and for people to start coming up with all kinds of theories about what happened, to fill in the gaps themselves. So, and I do understand that sentiment, but personally, I think it's a lot more likely that any kind of cover-up, so to say, is more directed at not being open about the Secret Service than some kind of grand conspiracy or plot that we only know the tip of in the shooting. That's just my thought. Let's see. Let me take some more comments here. But I appreciate people writing in. Let's see. Avion writes in and says, huge thing that stood out to me was she didn't know how or who released her statement to the press. What other vital information is at risk? Is she admitting a vulnerability in her own office and possession? Yeah, so there was a moment at which, I don't know which congressional representative said this, but one of the congressional representatives pointed out, maybe it was Nancy Mace, I don't know, pointed out that parts of her opening statement leaked to the press several hours before. And the congressional representative accused her of leaking. And she said she didn't know how it got leaked. Now, I can't say. Maybe she knows, maybe she doesn't know. But as Avian points out, if she doesn't know, that would still seem to be a problem. Unless, look, I guess somebody from Congress could have leaked it. No? Did anybody? I don't know who gets the statement. Does Congress get this statement before the hearing? So, anyways, it certainly would seem like a problem if it's coming from somebody in the Secret Service. If it's coming from somebody in Congress, you can't blame her from that. But, I don't know exactly what happened there. But what else did I write? There was all kinds of moments. Nancy Mace used the S swear word twice. She said, "That's bull blank," and "You're full of blank," to her. That got especially testy. Let's see here. I want to take some more comments from you guys. Sorry, Tammy and David said Nancy Mace was Tammy's favorite. Oh, thanks, Krevin Share for your support. Greven Share says Congress must legislate and create its own law enforcement agency to police the executive branch agencies. Well, this is their oversight power. I mean, they have oversight power. They were able to have this hearing. Now, in terms of further oversight, so I mean, what further action could they take? I don't know. You know, the Secret Service says there's more information coming. Honest, if they didn't, at what point, if there wasn't information coming, could they take action for contempt of Congress or something? I don't know. I mean, look, it does look like eventually some big report is coming, but you know, it's. I guess the concern is if somebody comes forward like this and, you know, they show up but they don't really answer questions, what can you do about it? Well, I mean, look, I do think, you know, someone else who could exercise enforcement is she's in the executive branch, the Secret Service. They're under Department of Homeland Security, correct? So certainly the president or the director of Homeland Security would be above the director of Secret Service. So someone else who can hold her accountable is one of those people. Let's see here. The Secret Service is under the Department of Homeland Security. I just looked it up under on Wikipedia. But you know, look. I have to think after today's hearing, and after the bipartisan condemnation and frustration and anger in Congress over this hearing, and I know we have people in our audience, both who lean left and right, who are very unhappy with this hearing today. I'm sure there's people across the country who are not happy with this hearing today. My guess is that there will be pressure, is that President Biden, the White House, and the Department of Homeland Security will feel like they will feel a sense of pressure that she goes. That's just a guess I have. So I don't know how this is going to all play out, but I would be surprised after all this if she keeps her job. But you know, she could get fired, she could resign. Maybe neither happens, but I mean, at the end of the, you know, you had Democrats and Republicans and the heads of the committee, the chair of the committee and the highest ranking Democrat in the committee both said at the end, they said they're going to together submit a letter calling for her resignation. So I would be pretty surprised if she stays in her job. Oh, I do want to mention this. There was a point, here's another thing she said, which was, well, I don't know how weird this is, but she was asked, the Secret Service director under Reagan, when Reagan was shot, she was asked, do you know what he did? And she said he stayed on. And I think it was Ro Khanna who asked this, but whoever was questioning her said, no, he resigned. No, it wasn't Ro Khanna, I'm sorry, it was somebody else. I think it was somebody else. But just to be clear, I looked it up, and I believe that shooting happened like in the spring, and he resigned in November. The Reagan shooting happened on March 30th, 1981. And if I have it right, the head of the Secret Service, I think it was Stuart Knight, resigned that year in November. Yes, head of the Secret Service, H. Stuart Knight. I'm looking at it on Wikipedia. Yes, he resigned in November. But I will say this. So you might say when she was asked, what did he do after the shooting? And she said he stayed on. Maybe she was thinking, well, he stayed on for 8 months. But you'd think she would know why that question was being asked. And you'd think she'd know to just say, like, well, he eventually resigned or something. So if she really didn't know what H. Stuart Knight did and that he resigned, 8 months after the Reagan shooting, I think she should know that. Now, you might say, oh, that's a gotcha question. how could she be expected to know this trivia? But it's not just any trivia. It's literally like, what happened in the Secret Service? What did the director do when Reagan was shot? Like, you'd think like she would definitely know that because she's the Secret Service director. This is very relevant to her job. So I don't like when people are asked what I would call gotcha questions, when you put somebody on the spot with some question, like some bit of knowledge that they can't really be expected to know or have at the tip of their tongue, like some piece of trivia. I do not think Trump's height, which she said she didn't know, she said somewhere over 6 feet, I don't think that's a gotcha question for the director of the Secret Service, which is responsible for protecting a small number of people, and Trump is one of the most important people they protect, and she doesn't know his height, which I thought was crazy. Really, it's kind of weird to me that she doesn't know the exact height of Trump. But also, if it's true that she didn't know what happened with the director of the Secret Service under Reagan after Reagan was shot, and she didn't know that he resigned in the November, 8 months after Reagan was shot, that's weird to me. If your job is, I'm the director of the Secret Service, I would think you'd know what happened to the director of the Secret Service under Reagan. Anyways, but I don't know that she didn't know that. It wasn't clear from the answer. Seemed like maybe from the answer she didn't fully know that. But also, as we talked about, she said she hadn't been to the site of the Trump assassination attempt 9 days after, which seems a little weird to me. I would think if you were the director of the Secret Service, you'd want to go there. If nothing else, just to say you were there and visited. I don't know what else you're doing. So, anyways, just some things that struck me during the hearing. All right, let me take some more comments from you guys. The answer she gave when asked about his height was something like, she said it was like above 6 feet. Wickedest Witch says, in my opinion, his height is trivial to her daily job. I just have to respectfully disagree. I just think that's a fact you should just know. You should just know that. You should know basic facts about Biden and Trump. Also, I do think there's somebody asked about this, whoever asked about that, because they were talking about the height of the Secret Service agents. But, these are the people you're protecting. Chucky's Chicklet thinks it was a complete debacle and she'll be gone by the end of the week. By the way, it doesn't reflect well on the Biden administration. She is part of the executive branch. So it does not reflect well on the Biden administration under whom she was appointed. I believe she was appointed in 2022. That's when she took the job. If she goes out there and she gives a performance like that, and a lot of the country is like, well, that looked awful and we didn't get any information and we're angry about it. That's the executive branch. So I do think there will be pressure in the White House for her to either fire her or to basically strongly encourage her to resign. Smelly Cat thinks Biden will fire her. What if she doesn't step down? Will he fire her, or will she just resign? Would she not want to get fired? Can Biden say, I'm going to fire you if you don't resign, and then she resigns? I don't know. Gordon Gott says, what's on her phone? Thanks, Gordon Gott. Yeah, so I just want to be clear here. There was a point in the hearing where she was asked if she used encrypted messaging apps to communicate with coworkers, and she said sometimes. But then later in the testimony, what she clarified is she said, well, I never use encrypted messaging apps to message coworkers about work stuff. So what she's saying is that all the work stuff is not on encrypted messaging apps and it's on her work phone. Now, I don't know specifically, but it was a little strange because the way the question was asked and answered, it made it sound for a while like she was doing work business on encrypted apps on her personal phone. But eventually what she said was that was not happening. So just to be clear, because I think that was confusing from the hearing. And I think some of the questioner was confused, and I understand why that was. Things got a little confusing there, but I just want to clarify what she said. Now, as to whether a director of the Secret Service should use encrypted messaging apps to communicate with coworkers about personal things, that's out of my wheelhouse. I don't know what best practices are. I don't know what corporations or in the government, what they tell you to do when if you do, because sometimes you might have personal things you communicate to coworkers about. Maybe you're friends with your coworkers and you communicate about personal stuff. You could be talking to them about your relationships or something. What is normally recommended in that situation? That I don't know. I can't speak to that. I just have no idea. Thanks so much, Gordon Gott. Thanks, Walter Beasley, for your support. Walter thinks she needs to go. And thanks also Craig Talbert, who says, can we reform congressional hearings? The members of Congress just want easy scapegoats and to mine for clips. Bad format for a healthy inquiry. Thanks, Craig, for your support. So, Craig, one thing I'll say, first of all, is I often, congressional hearings, I think, do involve a lot of grandstanding and involve a lot of posturing and not trying to get at the important things. I thought today's hearing was quite different than a lot of congressional hearings I see. First of all, it was very bipartisan, right? You had Democrats, Republicans, a lot of times on the exact same page. Secondly, look, obviously, I think it was important for Congress people politically to seem like they're angry about this. But I also think they were genuinely angry about this. I think this was a case where people's angry behavior was not like, I want to pretend I'm angry and shout and be angry just for my constituents. I mean, I was angry at a bunch of the answers. I know a lot of you were. So I get your overall point, but this was. I mean, I granted they can only speak for 5 minutes, but this went on for 4.5 hours. So this was a Secret Service director being questioned for 4.5 hours and being asked lots of different questions. So I get your. I certainly agree that often. I think something you're saying is that often these congressional hearings with this format don't end up feeling very satisfactory. But to me, at least, this felt felt a lot more. This lacked some of the flaws that I've seen, and didn't seem as performative purely as some of the hearings do. And that's just my take on it. So again, I get your general sentiment, but personally, I thought that it fulfilled an important function because it got her out here answering questions, because they haven't done that yet. This is the first time anyone from the Secret Service has answered questions. I mean, she did an interview with ABC, but I mean like in a public forum from various people live. But and I'm not an expert on congressional hearings. I'm just giving my 2 cents on ones I've covered and seen. Thank you, Louis R. Thank you, Craig, for your support and for your comment. Louis R. says, and look, I'll also say this. Certainly, if you're trying to get to the bottom of why is the Secret Service not answering these questions? What happened at the rally? This one hearing is not going to tell you that. But, certainly I think these hearings have flaws, but also remember, part of this hearing is not, part of the hearing's function is to be public. It's to be public. So, there's a balance between wanting to fact find and also wanting to present something to the public and let public hear it. So I don't think you would only want to go about fact finding through public hearings like this for reasons that I'm guessing a lot of you and Craig have. But at the same time, I'm all for having a public forum like this where this person for 4.5 hours who hasn't answered any questions is asked questions for 4.5 hours. So I do think there's an important function to having public hearings. Thanks to Louis R. for your support. Louis says this would have been a better hearing if it was classified behind closed doors. Secret Service cannot reveal tactics or mission planning in public, puts other protectees in danger. All right, so I understand those kind of points where they might want to not talk about certain things, but I have a hard time believing that they can't talk about this in a way that doesn't reveal operational secrets that compromise security. Like, if the question, the question's asked, why that building that has a clear line of sight and is reachable by AR-style weapon, in the range of an AR-style weapon, which many security experts have said publicly should definitely have been covered. Why is it? How is it possible? What went wrong that there was nobody with eyes on that building? There's really no way of answering that question that doesn't compromise operational security. There's different ways you can answer that question in various levels of detail. And there's certainly answers you might give to that question, which would be compromising. I have a hard time believing that the answers to the questions that Congress was asking today couldn't be given in some form that doesn't compromise operational security. Now, granted, there might be a level of investigation where you want that granular answer, which would be helpful. And I can certainly get the point that there's going to be talk about methods of security that they're not going to want to talk about publicly. But by the way, she was not citing that for the most part. As I don't even remember her once saying, I can't talk about that because that's an operational security thing that would compromise us. Again and again and again, she said, I can't answer that because I want to wait to have full information and the FBI investigation to be done, and we'll give you that answer when we have the full report. That's what she kept saying. So she was not saying it was an issue of security. That's not why she was saying she couldn't answer the questions. She kept pointing to wanting to have full information. So I understand the point that with something like Secret Service, if you want to really investigate everything about what happened, there might be sensitive things that you don't want the public to know. But at the same time, I think there's that leaves a whole range of answers she could have given, which would have given people some more information that the public wants to know, that Congress wants to know, that I think would not compromise Secret Service operations. But I do appreciate Louis R. I appreciate your input and Craig as well. And I appreciate your support. Thank you, Peasy Wheats, for your support also, and Symbolic for your support. Let me read some comments here. Deborah Ed says, do you think they are not giving her suit and info? Well, no, she said that she has interviewed basically the relevant Secret Service agents on the ground. She's talked to them. At one point, she said that the FBI told her how many casings they found on the roof, and she wouldn't even say to Congress how many it was. So it just doesn't make sense to me that 9 days after this event, she doesn't have a basic idea of what went wrong. I can't believe that. I just do not believe that. I don't believe it. It doesn't seem possible that the director of the Secret Service, 9 days after event, when they've interviewed the various people there, and they've done whatever research they needed to do, I can't imagine that she doesn't have a basic idea of what went wrong. I can't imagine it. It doesn't pass the common sense test. In theory, is it possible she doesn't? It's possible. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm not saying maybe there's specific things like one person said this time and one person said this time. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, imagine you work somewhere and you're in charge and something goes horribly wrong and you spend 9 days investigating it and you've been working at this place for like 28 years, right? And you've interviewed everybody who was there that day from your workplace. I would think at that point, you would have probably a decent idea of generally what went wrong. That's my general thought on this. So, you know, I'm not saying she has to know everything. I would just be shocked. I would be utterly shocked if she didn't have a general idea of what went wrong. Can't imagine it. And someone might argue if she still doesn't have any idea of what went wrong, then she should be doing a different job. But again, this is just, I'm not a Secret Service agent. I'm not a special agent. I'm not a security specialist. It just doesn't pass the common sense test to me that she wouldn't have a general idea now of generally what the problem was. I can't imagine she doesn't know generally what the problem was. You know, it's not like they have to go to Mars to research this thing. They know where it happened. They know who was working that day. I'm sure they've talked to everybody who worked that day. Okay. Hey, thanks to Ben Fork 2000 for your support, and also Cherry Cola. Cherry Cola says, why hasn't she gone to Butler's strange type boss? Yeah, she said she hasn't been there yet. Ben Fork says, where is President Biden? Not been seen for 5 days. Well, we know where he is. I don't know where he is today. I believe he's either in Delaware or D.C. Last I heard, he was in Delaware. I think he's still in Delaware, actually. I don't know where he is because I haven't checked today. But it's known where he is. He has COVID. He's been isolating because of COVID. So, you know, maybe he doesn't want to publicly appear and start coughing and stuff because he still has COVID. Last we heard, I think it was yesterday, he still had some symptoms. So he said he's going to speak later this week. But we do know where he is. Thank you, Ben Fork. It sounds like Ben Fork wants Biden to come out and speak. Although it seems like a different topic. It's off topic. I'll leave it to you. Some of you may think that Biden should have even recorded a message or something and appeared in public or appeared on video or something. That's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to think about that. It's an interesting question. Thank you, Ben Fork, and thanks to Beast Mom, who says her boss is Mayorkas. You are talking about the DHS Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security. Yes, the Secret Service is under the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you, Beast Mom. Symbolic says, Secret Service Director reports to the Department of Homeland Security. I wonder if they're silencing her until their own investigation into misconduct wraps up. I mean, all I can go on is what she kept saying today is, I want to have full information for you, and I want to wait till the FBI investigation is done. That's what she kept saying. I can't say exactly what, I can't put myself in her head and say why exactly she won't say more. You know, again, a thought I had is just maybe it's part of the culture. You're not supposed to say anything bad about coworkers or something. I don't know. You know, I guess some people think someone told her not to say something. I don't know why Mayorkas would want her to not say anything. But I don't know. Again, there's no evidence that, and all the evidence points to this being one person who did this. So I certainly haven't seen any evidence suggesting some kind of huge international or huge plot that this was supposed to be part of. But I can't speak to what her conversations with Mayorkas were. And I don't know how, who will now look at this hearing, which is being nationally panned, and people around the country, I'm sure, are frustrated with. Who will say, will the White House say, well, we got to do something about this because she's part of the executive branch. This doesn't look good. Will Mayorkas, whose decision? Will Department of Homeland Security say something about it? I don't know. Thank you. Hey, let me read some more comments from you guys. Yeah, Marty Hagwood says she was probably told how to conduct herself during the hearing. that very well could be true. That doesn't mean someone higher than her said, like, you need to not say anything so we can cover up this giant plot. I mean, I don't know if there's like weird like legal stuff. So I don't know this. I know that there's certain laws preventing people from filing civil suits against the government. So I don't know, could like the Secret Service face any liability from the families of the people who got killed and injured if it turns out that they were like grossly negligent and that resulted in this shooter getting all these shots off, which killed somebody. So I do know that there are laws against like suing the government, but I'm not a legal expert on this. I don't know, but a thought I had was, if this weren't the government and it was a private industry, I could certainly imagine not wanting to say anything because you think, hey, we might get sued by people. And also, is there any kind of criminal exposure if there was negligence that led to somebody getting killed or injured? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there as a possibility. I am not a legal expert. So I'm not saying that this is a decent chance. Maybe if a legal expert was here, they'd say, no, that's ridiculous. But it's just something, you know. I do know that if it were not a government institution, that would be a prime suspect for someone not saying something, is not wanting to expose yourself legally. But you know, in this case, I almost don't even want to Google it because it's a whole different topic. Maybe there's an article that like exists about this specific question, but I don't want to start doing legal research on the air. I just Googled, can Secret Service be sued for Trump assassination attempt? I just don't know. Maybe not. You know. But forget about being sued. Again, also, if there was gross negligence, could you somehow be criminally implicated if somebody died? Beats me. Beats me. Nisto says she said it herself. She can't speak more because the investigation is not done. So to repeat, something that I saw former FBI head Andrew McCabe said today. He said she could have, I'm not quoting him, but I'm paraphrasing him. He said she could have come out there today and just started by saying, look, I'll tell you what I know so far, but the investigation is going on and details could change. These details could change based on the investigation. And he said she could have said that, and she didn't. But look, it's clearly an interesting question as to why she wouldn't say more. Personally, I think we should try to find an answer why she wouldn't say more other than positing some wild conspiracy theory about about this guy being part of some huge plot, the shooter. It's vastly more likely that that's not the case, and there's some other more mundane reason that she's not coming out publicly. So these are some of the things I've been trying to throw out some possibilities, other than, oh, she's part of this international conspiracy to kill Trump, and she's shutting up about it or something. So clearly there's some reason. There's some big reason that she didn't want to say anything. But I've been trying to explore some of those possibilities. Let's see here. Ellen Jones says they should be liable. Someone died. Prep Mom says if she cannot answer due to legitimate policy, she should simply say that. She never said she couldn't answer. She never gave an answer like that. Chaz says, can't believe you're shocked a government agent dodged questions. Aliyah, our viewer, says, surprised she didn't resign. Kathy says, why the secrecy? Oh, okay, guys. Hey, look what I see. Here you go. Joint statement from the Oversight Committee. Look at this. Chairman James Comer and Ranking Member Jamie Raskin call for United States Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle to resign. They've already come out with their letter. Now, Raskin is a Democrat. This is a bipartisan letter. Director Cheatle, dear Director Cheatle, on July 13th, 2024, the United States Secret Service, under your leadership, failed to protect former President Trump from an assassination attempt that took the life of Corey Comparatori, if I'm pronouncing that right, and seriously injured at least 2 other people. Today, you failed to provide answers to basic questions regarding that stunning operational failure and to reassure the American people that the Secret Service has learned its lessons and begun to correct its systemic blunders and failures. In the middle of a presidential election, the committee and the American people demand serious institutional accountability and transparency that you are not providing. We call on you to resign as director as a first step to allowing new leadership to swiftly address this crisis and rebuild the trust of the truly concerned Congress and the American people. Sincerely, James Comer, Republican, Chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, and Jamie Raskin, Democrat, Ranking Member, Committee on Oversight and Accountability. There you go. So they already came out with their letter. A bipartisan letter from the Oversight Committee heads saying you should resign. Binary Tashokin says that was quick on the release of the letter. And they posted it like 20 minutes ago. I just saw it myself now. But that came out pretty fast after the hearing. All right, hang on. Let me see if I have any other updates for you. And I want to read some more of your comments, too. I appreciate people writing in with comments. Hold on a second here. So people sent me some messages, and I'm just kind of go through and make sure I'm getting some of your messages here. Hold on. Oregon guy says she is just another brick in the wall of the federal government. Also, Oregon guy thinks her not talking thing looks very bad. The optics are terrible. She would have looked much better if she had just answered how many casings were found, for instance. Thank you, Oregon guy, for writing in. Just saw your comments right now. Oregon guy says, was she told not to talk, or does she think she is so culpable that she wouldn't talk? Pip Johnson says, when the FBI takes over an investigation, they go radio silent. I have to assume she has no control over the investigation. Since she has no control over the investigation, she doesn't want to speak to the facts being investigated. Look, so I understand what you're saying in that she might not want to speak for the FBI, but the Secret Service, look, the Secret Service is the lead agency in charge of the security at that event. And they have had no press conferences so far. So it's like they should be coming out with something. And this whole thing about the FBI investigation, I mean, the Secret Service is clearly investigating. They've talked to their own people. So something is wrong. If the Secret Service is responsible for security, something is wrong it doesn't make sense that they would be like, we're not going to investigate this at all. It's up to the FBI. And clearly they are investigating it. She said that she had talked to the Secret Service agents on the ground. So she clearly knows stuff. She clearly knows stuff. So I get what you're saying in that maybe there's some sort of question she wouldn't answer because the FBI is conducting investigation. I just can't imagine that there aren't questions she can answer as the head of the Secret Service about what went wrong with the Secret Service. You know, it's one thing. It's one thing if there's like an ongoing investigation and the law enforcement's doing, and they don't want to say who the suspect is, but they're just. Again, I don't know exactly what the deal is with the FBI investigation, but clearly the Secret Service is looking into it, and it just doesn't make sense to me that they would be expected to say, "Oh, we can't say anything." Because the FBI is doing an investigation, even though we were the chief ones responsible for security there. And I've personally talked to the various Secret Service agents, and we've been looking into it. It just doesn't make sense to me that they would then say, "Oh, the FBI is doing it." And I don't think, again, it seems to me that what she was saying is, I'd have to go back and watch it, but she kept saying, I want to get you the full facts. I don't want to be wrong. She wasn't saying like, that's privileged information. She was saying she wanted to give the full facts, but I'll just say again, former FBI head Andrew McCabe, I saw him say it on TV today. He said she could have gotten up there at the beginning and said, I'll tell you what I know. The investigation's not over yet. Stuff might change, but here's what we know so far. But just know it might change with the investigation. Also, by the way, no suspect is. You don't have to worry about a suspect who's going to be tipped off because, as she said, they believe there was one shooter and this was one person who did this, and that person is dead. So it's not a question of like some suspect is hiding somewhere and doesn't know they're a suspect. So I appreciate that maybe there are some things she can't talk about because it's stuff that's being investigated or the FBI specifically looking into. I just don't see how that results in how that justifies her basically answering hardly any questions today. Justin Woodward says stuff like this hearing is really disenchanting to the public. I agree with Justin. It's hard enough to get people to pay attention at all, and when they do, their time's completely wasted. Go figure. You know, this is something that members of Congress said, and I do think it's important. American people watching this, they're not going to have they might lose faith in the organization. I'm sure a lot of you have questions about the Secret Service when you see this. Geraldine Frederick said she should at least have a timeline. Like, even though if the FBI is investigating this, what's preventing her from giving a timeline of like when the Secret Service was told stuff and all that stuff? You know, it's just kind of, I mean, again, there's all this. There's the level of like specific stuff and stuff. You know, you need to be a security expert to know. But some of this just seems like common sense. Please stop sending me posts from social media accounts that are not like reliable news sources, that are obviously social media accounts that have a very specific political bent and are not reliable and are claiming that Biden is dead or is having some huge secret health crisis. Please don't send me those. They're not news. They're not reliable reports. They're not helpful. I'm just not going to look at them. And you should be able to distinguish. Now, if you want to believe them, that's your choice. But you should know enough to know that those do not help. Those are not reliable reports about what's going on. And if you want to believe them, that's up to you. But you should know enough about me and the way I report news, that a clearly politically, a clear social media account that's not meant to be a reliable news source, or is not clearly a reliable news source, and obviously has a very one-sided political bent, throwing out some completely not well-sourced claim about Biden being dead or having some serious health crisis. You should know enough about me to know that's not going to carry any weight with me. So just stop sending that stuff. I keep getting it today. Stop sending it to me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. It's just a waste of everybody's time. It's a waste of my time. And then it's a waste of the viewers' time because I have to look at this stuff. So stop sending it to me. If you want to believe this stuff, that's up to you. But don't send it to me. The burden, you are able to do this. I'm confident. I'm confident that you yourself can distinguish between sources that I would see as like, oh, that actually is something which carries some weight to it. That's actually something which really presents some compelling evidence for this possibly being true, and ones where it's just like, well, that's just somebody on social media saying something. Somebody who posts things always of a particular bent. So you gotta filter some of this stuff coming to me. You know, if you want to believe it, that's on you. But start using a filter before sending this stuff to me, because you should know better. So stop forwarding this stuff to me. I wouldn't be telling you to do this unless I thought you were capable of it. I think you are capable of doing this. Okay, we're gonna take a couple more comments and then wrap this up. Stephen 2024 said to me, at this point, it's ridiculous. The Secret Service director doesn't have these answers about what went wrong. We need answers. I'm not usually into conspiracy theories, but why not answer unless you're hiding something or got threatened if you say the truth? Well, again, there's other things. There could be something where there's a culture there where you don't talk about internal stuff with the outside world. You don't say anything to the outside world that makes somebody look bad. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying that is a possible explanation, which doesn't appeal to, you're hiding some grand plot or something like that, or you got threatened. That would be an example where it's just institutional culture. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's a possibility. Thanks, Stephen, for writing it. Green Light Courier Service says not political to ask where he is and why he dropped out via a statement and hasn't been seen since Thursday night. Should want to know how he's doing. I don't want to get into it now. Why are we talking about this? Why are we? That's not what the stream is about, Green Light Courier stuff. Stop talking about this. Stop it. I'm timing you out for a minute. Stop it. I appreciate your support. Why are you bringing this up? This stream has nothing to do with it. Also, he's not dead. Believe me. But it's not the case that Joe Biden is dead and they have secretly sent out a letter with his name on it. His doctor put out in a letter yesterday that said his symptoms are better. It seems ridiculous. So what is he? Is the idea is that he's dead or on his deathbed and there's this big cover up, which obviously would eventually be revealed. So all those people are covering it up when clearly this will be found out in a matter of hours or day, and it'll just show that they were lying to the American public. I mean, come on. Come on now. Guys, seriously. Jeez. It's wild. But also it's irrelevant to our topic. See, you're getting me all angry. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. Gee whiz. It's one thing if you want to say like, hey, I think there's a legit question. Should Biden have made a statement publicly or even like shot a video? rather than put out a letter? I get that. I get that question. It's another thing to just jump to these conclusions about that he's like on his deathbed. And then you know what'll happen? When it turns out he wasn't on his deathbed, none of the people who were yelling and ranting and raving about how he's dead or on his deathbed, none of them will say to themselves, maybe I should stop next time so easily believing these wild claims that aren't supported by evidence. Maybe I shouldn't keep believing these things. No, that won't happen. I mean, come on, guys. Really, really. Let's see here. Hey, thanks KF Sage for your support. I appreciate it, KF Sage. Thank you. And Anna. All right, we got to wrap this up. No, Biden is not on his deathbed, and he's not dead. If I have any kind of reporting about Biden or anyone else that's coming from some sort of reliable source, I will not be keeping that for you. I will certainly let you know about it. We got to wrap up this stream. We really do. So there's a lot of comments here. I've been trying to get to more of your comments. But we're reaching that time. We're reaching that time where it's time to end the stream. Sorry, I hate missing comments, but I don't have time to read them all. All right, we are going to wrap this up. We're going to wrap this up. It was a full stream, 6 hours and 40 minutes. But, I mean, the hearing was most of it. Hey, I appreciate you joining us for our live stream today. I was really glad that we were able to cover this for you. Some really interesting comments from you guys. I appreciate you guys writing in and sharing your views on all this. So thank you. And I will keep you posted if there's more big developments on this. You can follow me on X, @Lookner on X is my X account. I post breaking news there when we're not live, so if I hear updates on this, I will certainly post them there. If there's big news today or any other day, we will come on the air and cover it. Agenda Free TV. Subscribe, follow. We cover all kinds of live breaking news coverage without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. So subscribe and follow. And turn notifications on. We have, did I thank Geraldine Friedrich, by the way? Oh, Geraldine, thank you. Geraldine Friedrich, thank you. And we have a notification system that we have set up that works really well because big news can happen at any time. I never know in advance when we're coming on. Most of the time I don't know in advance. So turn on our free notifications and you will get a notification sent to you whenever we go live, right before we go live. We've done it it's set up through Discord. The mods will post a link to the notifications in the chat right now. They're free, and you can find the notifications link in the YouTube and Facebook description of this broadcast. So sign up for the free notifications. Also, big thanks to our moderators today. Hey, I know the chat was really lively today, and I thank you guys for chatting, and it's great that we can have people of different views in the chat, being civil and respectful, but we can only do that because of our moderators. So give a big shout out to our moderators. They make the chats possible. Ruth Krafasi over there now. We've had a bunch of moderators on YouTube like RJ and Havasumam and Danny James and others. So really appreciate all of our YouTube mods. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Big thanks. Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev moderating over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. And also our Facebook moderators like, hang on a second, Charlotte Webb and all of our other Facebook mods. Thanks for moderating over there. And I do want to make a real quick point. I was going to make this before, I think, and I kind of forgot to, or maybe I just didn't. But either way, so regarding a couple of our viewers like Lewis R. and who is the other one who mentioned? Craig Talbert expressed some unease with the hearing, this hearing format being used as like as a fact-finding mission. So I certainly think that you would not want the only way to find out facts and to do oversight to be from a hearing where people can only ask questions for 5 minutes and it's public. But for all I know, there's other things going. It's an interesting question. What other oversight activity besides these public hearings happened? So is there some kind of congressional investigation going on? There might be investigations looking into the Secret Service now that are not having to do with this hearing. So it's an interesting question. I certainly do agree that the only way to exercise oversight should not just be to have public hearings like this. But my guess is that there's other kinds of oversight activities going on, but I don't know specifically. But I understand that point, so I want to say that. Hey, a huge thank you to everybody who donated. That is really nice of you guys. You are the ones who keep this channel on the air. So I really appreciate your support for the channel. I think I thanked everybody, but if you, Smelly Cat over there on Twitch, thank you. Did I thank Red Eye Shell? Red Eye Shell, thanks for your support on Twitch as well. And if anybody's interested in, if you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But big thanks for your support and letting this channel exist. Thanks to our Discord moderators. Hey, at the same link as the notifications sign up link, we also have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like chatting in the Discord, so check that out as well. That's also free. And if you ever want to, if anybody is interested in being a volunteer moderator, which would be awesome, you can ask the mods for more information about that. Let's see, what else did I want to mention? Quick reminder, if you do subscribe on YouTube, if you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to do this funky thing over on YouTube, guys. You got to click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. So you got to click this bell and then choose all. That is to turn on the YouTube notifications. Okay, and I also want to mention I do have a personal channel where I sometimes do non-news live streaming. It's pretty chill over there. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. Check it out, Lookner and Look Nerd, personal channel, non-news live streaming. Also, thanks to Flor Morena. I really appreciate it, Flor. Thanks for your kind words and your support. I appreciate that. Now, again, I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. I'm really glad we were able to cover this for you. Thought it was an important hearing and quite interesting. And look, a lot of you raised really good questions and interesting points, so I appreciate that as well. Let's see here. Hey, thanks to our Twitch subscribers over there for supporting the channel, like Integrity Farmer Bob, Aaron Weirdo, Shaggy, Wall Street, I Got That Fire, Smelly Cat, Gina Pina, who else over there today? Relila, and Kongler, and Drunk Can't Cook, and Allistic, and oh, thanks Squid Mafia for the bits, and Rocky Coast, thank you for the bits as well. And also our subscriber, Alanthi CCC, thanks for subscriber. Club Class, thank you for subscribing. And Red Eye Shell and Daddy Dino, and all of our other subscribers on Twitch, thank you. Our Facebook subscribers, thanks to all of you people like Lisa Perkins, new subscriber. Hey, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate that. Also, Eve Richards, Marjorie Jones, Robert Rial II, Billy Joe Drage, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Lou Green, Duster Singer, all of our subscribers over there on Facebook, thanks for being subscribers. And our YouTube members, big shout out to you. Our subscriber, A Clown, yeah, thanks for subscribing over there on Twitch. And over there on YouTube, all of our members like Joe Hart, Evelyn in Maine, Mythical, Marissa Pugliese, Eric Johnson, UV Lightning, J.K. Cinar, Jason Razor Motion, Juba, Cruella, Barry, The One and Only, Wickedest Witch, Malta McMurchie, Jude, April Taj, Chris N., Cheryl Simpson. Thanks for being members. Evelyn in Maine. I might be repeating some names here. Some of them repeat. Kenneth Garrow, Mythical, Berry, Just Me, Wickedest Witch, The One and Only. Who else? Dreeny65, Mercy Fishman. Thanks for being members. Paula Faust, Anna, Just Call Me Jay. Slug, William Cromer, Buffalo Women, Night of Fire, Ash MJ, CAC 813, Z Samba, April Taj, Ryan Bond, Rhodey, Carsone, Relax Mellow, all of our other YouTube members as well. Night of Fire, Complex Pixel, and all of our other viewers like Vegas Gem. Thanks for watching. Blucifer, thank you for joining us. Keith Bryan, and all of our other viewers, thank you. I appreciate you tuning in for our live stream. All right, it's time to take a break, guys. It's time to wrap up this stream. Audrey Burbank, thanks for watching as well. Diane Allworth, our subscriber. Thanks, Diane, for subscribing on Facebook. Okay. We're wrapping this up. It's time to wrap this up. Oh, update from Biden's doctor. Hey, there's an update from the Biden doctor 1 hour ago. Thanks. One of our viewers mentioned this, Tammy and David. Before we get off the air, I didn't even see this. Here's the update from Biden's doctor. President Biden completed his 10th dose of Paxlovid this morning. His symptoms have almost resolved completely. His pulse, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and temperature remain absolutely normal. His oxygen and saturation continues to be excellent on room air. His lungs remain clear. The president continues to perform all of his presidential duties. I will continue to keep your office updated with any changes to his condition or treatment plan. So he is not dead and he is not on his deathbed. There is the update. Sahil Kapoor and a bunch of other reporters posted this, but that is the letter from the doctor to the physician to the president. There you go. Okay. That's from today. That came out, well, Sahil posted it about I guess it got posted a few hours ago. This morning, was sometime today. I'm seeing it posted. I see one post from it, a bunch of posts from it say an hour ago, and one says 3 hours ago. Anyways, that's the update from the doctor. All right, we got to wrap this up. Thank you for joining us. We have been bringing you live coverage of the House Oversight Committee hearing on hearing with the Secret Service Director, trying to get information with her. And they did not get a lot of information from her, and they were not happy. And the Democrat and Republicans, the top-ranking Democrat and Republican committee have now issued a letter calling for her to resign. That is it for now. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.